Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, we are back. It's time for APAC, baby. Welcome back to the Overwatch League. I'm Achilles, joined by Avril, and we are overjoyed to bring you some more Overwatch APAC action. We had an absolutely incredible tournament. So, if you missed it, Seoul Dynasty finally able to conquer the Shanghai Dragons. They then go on to take down one of the teams that we're going to be seeing in our first matchup of the day, the Philadelphia Fusion. And the Dynasty were able to win the whole darn thing. Now we go forward. We get ready for mid-season madness qualifiers. Starting things off, it is going to be the Fusion looking to bounce back after their Grand Finals performance. They have potentially a tough opponent. It's going to be the LA Valiant. But here's the standings as they lie for now.
It could be a tough game coming up ahead. I mean, we'll see, because we had a lot of great storylines that got fulfilled in our kickoff clash stage as well. Looking at the standings, I mean, this is how things develop, right? These are only the results from the actual qualifier games themselves. The points include the actual tournament winnings. So Seoul, because they won the entire thing, have 7 points. Got a bunch of bonuses in there. Spark, Dragons, Fusion all went to the tournament, all got a bunch of bonus points. Chengdu on 2, Valiant on 1, Charge on 1. Now, basically looking at that, because all of these points do count towards the mid-season madness tournament, Valiant, Charge are probably out already, which is sad to say. They just don't have the points to compete. Hunters might still be within a minuscule chance here if they have I'd have to say a really, really good qualification series in the mid-season madness now. Maybe they win something like 5 games. But if you look at the points, Achilles, even with 5 wins, Hunters just kind of barely overtake Spark and Dragons as they get even with Seoul. And that's about it. They don't overtake just yet. They would also require probably Fusion, Dragon, Spark to have a mediocre mid-season madness qualification for Hunters to overtake somebody.
Well, their work is cut out for them there for the side of the Hunters, but for now, we'll get ready to take a little zoom in on our first 2 teams competing today. The Fusion, as mentioned, a bit of a rough showing in the Grand Finals. They had a hell of a run all the way through. Constantly had the number of the Shanghai Dragons, but when it came down to trying to best the Dynasty, they just couldn't quite hold up to them. They couldn't hold a candle to them. They fell shy of the mark. They're going to be looking for a bit of redemption, though, because as we know, this team is not going to rest on their laurels. And one of the big things that we kind of talked about at the end of that tournament, Avril, is that sometimes when you have a rookie squad, you just kind of need that kick in the rear. You need that wake-up call. Yeah. They make it to a grand final. They don't show up. Now it's time to sit down. It's time to grind. It's time to improve. We'll see if they can do it with a clean win over the Valiant.
Absolutely. They beat Valiant last stage as well, 3-1. That was actually kind of the beginning of the Fusion comeback after losing 2 games so far. But taking a look at the Valiant roster now, brand new couple of faces on here. In fact, so new, don't even have photos for them yet. We're talking about Marvel. We're talking about Molly. Molly last seen on the Guangzhou Charge, previously the Shanghai Dragons as well, but didn't play a single game. Barely played for the Dragons last year. Has a chip, has a ring legitimately through the Dragons from winning the season, but never really got to show his prowess. Didn't get to play for the Charge at all so far in the kickoff clash. Marvel did play a little bit for, I believe, the Boston Uprising, but was pretty quickly, I'd say, overtaken by Punk and also Itzel on that team. So both of these players very underutilized on their previous teams and now finding themselves newly minted on the Valiant.
Yeah, and we'll see how they look. I mean, Valiant prior, all things considered, they only have a single win, but it's the first one that they've been able to obtain in just about a year and a half. And the team has very clearly looked a hell of a lot better compared to last season. So we'll see how these new pieces fit in with the rest of the Valiant and whether or not that upward growth is going to continue for them.
Bellis Ria's chair spinning around, which I dare say is a bit of an omen as well in terms of what he's going to be playing. Spinning around, Achilles is what I'm talking about. We're going to Oasis, rather. And part of the meta right now dictates that here's some of the good heroes. We're obviously going to be playing double flex support. That's going to be one of the main things to focus on. A little bit of Brig sprinkled in. Some version of those 3 heroes as your supports is basically the entire support meta right now. As far as tanks goes, main tank player of Marvel coming in over Sashin, who was played exclusively last stage, being the only tank player for the Valiant. Now he'll be coming in for heroes like Doom, for heroes like Ball. Belisria more than likely going to be looking towards a ball somewhere on this Oasis map. I don't know if it's going to be straight away. Doom, obviously a big option for them as well. But the other big hero that's on board that I'm really paying attention towards is the Sojourn that Carpe has picked up. Easyhan is playing over Dia as well on the other end, but is currently locking in Ash. So no Sojourn on that side. It's a little bit strange to me.
Yeah, a bit of a change up there. For now, it's just going to be the TP forward from both sides. Innovation swaps over to the Tracers. That's going to be doing the same. So ball out for Belisria. Marvel on the Doomfist. The other change up going to be Fixa there with the Baptiste compared to the Ana. Up into the jump pad. Shots flying through. Break down the glass walls. Make sure they get some clean shots in. As Sleep Dart goes flying. Not going to get the connection that they're looking for. Molly gets jumped on. Aim gone. To the name, finds a nice little headshot there to take down the enemy Ana. Marvel under fire, though. Ends up now dying. Aim God claiming a second kill, and that's going to be the fight and the point going the way of the Fusion.
You're just seeing Marvel, he's going to struggle a little bit to get towards that back line, and it's just, you know, it's the double flex support that we're talking about, not even including the Ana so far. If Fixa and the Fusion really want to dunk on Marvel even harder, they will actually change over towards the Ana. This fight is basically already washed. Sakilio says 2 more kills come on through, it'll just be a bigger advantage for Fusion now moving forward.
Yep, some nasty staggers there. So I'll have to wait for them to respawn. So Fusion just going to be taking up for free as Zest starts to go on the hunt, try to harass where he can, and keep pace towards this Pulse Bomb. Innovation trailing behind by about 20%. Obviously can catch up rather quickly, but Zest having it early. Going to find some very nice value, perhaps. If he can get a stick. Dive in, looking for Carpe. He's just going to slide out of there. Playing slippery.
The difficulty for Easyhan as well is that they don't have high ground control, so finally the Valiant will be moving around the, not the coast side, but the jump pad side, because they really need to get Easyhan on that high ground for this Ash to kind of pop off. Carpe a little bit slow to start out, with first ultimate coming online should actually be Zest, but a damage on aim goal saved by the lamp.
They try to get that elimination, they take him damn low. They do manage to find 2 kills though. Easyhan with the dynamite gets aim god, takes down Fixa shortly thereafter, but it is at a cost. Recall going to be burned by Innovation. Molly now going to be taken down. Carpe with the charged up rail. Manages to find that pick off, and it seems like the Fusion, despite losing their supports, will be able to hold this point.
Yeah, they just did it with no supports at all. Carpe gets a frag there. Zest keeps things tight. Pulse Bomb still in hand. We're heading towards final flight now, and more ultimates are coming online. I mean, none of it really from the Valiant side, unfortunately. They're just really struggling to get this ult charge there. These fights have been super quick. Valiant have barely had an opportunity to get enough damage. I mean, Marvel's just getting poked up without even having an opportunity to dive. He's dead.
Yeah, the Pulse Bomb goes through. Finds that elimination. Langza does manage to find a little bit of revenge, but without a front line. And now without one of their DPSs, that Pulse Bomb is taken out of the fight. They just have 5% left to go. Gonna have to try to contest this as Marvel looks to rejoin quickly. Fortunately with the Doom, he can do just that. Minefield comes down, trying to cut off a bit of access, rolls through, manages to crash across everybody, pushes Langza forward into Carpe's nade. They get the elimination, and the OT bleeds down. They finally will get a last-second touch there, but it's just the Tracer, it's just the Ana left alive, and it is dying breath. He's only going to find the Immortality Field. 100% to 0, Fusion kicking things off with a bang on Oasis.
Like 3 players on the Valiant didn't even get to ult as well. Marvel never got the Meteor Strike. Langza never got Transcendence. Molly only got the Nano towards the end as he dies anyway, as the Valiant lose the round. And that's a complete wash. Valiant, again, barely got to play the game. Marvel barely got to play the game. Easyhan only got set up on the high ground 1 time. Did actually get a couple of frags in there. Got both the supports aim, got to fix on one of those fights, but didn't win anyway. Fusion on 3 players. Managed to get it across. Zest carrying the way. Carpe finally got the kill feed towards the end there as well. Really lackluster from the Valiant so far. I mean, maybe this is what happens when you have to kind of integrate 2 players just before another tournament cycle starts. Could be teething issues here. I'm not feeling the Marvel Doomfist so far. I really wish he was playing the ball instead, but this is what the Valiant want to do.
See how it fares this time around. Get a second attempt, shake off the rust a little bit. Wake up, get into the game. Belisria thinking about crashing through the back line. Thinks better of it. Molly with that sleep dart could shut him down rather quickly. And Innovation gonna find a nice kill. Just getting taken out. Carpe still ever playing elusively. Sliding down the stairs, trying to stay safe as God takes a bit of damage. So Carpe offering up just enough to peel Marvel back away from the support. Now he'll look to re-aggress, but Carpe pays the iron price for it, and that's going to be the first cap coming in for the Valiant.
I mean, Innovation, known for his Tracer skills prior to joining the league. And now, you know, in a meta where Tracer definitely does matter, Tracer definitely does make a difference. Innovation will be the player to get Valiant the first fight win so far in the series in the mid-season manners. It'll also be the first final blow online for Marvel, so finally off to a bit of a better beginning than they had on our previous sub-map. But as we move on forward, Molly's down instantly.
Molly. A little bit of a trade there, Carpe for Molly. As they continue to try to play this out. Point starting to tick up. It's going to be contested. Dive forward, Marvel. Getting a decent amount of hits there with the seismic slam. Building up that green health. Now Aim God going to be taken down. Zest gets on top of Easy Hunt, but not sure if that's going to get them onto the point. Langset falling might just be enough. Innovation going low. Pops the recall, keeps himself alive as Zest chases forward, tries to win out in this fight. He himself now going to have to recall, get that HP back up. Innovation ducks away. Zest going to be taking a nap, but he does manage to find Molly. The pulse bomb is going to whip. Fixa comes in off the flank, gets Innovation taken down. Zihan will get the headshot through, takes out the enemy Baptiste, and it is just an absolute brawl between these two squads. Carpe again going to be sliding away. Billis Riet coming through, trying to peel, but the flip has not come in yet for the side of the Fusion. Now the bomb is there to further delay. It's going to be the Transcendence bomb.
As well.
Dynamite down. Carpe going to be burning. Manages to stay alive. The Transcendence out from Aim God, helping to keep him topped up. But Fusion have to pull back away from the point once more, it would seem. The fight's off here over onto the coast side. Mortality Heal going to be taken down. Carpe pops the ult, manages to find a headshot on a link that follows up, gets another kill onto Easy Han. That's now 4 members gone on the side of the Valiant, and they should finally be able to flip this.
And Molly now dying. I mean, part of me just thinks he should probably go over towards the BAP instead. Anna, you would only really use if you want to counter the Doom here. Has some value versus the ball, but BAP Zen is the 2 heroes so far that we've seen this meta dominate the hardest. One other thing I want to mention as well is that actually, Marvel trolled Innovation there. It wasn't actually with Pulse Bomb. You do put the Pulse Bomb next to Tracer so that she can't recall away and the Pulse Bomb gets the kill, but Marvel actually landed the punch, which allows this to recall away. So, bit of a unfortunate situation there when Marvel ruined the kill.
Unlucky, as they say. Hell of a lot of damage out onto the members of the Valiant as they try to approach the point, but Innovation will still manage to find Fix. A good opening kill. Now the Immortality Guild out of the fight. And with that dive forward, they do manage to find Carpe, as well as Aim God. Good focus here from the side of Marvel, as that will be the cleanup on the point. Flip's going to come back through, and it's going to be final fight territory here for the side of the Fusion.
Absolutely, and Fusion now thinking about, okay, what are the chances here? Balestria goes for the touch first. Zest only barely up alive. No ultimates to play through, so this is going to be a difficult one. Marvel also coming up towards a Meteor Strike. Not to be used offensively, but definitely will get him out of a bad situation.
And Bellisry is just absolutely demolished. Do manage to touch in onto the point. Meteor Strike going to be used. Marvel looking to dive into the back line. He's looking for a target. Jumps down, looks for Carpe. And they manage to go ahead and alley-oop it with Innovation diving in as well. Tag onto the point. They managed to keep it contested for a little bit longer, but Zest gets slept. Easy Han jumps over, gets the headshot to put him in the dirt. Belstria crashing through. Discord Orb goes out onto him. Aim God now under some pressure. Getting closer and closer to having that Transcendence available, and he would love to have it right now, but it's not going to get the opportunity. The Valiant will be able to take it, and that's going to send us to a 3rd and final round on University.
Achilles, I just straight up lied there. So Marvel indeed actually decides to go super aggro on the Meteor Strike straight on top of Carpe's face, and the 2 versus 1 from Innovation and Marvel get the work done. And now this is where we sort of re-enter the conversation around the Doom. 7 final blows for Marvel just on that 1 round. Got nothing done on City Center. 0. Big fat 0. Have the goose egg there. 7 frags, then we come through on that next round on Garden. So a big turnaround. Molly as well, investing all the nanos into Marvel. There's not really any other good nano target, right? Your next best nano target ends up being Innovation. So the fact that they are also running the Ana here means they really are kind of just putting all of their effort into Marvel to try and get things done. And if Marvel is able to get into the backline, is able to do some damage, and he is getting frags, then Valiant is also winning.
It's a good answer back. If they're a rough first round, let's see how they fare now and whether or not the Valiant can close out this map or if it will go the way of the Fusion. A bit slower off the start. Zest trying to start to play forward. Takes a hell of a lot of damage. It's going to be the recall first. Nice and early, but Molly jumped on and nowhere to go. Stuck inside of the nade. Kills will come through. Zest and Carpe start wreaking havoc. There's the railgun shot. Innovation dead. Easy Han trying to survive. that he will not be allowed to. It's a clean opening fight here for the side of the Fusion. They will once more get the point locked down first.
And this is where you need to see Easyhan be able to fight up against Carpe in this kind of Sojourn matchup. Super important here in this particular meta, as we've seen from NA. Kai, Hydron dominating on this particular pick, right? So Easyhan needs to prove why he's in instead of Dio right now. As look at Carpe's POV, who himself has got a reasonable number of frags, but still could be doing slightly better right now. It's been Zest leading the way so far on the Tracer.
He's looking for that assassination, but the railgun hit does not connect on the Langza, otherwise he may have just been able to find him. Punch just knocking Belzria into the corner. He's going to try to roll back out, dive into the back end. Aim God is completely isolated, no one there to peel. Ends up falling. Zest's going to be eating a punch, forces the recall. It's like, the Valiant very much hungry to take this point for themselves. 45% currently on the board, but with Belzria going down. Zest as well falling. That is going to be the flip coming through. So 49% established for the Fusion as Valiant gain control.
You can just see when you get to sub-maps as well that have a lot more cover, that have a lot more, interesting angles to play through. Marvel can sort of hide around corners, get those punches while still being covered by his team and by geometry. City Center ends up being too open for him to play the Doomfist, so things are looking better and better as far as the tanks go, where you look at the other side for Belzria, as we move through the different maps in the Oasis map here, the ball just becomes less and less valuable.
They're looking for Easyhan. They take him low. They manage to finish him off, but Fixa dies in the process. Window uses well. Meteor Strike dropping in. Double dash away from Zest. Keeps himself safe. Tries to play elusively. Innovation does find that kill, but Aim God quick to reply. Now the Valiant's still going to be holding on to this point. They need to try to get rid of Marvel, and that's going to be increasingly difficult. The Nano gets used on him. Transcendence forced out from Aim God in response. Now he's a prime target for this pulse bomb from Innovation. No way to survive it if it does stick. Other than an immortality field, but that can be cleaned up rather quickly. We'll see if he's able to make it happen. He's looking right now. Recall going to be forced. Sees Belzria, sees that he's anti, can't get the kill. Carpe on as well. Now with the ult pop, looking for some targets. Sends one over towards Zest. Cannot get that connection. Zest manages to get Marvel. Gets out of dodge. Molly has fallen as well. Belzria crashing through, just kind of drawing the attention of the enemy Sojourn there. Zest just does a bit of a drive-by, and we'll be able to clean up the fight. Fusion retake. Now they're looking for the lead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a long, elongated fight while Fusion have a lot of points to gain there as well, so they'll be able to equalize and overtake, just as you say, as we move forward. Ultimate's looking pretty bare here as well. Both the overclocks, fairly mediocre, unfortunately. The Sojourn's not the ones leading the frags. It's definitely the Tracer players doing most of the legwork. Here comes Marvel again.
Yeah, even with the punch not quite connecting there onto Aim God, Easyhan is there. Finds him with a rail. They do punish him, though. It's a support down. A lot of pressure now on Fixa. Still looking to take the flip. Haven't been able to find it yet. Carpe lines up a nice rail, takes out Innovation. 1 for 1. HP bars low as they wait for Aim God to get back up here and start really topping everybody up. Trying to get that Transcendence online for a final fight. Fortunately, the supports on the side of the Valley quite far away. Zest dashing in, looks for the stick, unable to find it. Marvel touches, manages to get the contest, falls down low, has the Meteor Strike, manages to make his narrow escape, and he takes it aggressively. Drops down, no HP to work with, and Aim God just destroys him. Carpe has the cleanup, the OT bleeds away. Aim God will celebrate with that trance, and the Fusion will be able to take the first map of Oasis.
Yeah, absolutely as well. You look towards LA Valley, the last two fights there. Couldn't hold on to the point. The second to last fight, final fight coming on in, not really anything to use. They have to kind of rely on Innovation Pulse Palm to open up things, and Marvel as well. Had a pretty reasonable couple of maps as after City Center, which was, again, kind of dreadful coming through from Doomfist, and that's kind of why I'm saying maybe Ball would have been better on this particular map. Certainly Belzria had a lot more to say. Saw a lot more out of Marvel later on, but as we headed towards that final fight, aggressively Meteor strikes, has no HP upon landing, goes down, and no one else from the Valiant able to kind of return kills as Fusion, off the back of mostly Zest, I would say, and a decent amount of output from the backline of supports as well, have those kills in hand to be able to get themselves a 1-0 now.
Yeah, I think it looks a little bit silly from Marvel, but I kind of understand the thought process. If he gets a kill, maybe even 2 since they were clumped up in that side room, then the rest of the team should be able to get the flip from there. He makes the all-in play. Unfortunately, it doesn't go his way. The Valiant cannot pick up that first map, but it does look competitive outside of that first round of Oasis on City Center. Now, coming up, we're going to have Midtown for our hybrid map. We'll see if the Valiant can answer back, because oftentimes when it comes to the Fusion Avril, we don't talk about Midtown. But we're going to do it again in just a few minutes when we return from the break, so don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues. into our first series here of the day on our return to APAC Glory. Fusion drawing first blood. They get Oasis 2-1 the win. Very clean start. Got a lot more competitive in the last two rounds, but they managed to clinch the victory. Now we turn our sights over to Midtown to see if there's going to be another incident or Fusion can maybe play this out cleanly.
I'd like to see that for sure. You know, Fusion getting past Midtown. I actually think they won Midtown before, even when we've had an incident in the past, if I remember correctly.
They maybe did.
This was even the matchup as well. It was versus Valiant, and Fury kind of put a grab into the middle of nowhere, but they still won the map.
Right. That sounds about correct. But yeah, it's
How good's your
still
memory?
Maybe. You know, it wavers from time to time. It depends. There's been a lot of Midtown that I've tried to just kind of, you know, completely eject from my brain, I think.
Oh, it was Chengdu.
So,
it was Chengdu, not Valiant. Sorry. Mistake. There you go.
There you go.
That was one of the Midtown incidents. They did not play Midtown versus Valiant, so we don't have that.
Okay, well, now they do here today, so we'll see how they fare. Some substitutions, obviously, there for the side of the Valiant. Dia coming in, Sashin as well. So a little bit of a change up on the lineup, and we'll see how they fare going into Midtown. I mean, you know, we'll see what Sashin's going to be running. I think widely he's looked pretty darn good this season, you know? I think that, you know, I agree that expanding the tank role could be a good idea. You know, bringing Marvel in to be able to play some more of the main tank stuff for you when needed. But Sashin widely, when he's been playing the Zarya, I think he's looked quite good.
And he won't be playing Zarya, though, for this particular matchup.
Sure.
I suspect this will actually be a Sigma. I don't think anyone's going to play any Zarya for this entire, you know, tournament stage for the, you know, mid-season madness at all. You know, and we'll see some Midtown madness in a hot second as well. Dia coming in is more interesting to me. It says that Valiant kind of want to go for either double sniper setup, and I kind of count the Sojin in that conversation. Like, it could be Sojin and Hans at the same time. Dia also flexes Tracer as well, but it's clear that for Valiant, they want to be banking on Easy Han for this particular meta, mostly on Sojin. We did see the Ashe there as well. Probably prefer to not see the Ashe again as far as where this current meta is. Bellastria staying in, though, means that Fusion are going to go for more main tank options. Winston's not really something that you can reliably play in this current meta, so if I were to guess, he'd have to go back on the Doom.
Well, you mentioned him not playing the Zarya, but as I watch him walk out the gates on this defense, Sashin's running it.
Let me change my wording. He shouldn't play the Zarya, but he will. So, there you go.
Well, we'll see if you're going to be eating your
Why
words
do they have
here.
a soldier? It's like they didn't read the patch. No soldier got nerfed. Oh my god.
They have some faith, Avril, which is something that you need to have every now and then. They have faith in this composition. And hey, if it doesn't work out, we could be in for a very quick map. Who knows? We'll have to just wait and see as the gates will open up. Looks like Carpe at least on a scouting mission with a Sombra. As Zest is going to go ahead, drop back, gets into the spawn room. Oh boy, here we go. Getting a bit brawly now.
Okay, I mean, that's the other direction you can go. This is actually baited by the Zarya. When I say baited, I mean, like, they are allowed to play the Ryan now because the Zarya exists. We've already seen in the previous patch, in the previous meta for Kickoff Clash, Ryan has a super positive matchup into Zarya. So, I mean, if you're going to allow the Fusion to do this, then I guess Fusion will give themselves a good matchup heading into A. That being said, though, they have kind of floundered on the Rhine on Midtown before, so would like to see them improve from there.
Well, so far it's a good start. Molly taken down by a fire strike. Immortality Field going to be taken out as a couple members of the Valiant going a deep chase all the way through the tube, up around the top. Ape God does end up falling, but in the meantime, the point got capped.
Yeah, it's gone. Goodbye. That's all she wrote, really. Bellastria gets a fire strike kill. I mean, not the one that we just saw, but earlier on, you can see the Staggers now as well. Sashin on 37%. I mean, essentially what happened is Valiant tried to, you know, defend the actual train itself on the high ground to prevent the rest of the supports from joining Bellastria on the point, but Fusion is just like, all right, well, we'll just keep capping. You're not going to come and stop us from capping. We're just going to get the point for free.
How many sleep-deprived hours went into this composition from Dohill? How long did it take for this one to get cooked up?
Maybe he's been sleeping well. You know, they won their first game in the Kickoff Clash, and No Hill's like, I'm gonna go to bed at 10 p.m. Wake up at 6.
Maybe he's really able to come up with things a bit better when he's, you know, under some duress, when he hasn't gotten a full night's sleep. I don't know. Maybe he got one of those new memory foam mattresses. He's been sleeping like a baby, and now the comps are starting to look a bit wonky. I don't know. We'll have to just wait and see how the rest of this plays out. For now, Fusion taking it nice and slow. They push the cart just up to the top of the ramp. Wrap back around. Now look to approach from the high ground. Drop down. Window's going to come out. Aim God. Open things up. Set up Carpe. Really start to pop here, but they have been under fire, so they haven't been able to get too much damage across.
Where's the ball?
In the meantime, they'll play it up close and personal. Managed to find Easy Han. Now the cart is just rolling through. Shatter going to be dropped in.
They just capped.
Anybody there? But the cap just comes in. It's 5.5 minutes. Once more in the time bank. I don't know what's happening. The bomb is laid.
It's like Valiant are lagging harder than I am right now. You saw Dia just not use the bomb to defend the payload. The cap has gone through now. By the way, the Fusion just push the payload for free. Underpass, complete push. Like you said, they pushed the fire truck to like the top of the underpass, and then they also had time to wrap back around the high ground. Valiant are just AFK. They actually completely gave up the entirety of B to the Fusion and then sent Alton way too late as well. What is going on?
I don't have answers for you. All I can do is yell about things that I see on screen, Avril, but I can't really comprehend it at the same time. Sasha does have this grab to maybe buy some space for the side of the Valiant, but they don't have anything to really couple it with. Let's see if he can get a decent setup. As right now, he's getting pushed back. The wall comes up. They take him low. The Blizzard now going to be thrown in. Like I said, already using the Immortality Field. That's going to get cleaned up. And Sasha is the first one to fall. The cart now going to be pushing forward as Bob just takes a couple pot shots. Over towards Dia, takes him low, Fixa manages to hound him down, gets the elimination, and Sasha says, okay, time to swap over the Doom Fist.
It's an improvement, I'll give you that. It's actually much better than the Zarya here. In fact, Doom has a pretty reasonable matchup into the Rhine, but it could just be too late. You need to be building your team a little bit around this.
Oh, they finally managed to touch the cart. She's got 0.54 meters left to go with the cleanup coming through. Molly with the trance expiring. It's just a matter of time. Langsa runs forward, trying desperately to halt it, but he cannot, and it's 4 minutes even for the side of the Fusion, who,
that's a lot.
I want to say, look well improved on this map, but at the same time, I'm not sure what's happening on the opposite side of the arena.
I mean,
intriguing.
I'm floored. I'm like kind of speechless right now. 4 minutes is a lot. That's a lot. That's 50% of the total time. I mean, consider that A was almost an instant cap. B was free payload pushing the entire way through with no slowdown. C was barely a slowdown. Valiant haven't won a fight yet on this map, have they? They actually have not on this entire defense. The Zarya was a big mistake. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like, he shouldn't be on the Zarya. He really shouldn't.
The closest thing to a fight win that they had was when they played Ring Around the Rosie at point A and they killed Aim God or Fixa, whichever it was. I think it was Fixa. Like, you know, they got rid of the BAP, and that was the closest thing to a fight win that they had, and at the same time, the point got capped in record time.
I'll tell you what, they're on the better comm now, so Sashin and the rest of Valiant, they're learning, okay, Sigma is the answer. If you read the patch notes, and you watched a little bit of NA, you would know that Sigma really is the answer right now. Double, you know, sort of poke here off the back of Easy Han and Sojin. Dia playing a little bit of Hanzo as well. They shouldn't be able to outpoke the Fusion side, considering Belastria can't do any damage. Has to just hold up shield. Zest will right-click, but it's not going to be anywhere as good as a Hanzo can break shield. So if Valiant kind of just slow-roll this one, they should be able to, you know, get a win versus Belastria, as he'll have to eventually swap off to, I guess, a Doom in response when he goes down here. A shouldn't be a problem, but I don't know how Valiant are going to cap the rest of the map once that sort of finishes there, because yeah, it's not looking good for them today.
Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's see how they fare on the opening volley now. It's just going to be poking and prodding, not playing within the two, playing underneath of it, looking for a bit of a flank route. Barrier goes forward. Sasha just trying to deny some damage while they think about their approach angle. Dia going to be spotted, but Railgun not going to get the hit that Carpe was looking for. Now jump up onto the high ground. They're looking for the chase to get the wall in on the Sashin. He absorbs quite a bit of damage, though. Manages to stay alive for a little bit longer, but does end up getting picked in the end. Fixa, the one casualty on the side of the Fusion, but obviously can rejoin the fight rather quickly. In the meantime, point cap is starting to come in. A little bit elusive there, but Easy Hot's got nowhere to go. And from downtown, Belastria will get the pin, get the kill. First tick going to be grabbed here from the side of the Valiant, but that's about it.
Longest range pin kill we've seen so far. To be honest, I think if you're Easy Han, you're happy to get reset there, so you can go back to spawn, retake this one. Really enjoy the fact that, you know, Belastria was playing in trade, but now that they're playing under, this is where, once Dia comes back, obviously the Valiant can slowly maybe chip away at Belastria and get forward. But as we sort of talk about that, they're re-shifting positioning. Okay, this is weird from Fusion. Their supports are on one side, and Belastria is just kind of... Alright, he wants to duel with the Sigma, that's what we're doing.
Well, I mean, all the same, Sashin's just completely isolated out on an island here. Gets picked off, bullied. I mean, May Wall's coming up, he's slowed. Immortality Field not going to be enough as Zest. I don't know.
That was interesting.
All right.
Didn't need the wall anyway.
Let's put back on cooldown for now. A couple ults getting ready to come up. Really have that Amp Matrix. Pulse Bomb from Dia. Gonna need to find some value if they want to break open this point. Sashin immediately getting tagged down. I mean, look at Bixa. He's getting right up in his face. Carpe in the meantime gets Dia, turns his sights up to Sashin, finishes him with a rail. Take goes out just to zone them off that flank, and there's a minute and 38 left, Avril.
It's already done because the 4-minute time bank versus a let's see if they cap. What are we going to do? I mean, you look at Sashin, he dives into the house, and we are playing Bap Zen. You're instantly out of line of sight of your supports, you can't follow you in there, and he dies. So, okay, not really going to work out there. They kind of have to travel together here a little bit. I mean, I don't even know what really good options there are. Bellatrix just sent out this Earth Shatter. Didn't hit anything, but I guess they don't need it.
Okay, window juke is going to be used, and everybody walks away. They just get around the corners, so it's not going to be able to find too much value. Point contest starting to happen here as Zest needs a little bit of reinforcement. EasyHunt with the rail ult now pop. Has to drop down, grab the mini pack. Ult likely to expire, and it has. Carpe in the meantime with his own. Takes out Sasha, nice little headshot flying through. Looks for a follow-up with the last hit, can't get anything. Pulse bomb from Dia, not going to connect. No picks to be found. All comes up to try to cut him off, but he does manage just narrowly to blink out in time. Fixa, dead. Thought maybe he was going to pop the sound barrier, but seems like he says, no, I'll just save it. It's totally fine. I trust my team to go ahead and buy some more time for me to rejoin. Carpe, however, does get jumped on, and man does end up going down. His aim gone. Has fallen low. Discord orb out into him. Bellatrix with his back turned. Molly will find the elimination, breaking down the enemy tank. It seems like maybe now the Valiant can push through, can get this cap coming in their favor.
Time's running out here, but they should be able to cap off the back of this one. They still have Trance to play with. And it seems like, you know, the cascading effects are getting Fixer down early. Carpe not being really healed up. Maybe AimGod couldn't see him. Could be an LOS issue. Carpe goes low, goes down as well. Too many players with Fusion down, and they're not going to be able to complete the full hold. But, as I said, Achilleos, it's 4 minutes in the time bank versus will the Valiant cap, and I'm not just talking about capping A or B, I mean finishing the map here, and it will be a bit of a struggle. Bellatrix doesn't even want to change off the Rhine here. Favors this particular matchup. I mean, you can drag this one to the underpass for sure, and Ryan should be able to do well there.
The Meteor Strike going out. Fixa drops the sound barrier straight down on top of the Lucio. But with the shielding, doesn't really care too much. The Mortality Field finding an immense amount of value there as everyone's clumped up in the corner. Punch after punch, just knocking the Rhine against the wall. Doesn't lead to too much, but Dia flanking around the back does manage to find Carpe, and now they have the high ground, and they have the Fusion cut off on the opposite side, and they have the cart pushing into the underpass for them. It's a good position to be in right now for the side of the Valiant, as long as they can keep this moving and keep Fusion at an arm's length. Pulse bomb out from Dia, not going to be able to find anything. Fusion trying to figure out how they can engineer a retake of this. Looks like they will just wrap back around the high ground, drop down the opposite side, and contest the cart from there.
Waiting for the window opportunity here as well. AimGod can definitely set something up from the high ground. Bellatrix has gone hunting, actually. Spots the solos and Yara player. Molly has to trance out.
That he does. Bellatrix once more, playing out in no man's land, going to be taking the charge out to...
No way! Again?
Once more! What is it with Bellatrix finding Easy on at range?
Oh my god!
Another great pin, but this time they do manage to at least get the punish onto the enemy Rhine, so Bellatrix are going to be out of the fight for a little bit longer, but now it's 55 seconds remaining for the Valiant. They need to get this push across the line.
Oh, good punch.
Nearly with another ult. AimGod, so very low. Cheeks the jump to the high ground and actually manages to stay alive. That break on line of sight was absolutely massive for him. Zest also now finding one. Fixa going to be taken out. Little right click here from the side of EasyHunt, looking for another target, but now Molly has been eliminated. AimGod getting on top of him. Zest without the ice block can't stay alive. The right click at point blank range. EasyHunt will find a quick 2 kills. Can he get a little bit more to try to keep them in this, to try to get that cart across the way?
No
now
supports.
Just 20 seconds remaining. The Fusion are chasing and they're looking at the staggers, and they have them.
And Fixer just runs in, gets those kills. I mean, EasyHunt may have been able to carry that one. He actually got a few frags, really important ones as well, but they can't stay in the fight with no healers alive. Can they touch will have to come down to Dia. Let Sashin use all his cooldowns just to fly on in. Has a meteor strike, though.
He does. The punch goes out, but they still need to get there. Okay, somebody finally managing to touch the wall. Comes up trying to cut them off. Dia did manage to get that tag and nearly has another pulse bomb available. Punch in on the Carpe, takes him low. The healing starts coming out. The Earth Shatter going to be used. Sasha immediately disappearing, and no one else can get there. They are zoned back, playing away from it. The Fusion will be able to take this map. Lasted maybe a little bit longer than we might have anticipated. A decent fight back from the side of the Valiant, showing some signs of life with that cap on A, but it all gets locked up at B, and that's a 2-0 lead now for the Fusion.
And a much more impressive showing from Carpe on the Sojourn as well. Getting some pretty impactful kills at the end of the day. Bellasria's Rhine, which, I think in Kickoff Clash had a bit of a bad rap because of the performance on Midtown. So this is the kind of turnaround we wanted to see, right? A good performance on Midtown, plus the Bellasria Rhine coming back on through, looking more than reasonable, beating the Valiant, who I still think just don't quite have the right read of the meta. It's slowly shifting towards something acceptable and positive, but when you start out on the Zarya, you're asking to get countered by the Rhine, which is exactly what happened, and I dare say, once the 4-minute time bank was there, I'm not sure there was much that Valiant could do to win the map afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at, getting a push, trying to win things in OT, or, maybe even force a draw if they can't finish with time in the bank. Doesn't matter. That's all just guessing and conjecture. It's not how things turned out. So a 2-0 lead now for the side of the Fusion, who look very much reinvigorated after that last Grand Finals appearance. Now we'll see if they can close it out on what could be a final map of Watchpoint Gibraltar as we get ready to go into Escort. Valiant fans, get that military-grade copium. Start huffing that with Tay Zonde, because you need to dig deep. You need to really believe and give some energy over to these guys if you want them to reverse sweep. We'll see if they can do it. We'll see if they can start it when we come back from the break. we're back, and it's time to go into what could be the final map of this series, our first series since we've returned. Fusion, absolutely on a warpath right now. The Valiant, they make some substitutions, they make some strange picks on Midtown. Didn't really work out too well. I can only make my voice go so high in response to what I've witnessed there.
It's pretty high.
That's pretty damn high.
Pretty high.
Yeah, now we've got Watchpoint Gibraltar. This is the monolith standing in front of the Valiant. If they want to be able to get a reverse sweep, they have to conquer this. They have to win this map to begin that epic journey. Can it happen? I don't know. We'll wait and find out.
I mean, it's even then you'd be looking at a reverse sweep. And by the way, just to speak to the stakes of this particular matchup for the LA Valiant, because they are so far down in terms of points for the season, for qualification for the mid-season Madness tournament, 1 point, right? You're looking at other teams with 5 or more points. Fusion's on 5 points. You would both need Fusion to have a poor qualification period for this tournament, and you would have to probably go 6-0 if you're the Valiant. I mean, 5-1 maybe for Hunters, but if you're Valiant or Guangzhou Charge, I think you need a perfect record here, 6-0 to really stand a shot. So if they lose the series, which is looking very likely now based on what we've just seen on our past 2 maps, I mean, Valiant, their qualification run is basically done today if they can't win, especially against Fusion, who is a team that they need to overcome because they got to keep Fusion down, got to keep Fusion low in the points so that other teams can catch up like the Valiant. But it's just not looking good for them so far, not at all.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if they can get a reverse sweep here, if they can really make that happen and they make it look concise and clean for, you know, the next 3 maps in theory, maybe the 6-0 is possible. Maybe they actually can have that qualification run happen. If the Fusion get reverse swept by the LA Valiant here in the opening match, maybe they will have a very rough stage and will not be able to find success. A lot of variables, but it all comes down to this map. It has to start right here, right now. If it doesn't, that's basically it. That's all, folks. We'll see what happens as we do get ready to jump into that. Of course, a little bit of substitutions. Marvel going to be stepping back in for Sashin, MN3 stepping in for Carpe.
And that means, okay, we have the opportunity for... actually, you could play Ryan on A and C here, so that is absolutely possible. But with Marvel in, probably expecting Doom. If you're Fusion, you're probably considering the fact that if Marvel goes Doom, Ryan might not be the best choice. So few options there for Bellisria. They can play their own Doom. Could be the ball coming on through, which could be reasonable on this map. MN3 over Carpe. MN3 can probably also play that Sojourn. You'd expect that all the hitscan players have that in their hero pool. Other than that, I mean, the only other things we could be seeing from MN3 is a bit of sniping or the other types of snipers. But Sojourn is so integral to the current meta. Really, it should just be a 1-for-1. I think this is also particularly probably a call from the Fusion saying we're really far ahead. We think we're going to win anyway. Let's give MN3 some time on the Sojourn official games.
All right. Let's see what happens now as we get ready to jump into our escort map. If the Valiant can win out here, it will take us to push and then potentially over to Lijiang Tower. It's a long and winding road ahead of them. So we'll focus in now on Gibraltar. See what the comps look like this time around. Marvel going to be coming out the gate with the Sigma on defense.
And that's the curious thing about Marvel, right? Because he actually has a legitimate Sigma in the pool. You remember Marvel from Seoul Dynasty back in the day, a couple of years back now. They actually played him as their core Sigma play, even over their actual off-tanker 2U. I think this was back in 2020 even. So, some cases, Marvel becoming available does give Valiant some decent flexibility for this particular meta, because when you have one player that can flex between a bunch of the different main tanks and then also have an off-tank that's super important to this meta, like a Sigma, I think that's going to really help them out. But Bellisria on the Winston, probably not recommended. Winston not currently good in this particular meta, and we might see why when you jump in, you fly into the face of Molly, who has a Discord, and the Winston gets burned.
Princess just playing right up close and personal here. MN3 with a Sojourn. We'll see how he fares. He's mentioned Carpe really starting to heat up on that second map there. Midtown going to have a lot more impact compared to what we did see in the opening map of Oasis. See how the young gun fares. Zest taking a couple tags there. Easy on dropping to the low ground, looking to keep him contested. Shield goes up from Fixa, keeping himself safe, but does eat that poison trap, so they know exactly where he's at. As for now, the cart's just going to inch forward. They're more than content to just allow Zest to go ahead and move this up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the focus, right? The Pale is actually already in a pretty decent positioning first minute in. Just waiting to see if we can get some ultimates there as well. Aim guard's still on the 60%, which you really need for Ballasria's Winston to move forward. You can see that he's the main Discord target almost every single time, and that's part of the reason why Winston's not been great in this particular meta, just because that Zen being played on almost every single map, Discord doing all that extra damage. You don't have the Diva in 6v6 to help you out, it's just your solo tank here. Things do get quite difficult. Can MN3 open the door though? We are looking towards snipers. Technically speaking, Valiant's got 2 of them. Fusion's only got 1.
Well, that's going to be the Nano to make the dive for Ballasria a little bit easier, a little bit safer. The jump in finds Langsa, Molly on a sliver of HP, and oh boy, in one fell swoop, 3 more players disappear. Fantastic magic act here from the side of the Fusion as the cart now can glide forward into the station at point A. 4 minutes 45 for them to assault the hangar. As there's some staggers as well. Langsa well aware of the situation that he's in, doesn't even bother to try to escape, just runs straight into the Fusion.
There's a lot of ultimates coming online that's super important to the Fusion. So we're looking towards a Primal plus Blade, MN3 on the overclock as well. It's a pretty cheap fight overall. This comes down to the fact that Fusion got uncontested payload pushing for the most part, up the top of the ramp through the car wash, and then a single nano onto Ballasria to allow him to survive the dive. Usually, you know, that would go pretty poorly without the nano. And now we're getting to a position where should be the snowball rolling on through Fusion, as payload distance still looking pretty good so far.
That it is widely unhindered now. Going to be taking a quick little break, but they start moving it once more up the final ramp towards the end of the hangar now. Aim God going to be taken down. Links with the shield bash, managing to find one. Says picks up Dia though, as he got juggled around by Ballasria. That's going to be the transpop from the side of Molly, just trying to keep the rest of the team members alive, but he himself gets juggled into the corner. And now that the trans is gone, the blade gets pulled. Zest slicing and dicing, looking for some more targets. It's a bit chaotic, but the kills come through all the same. Fix is going to be the one filling up the kill feed as Zest just pulling back, gets topped up now, goes to re-aggress and keep Dia zoned away.
Doom.
We'll see if anybody can try to contest this. Easy Han with a quick little tap in. Has to recall out the cart once more, going to be advancing forward, but that bought enough time for Marvel to rejoin. He's just sitting in the nade though. Now the ante comes out from Aim God, forces him back. Zest pursues forward, manages to find that elimination, gives his life for it, but MN3 in the back line, pops the rail, looks for a little bit more. Molly off with a flank, trying to survive. 100 charges, Langsa going to be taken low, gets eliminated. It's a bit of a bloody brawl back and forth. The cart not yet gliding forward into point B. Fusion unable to fully clear this out. Valiant are holding on by a thread.
And the respawns will eventually get over for the Valiant in terms of helping them out, but with these kills from MN3, maybe they still have an opportunity. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Unfortunately, MN3 gets one but dies.
Yeah, now Molly and Dia both falling, and this should be the cap coming through. Decent little chunk of time being bought here from the side of the Valiant as they continue to try to hold on, but Langsa and Marvel just have no HP to speak of. Easy On actually commits the pulse bomb to this fight, dashing around, and does keep it contested at least for a little bit longer, but that will be the completion here as Molly goes off the side of the map before he can get staggered, and it's just shy of 4 minutes in the time bank for the remaining stretch.
I mean, I respect it from Easy Han. You do need a multi-frag there on the Pulse Bomb. If he gets 2 Pulse Bomb kills and then manages to find a 3rd kill through just the normal pistols or whatever, then perhaps you see a situation where Valiant can make the comeback, but the attempt that was there, the results were not. And yeah, Dia and Molly going off the side just to prevent staggers, as you say, as we now head into the final point. It's not going to be a gigantic time bank for the Fusion, but should be pretty competitive, especially with more and more kills coming on through. This is just what's going to give them uncontested payload, because you get those 1 kills, Valiant don't want to contest, and now we're around the final corner and on the final stretch.
Zest just playing forward. That's going to be the Nano. Out onto him. I thought maybe they'd use it for Ballasria again, but he's got the Primal to rely on to try to stay safe, and Zest is just farming. Has the blade, doesn't need it, just keeps it sheathed. Waits for a potential recontest to come through, which now it has. Marvel diving forward onto the point, jumps over to the side with the punch. It's a nice little hit there on his Zest, knocking him back, keeping him at distance. A Meteor Strike drops in. Molly pops the Transcendence to try to keep everybody alive. Marvel, however, is still beaten and battered. As Dia swaps over, goes for the Cassidy, fans the hammer, looks to try to get rid of Ballasria. Will manage to make it happen with the help of that Discord Orb. They pick him off on the exit. Zest looks like he will be able to slink his way out of there. The cart will be held just a couple meters in front of the finish line.
And we'll just be able to hold enough. I mean, yeah, okay, Dia comes through, gets a decent frag. Ballasria, only 1 movement ability there, has to try and leave, dies. An opportunity to re-aggress. MN3 not quite on the overclock that could have been used the last fight. Had he had it, and maybe they could have continued. Further kill into Aim God will slow things down and buy time for the Valiant to set themselves up in the position they want. They're actually getting more here. It's a good punish.
A very good punishing here is, I mean, Fusion just have to try to exit, go for a full reset. Zest still out in the middle of nowhere, dashes over to the side. He's got enough space, enough mobility to keep himself away from the Doomfist, so won't get staggered, but the ones that they suffered certainly hurting them as Bellis Ria's going to bring out the Roadhog. So now, looking for a target, looking for a hook. We'll see
this is
what
like the first Roadhog we've seen in APAC, isn't it?
Pretty much, other than some opening pick attempts on this map. You know, you try to get somebody on the walkway as you're coming out the gates on attack. But as far as the legitimate run of the Roadhog, I do believe it's the first time.
I mean, if you really want to just kill Marvel's Doom, I guess this is okay.
Yeah, just really become a pain in the rear for him. MN3 looking for some additional hits. Can't quite line him up. Just gets Molly there at the end. Dia going to be taken down. Zest getting in on top of the cow point. He stays alive with a sliver of HP. This man was down to about 1 HP. Manages to come up with 3 kills. What a performance from him. Molly now in desperation, going to be using the Transcendence to try to buy some extra time, but oh, it's not going to be pretty. As soon as it expires, Bellis Ria finishing him off. The dive into the ice block just in range to contest, but Zest with the blade will slice and dice, and Marvel now is going to be left out to dry. Tries to keep himself protected. They'll just hook him right out of that. And as he goes up for the Meteor Strike, the contest is over. So a good time buy in the end here from the side of the Valiant to take it down under a minute. The Fusion, they do get the completion, which means that they have a win condition on this defense.
Yeah, it's not the prettiest time back in the world, 46 seconds. It's, you know, it works, gets things done. It'll get you to your destination. A reasonable, I would say, stall staggering from the Valiant in terms of slowing down the payload, especially when we look at B. A, not much to talk about there. It was free push into a nano onto Bellis Ria into a free fight win. Valiant just kind of fell over there. B, you look towards the end, a lot of time ends up being burnt off the clock, and then obviously on C, Valiant starts winning fights a little bit more consistently, but not enough that you ever felt like Fusion weren't going to be able to cap. So take a look at that final engagement here as well. As you said, Zest was on minimal HP, like 7 HP literally that we saw on screen, still gets a 3K, still gets healed back up, still allows the Fusion to cap the point.
Just crazy confidence that he's able to play with right there. Doesn't try to exit, says, nope, I will give my life for the cause, and it comes up huge. So major value down there by the rookie, who is maybe going to be able to net himself another player of the match, as he's just been looking so good the whole way through. See what happens, so now on this defense, Valiant have their work cut out for them. It's a good TP across the way with EasyHan setting up first with the Symmetra.
Yep. Now, given the composition here, as EasyHan should be going back to the Sojin, it's actually got to be the Tracer. It's interesting, so they're just going to give up the Sojin entirely. The Bionade will slow things down, but not significantly. I was going to say they should have the firepower to just push up on the high ground. Okay, EasyHan goes Tracer because they need to push the payload. That makes sense, but Dia playing the Hanzo makes less sense.
He gets picked instantly. Good punish there. Bellis Ria just challenging. No Beal, no hope to survive, as the rest of the Valiant now going to be relocating up onto the high ground, looking to try to contest that walkway. Bellis Ria just waiting it out, eating some damage, poking and prodding at Molly around the corner. How do you begin to assault this? Who gets the opening pick? That's what Valiant got to be asking themselves right now, as Langston gets antied out and has to exit.
They're trying to get opening picks on an Ashe here, which I think would be a little bit of a struggle. It's a sleeping Marvel. That should be a freebie here, especially with the bubble being brought down by Bellis Ria, so this attack has already gotten pretty poorly. I do wonder where EasyHan is in terms of payload progression. You see him underneath now. It's almost up, so that's, you know, that's reasonable. I think trading Marvel's life for some extra progression is okay, because once that happens, now EasyHan can actually join the fight in a proper 5v5 instead of having to go off on an adventure pushing payload, forcing his team to take a 4v5. It will actually inch it ever so further forward, dragging some attention away from the rest of the Valiant trying to move up. So EasyHan's currently doing his job as exactly as he needs to. It's the rest of Valiant that need to take high ground.
A nano going to be used on the Bellis Ria. He jumps in, manages to find Lengza. Zest in the meantime dashes. Gets the elimination here onto EasyHan moments before he can have the pulse bomb online. So good time buy just for the nano. Overall, not a bad fight whatsoever for the side of the Fusion, playing the economy wisely. It's Marvel trying to inch forward. Wasn't quite aware that MN3 was going to be on the flank, so he gets a couple free shots into his backside and starts to build up for this ult now. Also re-up making his exit, has the Primal to rely on in case he gets to the dire straits, and MN3 will find another elimination. Now the ult is going to be up for the Sojourn.
There's just too many players down here. Easy Hard won't be able to get anything on the Pulse Bomb. He does get Zest down, though, so perhaps a 5v4 that is actually workable. That plus a Flux could be it.
Oof. Well, they're trying to
Primal,
open it up. Flux drops Bellisria down, and then, yeah, he waits it out, pops the Primal, make sure he gets fully topped up on the HP rather than having it get cut in half. Rally popped as Fixa offering up some green HP for his team. Langsa now going to be doing much the same as they look to try to break through, and Bellisria going down is a really good start to it all.
Oh,
but MN3 up on the high ground. He's got the ult rolling. Managed to find Easy Hunt, but can he make it out to safety? It's falling lower and lower, and eventually will get picked. Dia finds that kill. Now the cart going to advance forward once more. Bob at the ready can just send it into the corner as well to try to cut off one of these entry points from the side of the Fusion, and that's exactly what they're going to do. And instead, the Fusion will have to disengage. We've got a couple players quite far forward. It may prove difficult for them to exit.
Zest looking for Blade, I think, but just too low HP. He has been discorded. Still gets a kill on the East Card on the exit despite all that.
They're turning this. Dia's only able to find Fixa. In the meantime, he's the last one left standing, and they're chasing forward. They want to get him before he can make his way into the spawn room, and they will do it. It's an extended team wipe off the back of the cap, and now Fusion, they've got hangar control. Granted, the door's not shut yet, so it's a little bit easier for the Valiant to break through, but this is a massive win for them to drain the time bank down.
And Marvel's actually opted for the D.Va here as well. Part of me actually thinks he could go Winston just to match Bellisria. I still don't think Winston's good in this meta, but when the other main tank is doing it, you could probably do it too because they do bail you out on that pick. The D.Va, I mean, this is just a hanger face thing, right? Because you need some high ground control. Here comes the Nano Blade.
And yep, Zest is getting right up into their faces. Takes Molly low, doesn't get the kill, so it will just be the one kill found with the Blade. For 2 ults, but it's still going to be time bought, which is all the Fusion are really going to be caring about. As Dia now going to be swapping over to the Widowmaker to try to break things open a little bit more. We'll see if he can make it happen. Bellisria just holding the door, zapping away at Marvel, trying to keep him low, and okay, yeah, he got one, and it's a high-value target. MN3 taken down right off the rip.
And I was going to say, maybe things would be difficult for Dia because in order to make Widowmaker work on this attack, your team needs to open up angles for you. If you can't see anything, Widowmaker does nothing. 30 HP. Should be okay, though. The 5v4 advantage is now gone. They have to spend most of it just pushing. Bellisria punished. No Primal just yet.
Yeah, he's just a % away from it. Does go down. That's going to be that much more space bought open here for the side of the Valiant. So, while the time bank matching is going to prove to be still a bit difficult, they are making this run to be very much a reality. Marvel falling down low. Looks like he will be able to hold on to the mech for a little bit longer. Molly just keeping that trance available. And now will be forced to pop it as he does fall down, but Dia's already been picked off, and that is a lot of the pressure alleviated here for the side of the Fusion. They don't have to worry about those random stray shots flying through, catch them in the skulls. Now they can just focus on aggression. The dive comes in, Langsa being juggled into the corner, wisely holds onto the rally. Would have just been a waste, and we'll just have to reset. Now it's going to be a minute remaining here for the Valiant.
Time is definitely quite unfortunate here to work with. Self-destruct as well. I don't really see any major value being bought there. Perhaps if you can get to the actual payload, force a fight on the payload, throw the self-destruct up and sneak the payload across, but can still be blocked by a good bubble from Bellisria. There's just too many ults coming online as well. You know, Aim God was a Nano. That's a big kill, though. Nano wasn't there, and Bellistria's down.
Get the tap, looks for a little bit more there. Dia unable to get the shot on the Aim God, but the dive into the back just come through. He managed to stay alive for a little bit longer. The Nano using his near dying breath. I think what he thought was going to be his dying breath. Goes out of the Zest, and it does help keep him alive, but Zest has to make his exit. And MN3 finding one, ends up getting traded. It's Marvel now gone, the main tank. The rock that they need to stay situated here on the cart does get picked off, but as they clear him out, they will be able to get this cap. So, 1 minute and 40 seconds for this final stretch of the Valiant. They very well could take this into extra innings.
Some really big miracle picks coming through in the Valiant, right? I mean, 2 fights in a row where Bellisria goes down, no responses, no trades. Bellisria first time and no Primal. Second time, not entirely too sure what happened there, but Aim God was only a couple percentage off the Nano boost. Could have been used to save him had he had it. It's just really unfortunate. In the Philadelphia Fusion, no tank, twice in the fight. Valiant start pushing up. Dia gets a frag as well. MN3 wanting to respond to the Widowmaker, so Dia's presence on the battlefield on this Widowmaker now being felt for sure, as Fusion don't want to take any chances on these long-range deals.
No, they do not. No, they have to be even more cautious as the Infrasight is up. Bellisria going to be taking the Discord Orb, makes his quick exit. Marvel falling low once more, but it looks like they can keep him sustained, so we'll be healthy. Cart not much longer to go. Time bank just dipping under that of the
Waiting
Fusions.
for picks. They're both just waiting for Widowmaker picks, I think, so far. I mean, there's a Transcendence as well. Valiant kind of want to make this happen. There it is. A couple picks coming through. Dia going large.
Absolutely does. Manages to find both the DPS on the side of the Fusion. Bellisria a little bit late on that roll through to try to peel and get rid of that pressure. Riley rolling from Fixa, desperately trying to stay alive, but without aim god there, it's just not going to be feasible. The cart now can start advancing forward, and it's all on Bellisria and the DPS who are rejoining the fight to try to keep this cart halted. For now, it's working a treat. Bellisria pile driving down, has the minefield available, but MN3 gets picked off. Molly finding that elimination. Bellisria taking lower and lower. The Discord Orbs once more doing wonders for the side of the Valiant to get rid of this main tank. He ends up dying. Zest with a pulse bomb, doesn't find anything, and yeah, the cap will come through. So it's going to be 1:46 to a minute flat as we get ready to go into overtime.
I mean, wow, Dia really opened things up there. Double frags, finally goes down, punished by Bellisria, but I mean, his frag's super impactful. And Valiant still have even a 4v3 advantage that's enough to get them across the line. That on top of Linksa coming through with the rally towards the end, everything you need. And this play by Molly as well, which really just shuts down Zest, kind of showing off the new Zenyatta mechanics with the kicks, right? Kicked him twice, discords him, means even with a nano, Zest didn't. He couldn't survive. Even with the nano, it just felt like his survivability was too low. Zenyatta is currently just beefy. Incredibly difficult to take down.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when backed up by a break. But even more, I mean, the teams here aren't even playing the BAP with the Zen. And BAP Zen together is a wild combo because BAP's ability to keep the Zen alive, I think, is even better than the Briggs' ability to keep the Zen alive right now. So I don't even think we're really seeing the full potential of the comps being played because both teams are kind of leaning towards things that I would still somewhat consider to be off angle based on what I've seen, based on what I believe is good, based on the results I've seen from NA as well. You know, figuring things out as we are in the APAC region. Bellisria attempting to make the Winston work, and I think that actually kind of cost them a little bit on the B. You saw Bellisria going towards the ball, towards the end there. Much more survivability. Just wasn't really giving them the results on B, I think.
Well, Molly eliminated off the rip as the gates do open. I mean, just a reminder here, the Valiant did not have much time to work with at all. So any picks that are found by the side of the Fusion are absolutely massive value in trying to get this full hold in overtime.
You see the difference in positioning from Fusion as well. Previously, Bellisria wanted to play a lot more for the high ground control up against Valiant, wanted to push in. Now, Bellisria is playing low ground to prevent the payload from moving up. Understanding that within 1 minute, Valiant need to max out on payload distance. Ideally, Valiant can get this payload onto high ground again through the actual tunnel. It looks like it should be going there. Fusion need to kind of come back a little. They have to stop this payload and then prevent the Valiant from maintaining high ground control either.
Got it held in
Valiant
place
going
now.
below.
The contest is there. That's going to be the 4 set on the overtime. Now push. Starting to resume once more as Zest ends up going down. Molly with a nice headshot. Gets rid of the enemy Genji. Right now it's going to be unhindered push coming through. Jump into the back from Bellisria. He's just
this might be
completely
a
isolated. Yeah, he's away from the rest of the squad. He ends up going down. MN3
it is a cap.
through. Doesn't manage to find anything, and the cap is there. Now MN3 is going to be dead. The cleanup will come through onto the supports. A sleep dart in his dying breath, but that's about it. The card is going to advance forward into the hangar. The Valiant are making it happen.
I mean, this is a lot of distance for 1 minute, Achilles. It's insane. In fact, with 146 on Fusion, they're not guaranteed to match this anymore. This is really dangerous territory for the Fusion. The fact that they just get picked for no reason. I mean, Molly just gets a frag onto Zest. Things keep going badly for the Fusion. They lose Bellisria as well. All of this pick potential from the Zen and the Widowmaker for the Valiant has given them a massive turnaround, and it happens again.
A huge shot from Dia right into the drop ship. Looks for a little bit more. Narrowly whiffs the hit, though. God staying alive for a little bit longer, but Zest in the meantime back over towards the cart. He gets
Look at the
picked
payload.
Off. That's the DPS gone once more. And yeah, it's so much distance absolutely for free here on the side of the Valiant. And once more, Bellisria, he's got to exit. He can't just be the lone person playing forward. He knows that he'll get ripped to shreds because of Molly. He's got to wait for the DPS. He goes back in the very last moment. A meter left to go. The Nano going to be used to try to get the Primal online for Bellisria. He's just 10% away from that. Zest as well with the blade. Nearly
Molly
ready
trans.
to draw it out. Molly has the trans. He pops it. Dia finds a shot. Gets rid of Fixa. Marvel going to be taking a nap for now, but he is not under any threat. And the cap has come through once more. They continue to make it happen. The Valiant making the miracle run all the way to the final stretch.
And better yet, they're able to farm ultimates because Bellisria can't pop the Primal there. Zest is committed as well. Fusion is just slowly losing this one, and they've lost all control of this map entirely. Valiant have gone from perhaps going down 0-3 to actually reigniting their hopes by winning this map. It's looking far more likely now. So much distance off only 1 minute, and Fusion don't even get a chance to use any ultimates. They still have like nearly 4 ultimates online that they just couldn't use.
And now with the Infrasight rolling, it forces them to play so cautiously. You can see them not really wanting to advance past the corner, other than Bellisria, who does have that Primal rolling. He can't clear the cart, though. If he could just bat them away for but a second, the OT would bleed away so very rapidly. He dives in the back. The bubble's going to be used. Nade goes out. The rally rolling as well. Everything just to try to keep him alive. Dia, though, finds Zest. MN3 will finally get rid of the enemy Widow, though. Nailing him with that rail. Looks for a follow-up shot. Can't get it. He himself now dropping low. The cart continues to creep forward. 29 HP just tucked against the wall, trying to stay alive. The heals will finally start flying his way. He's back into the fight, but he can't quite hit this elusive target of Easyhan. Blade into the back lines, looks for Molly, finds it, but Dia finds the elimination. Marvel now going to be deep-backed, and could this be the end? The Baby Diva going to be killed off there, running out of options for players who can try to play forward onto the carpet. Dia once more finds another shot. The headshot there on Fixa. He jumps onto the high ground, looks for a little bit more, tries to get the flick onto MN3. Can't make it happen. Nano goes out from Aim God onto Bellisria as they continue to try to close it. He's looking for Aim God. He can't get it. The sleep comes in, and as Easyhan will fall, the OT will bleed away. But with just a minute in the time bank, the Valiant, I think, outdid their wildest dreams on this push.
And it's like, well, the Valiant didn't finish the map, they didn't cap, but who cares? They don't need to. This is already monstrous distance. Realistically speaking, Valiant shouldn't have been able to get more than a little bit of distance on B should they cap A. I think the A cap is somewhat reasonable. Sometimes on 1 minute you can get that A cap done, but the fact that they get through the entirety of B in a situation where, once again, it comes down to the star player on this team, Dia. He'll be the guy you can rely on to get it done for the Valiant. Finding these frags. Molly also, by the way, finding some frags, getting the damage in there, showing the power of the Zen, the Discord and the kick. Putting Fusion in such an awkward position where ultimates are coming online, but not an opportunity to use them as the payload is about to finish. You're in like a 3v5. Yeah, you could probably play Bellisria, probably actually should go for the Primal there, but none of that happens. Everyone's still holding on to ultimates, still waiting for MN3 and Fixa to find those ultimates, and then they just lose B unceremoniously. But for Valiant, this is a real shot at a comeback now. I don't want to go too far and say they can make a reverse sweep happen, but my God, if there's any shot in hell to make it happen, it's got to start here, and it's looking good.
That does. Well, now gates opening up. Just that 46 seconds, the advantage here for the side of the Fusion. MN3 out the gate, looking to match. Dia has been on a heater on this map so far, so MN3 going to have his work cut out for him. Has had high praises, sung about him by Dia himself. Let's see if we can bet if he can best him. As for now, the cart going to be rolling forward for free. Zest just keeping that moving. Minor contest there from Easyhan as Dia waits for the Genji to show his head, but the deflect is there, so he pulls back around the corner for now.
Okay, and, Marvel's also just ping-ponging between the payload itself and trying to maintain some high ground control. The game here for the Fusion is just to maximize cart push while getting nano charge for Aim God. They need a nano boost to basically win this one, unless MN3 can open up the book. And he's got to be the one as well, because Dia's been doing it on the opposite end for Valiant. Just having MN3 here, putting the pressure on Dia is important. Shots like that, it's just a body shot, but it puts Dia down. It allows Dia, or rather it forces Dia into situations where he can't just take open angles. So if it slows down Dia and it allows the Fusion to get their own win conditions online, then that's what they can do.
30 seconds remaining, as the announcer says. Cart just
Aim
now
God
getting ready to finish cresting over top of the ramp. Aim God, as you say, 10% off the nano for now. Bellisria continues to poke and prod forward, just being a bit of a battery here for the Ana. See how the engage looks. Easyhan moving forward. The pulse button goes out. Does not find a stick. somehow not going to be able to get that elimination. That could be costly as MN3 drops down to the low ground, peeks through, takes the Tracer's head clean off. Now they look for a little bit more as we roll into overtime, and Fusion have quite a bit of distance. MN3 going to be caught off guard. Dia out on the top left, managing to find that elimination. Now looks for a little bit more. The Nano going to be used. Goes on to Bellisri as he chases forward. They get the trance out of Molly. Now he's going to be isolated.
Primal.
The kick coming out, just trying to keep him at range. And now the Primal goes in, dive into the back line. They identify where Dia's at. He wants to get this kill. He wants to keep him occupied. They will be able to eliminate him, but it's at the cost of Fixa. Easy Han just dashing around, manages to find that elimination, but Bellisri says, I'll do you one better. I'll take out your Brigitte as well. Gets the kill, Easy Han. Finding a little bit more value there, but has just a sliver of HP, so cannot continue to contest. And this will be a cap on A for the side of the Fusion, but that's just one step of many that they need to take.
And they do it without the supports as well. Aim God going down there after Fixa. Still stayed alive for some time. They're really important that Zest manages to save the Blade. If Zest had to invest Blade, things could go poorly for the Fusion as they need to snowball. That's how you get B cap. That's how you make an attempt at C, but time works against them now. They have to play perfectly, can't lose any more fights. The Widow battle, the Widow duel, the Widow picks will determine how this goes.
And MN3 starts it off nicely with a kill on Amali, just going to be further delaying that next Transcendence. Card for now moving, getting ready to round the last corner and start up the ramp.
No one can
Infrasight can be matched, and it will be. Dia popping his own. Easy Han going to have a second attempt at a pulse bomb kill. As he gets ready to have that ult online. Bellisri is way out in no man's land. He ends up going down, and that could end up being the end of it here. As the Widows just stare at each other through their little wall hacks. Easy On this time will get an elimination. That's going to be Aim God. Gone, Fix It gets eliminated, and they will be able to hold it here in front of Point B. The Valiant take the first step out of 3 and pulling off a reverse sweep over the Fusion. This series is not done yet.
And just remember, you know, the LA Valiant have a history of going deep in a series. They are not to be bested in 3 Swift maps, right? They want to take this further, and, you know, they've been to many map 5s. I think they've been to more map 5s than even Shanghai Dragons have. So, it's not going to be an easy one for the Philadelphia Fusion if they want to win this one today. They did outclass the Valiant on our first 2 maps. It looked like they were outclassing the Valiant again on the attack, but small little bits and pieces there that you did see from the Valiant working out, slowing down B, slowing down C, eventually winning fights on C, and then obviously when you look at the time bank offense, they're so brilliant. Dia carrying the majority of the way alongside Molly to give them an opportunity to win this map, and they do it.
A battle of the Widowmakers that Dia can walk away from with his head held high. They still have their work cut out for them, though, as we get ready to go into New Queen Street for push. That is going to be coming up after the break, and we'll see if the Valiant can continue this Cinderella story reverse sweep when we come back, so don't go anywhere.
This ends now.
And welcome back, guys. We're not done yet. Our first series continues onward as the Valiant managed to make a valiant effort on the side of Watchpoint Gibraltar. They take the first step in pulling off a reverse sweep, but they still have their work cut out for them as we get ready to go into New Queen Street.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a heroic comeback for the LA Valiant, but they have to keep that going right throughout the rest of the series. Queen Street's been a bit of a 50-50 map for them as well. I actually think their win rate on this map is below 50-50 anyway, but they did actually get their first ever series win here against the Chengdu Hunters on New Queen Street, but prior to that, they'd really struggled on this particular map. So we'll see if things have changed now that we're in the second tournament series, the second tournament stage of the entire year. I mean, the journey only begins, right? You've managed to best the Fusion on one map. Can you do it again? And then once more after that?
That is the question, and we'll have to just only wait and see, because there are going to be some substitutions from both teams. I don't think anything necessarily on the side of the Fusion that would be too puzzling, but Dia, even with his incredible Widowmaker performance, are going to be swapping Innovation back in, likely to play the Tracer you would expect. I mean, we'll have to just wait and see, I suppose. And then Sashin as well, going to be rejoining, taking over for Marvel. So does this mean that we get more Zarya on push?
I hope not, because if you get Zarya here, then Balestria gets a very easy matchup with the Rhine. He instantly can go and lock that Rhine, and this can basically only go one way. I think Sashin's best hope here is to go towards the Doom, hope for a Doom 1v1 kind of matchup with Balestria also matching the Doom, and then things will look okay from there. That's basically Sashin's two options, Doom or Zarya. Would not recommend the Zarya. Sigma should really be in the conversation here as well, but I'd like to see Sashin engage with that. Otherwise, I think Valiant's preferred Sigma player might actually be Marvel, and if they want to do that, they should keep Marvel in. I think maybe they should just keep Marvel in anyway, but No Hill's got better ideas here. Leaving Dia out is interesting, but I think it's because they really want to bank on EasyHan as the premier Sojin player for the team, and Innovation being the, I guess, designated Tracer player, which leaves Dia only on the maps where he can come in, snipe on the Ash, on the Widowmaker, and New Queen Street is not one of those maps.
Yeah, certainly not. Maybe with a couple more iterations of the beta patching and whatnot, maybe then we'll see the snipers become a little bit more viable on push, but for now, widely going to be absent, so Dia makes a step away, and somebody who's often in the conversation when it comes down to snipers, but not so much this season, is Carpe. Obviously makes his return, because this has been kind of the standard set plays that we've been seeing from the Fusion. He comes back in for the push maps.
And for the Sojin especially as well, I think people had questions about who the primary Tracer play was going to be for the Fusion in the preseason. Zest is the answer there. MN3 also does play a reasonable amount of Tracer. Carpe has in the past, but right now, Zest is for sure the designated Tracer player of the team as we move away from a Genji meta, although we did see some Zest Genji. Genji's not really flavor of the month anymore. Now that the backline's much harder to kill, Zen's super buffed up, Bap's hard to kill, Briggs always been hard to kill for Genji. It's just not super viable for Genji to do what he did in the kickoff clash. Zest will be pretty much only playing the Tracer, you'd hope at least, on this particular map now.
Let's see what they have pieced together. For now, Sashin is going to be flashing the Zarya. And when he did it on Midtown, he did not swap away. We'll see if it's going to be a change up here.
Well, he swapped too late. He swapped in like the final fight when they were losing. So
Sure.
it was a little bit too late.
Well, with the clock running down, seems like he's going to stick to it once more. Innovation with the Sombra, likely just to be a scouting mission. As Zest just going to swap
Is
over
it
to
Tracer?
the Tracer. And, yeah, we'll see what happens now. Spellisria goes rolling forward, and we'll be able to see the
Well, I'll tell you
Zarya.
what. I actually think Innovation rolling on the Sombra is an interesting read because he's read that Bellistria could be coming out on the ball. If Bellistria comes out on either ball
True.
or Doom, Innovation Sombra now has a purpose in the game. So he's just going to hack Bellistria and keep hacking Bellistria forever.
He's going to try to, at least. It took him low. It's the bot now going to be unlocked. Carpe going to be traded out, but it will be both Sojourns falling on either side as Sasha chases forward, looks for that elimination, but can't quite find it. The Immortality Field comes through to try to keep Aimgod alive. Still eats a little bit of damage to Sasha for now, just focusing on building up his energy, but has he overstepped? Looks like maybe no. Gets the kill here onto Fixa. Looks for a little bit more energy right here in the middle, and Sasha will be able to pick up a couple kills and start surging towards this graph. Already halfway there, and now it's going to be progress on the bot for the side of the Valiant.
I mean, he's not punished on this pick right now because, well, the ball isn't going to be the hero to punish the Zarya at all. In fact, Valiant on the back of Innovation Sombra, which I still don't think is a fantastic hero, but at least has a purpose versus heroes like Ballistria's Bull, allows the Valiant to start getting some reasonable progress, 23 meters and counting, looking for some ultimates. This will have the first one. And it goes wide.
Goes in, but it does not find much purchase. No kills going to be found here for the side of the Fusion. But now just going to be shipping the bot back across the opposite side of the way. But as I say that, Molly finds Fixa. Carpet gets dropped. So with some nice kills coming through, it's going to be the Valiant very much not allowing the Fusion to gain any lead whatsoever here on New Queen Street.
No, it's, you know, barely a fight win there for the Fusion. Payload instantly being pushed backwards now. And you just see from Innovation's POV just constantly hunting down Bellistria, will even use them to farm the EMP. The issue here is the EMP is still a pretty lackluster ultimate, one of the worst ones available in the game, so they need to be able to land damage appropriately on specific targets to, you know, get that 5v4. Aimgod does have a Transcendence though, so likely when this comes out, should be Aimgod countering in a minute.
Okay, uses it,
Maybe
and
not.
Immortality Field is there to keep Zest alive, so EMP not going to be finding much value, as you were kind of alluding to there. Carpe, however, is completely surrounded. Like I said, just booping him away, making sure that he cannot try to retreat back over to the rest of his team. Aimgod, in the meantime, has been left out to dry. The minefield forced just to stop the bot from advancing forward anymore, but Molly, once more, finds a headshot. Easyhan with the rail, manages to get Zest as well. That's going to be a big delay here on the DPS for the side of the Fusion because Carpe had died just moments before. Now the bot once more is pushing and they're going to make the checkpoint.
Certainly are. I mean, Aimgod ends up using Transcendence when a couple of members have already gone down, likely wanted to hold it for a little bit longer. Didn't feel the need to use it versus the EMP, which I actually respect. EMP is not a particularly good ultimate, so Aimgod didn't feel pressured for that. But when the fight actually starts moving along after the EMP has concluded, that's when the rest of Fusion need to start thinking about where those ultimates will and should be coming online. Los Angeles Valiant, well, they'll get the necessary picks above what they found with the initial EMP, and they still keep going. Grab coming on in, it actually misses.
Yeah, really nice shield bash timing away there from Fix. It keeps himself just out of reach, but it's not going to help them win the fight at all. They already lose out on 2, now 3 as the supports are gone from the side of the Fusion, who can just find 0 ground to stand on whatsoever. The bot is advancing. They're now over 80 meters, Avril. There's still a hell of a lot of time, sure, but this is a monstrous push from the Valiant.
It's already probably too much. I mean, we're looking at 90 meters plus. We are looking at 10 minutes, though, so still 6 remaining. Usually it would be 4 remaining here, so there's more time for the Fusion to make a comeback happen, so can't count them out just yet because of that. Bellistria opts for the Sigma here, so it'll be the first time we are seeing a Bellistria Sigma. He's not normally an off-tank player. This is something you'd expect that Fury would rather be playing. Opts not to go for the Rhine, which I find to be very interesting.
No, he does not. Maybe they don't want to do a multi-change-up and have to bring the Lucio into the mix either. Hard to say. Either way, Carpe is trying to get himself a bit of an angle. Yeah, to maybe try to use this. But now the bot just being held in place. Sasha just playing back inside, playing safe, keeping this locked into position, not allowing the Fusion to gain an inch.
Molly with the trance available, another EMP coming online. I mean, this time we're still hoping Innovation can get something done. He doesn't even need the EMP, just gets a kill.
Yeah, EMP be damned. He just goes ahead naturally, finds the elimination there onto Aimgod. More time, more space bot. The bot trying desperately to shift back into their favor here to the side of the Fusion, but it's not going to happen. The EMP comes out, they get Bellistria, they get Fixa. And now the Valiant, they're going to be pushing forward. They're going to break 100 meters.
Probably at this rate, and that's disastrous. I mean,
A minute ago, I was saying that Fusion could attempt to come back, but with less than 5 minutes now and over 100 to push. Remember, Fusion have 230. They start from scratch. I mean, 230 might as well be 0 at this rate. 110. Valiant could even finish the map if this keeps going up.
They very well could with the heater that they're on right now, and EasyHan gets zest. Once more, the DPS falling over. Spraying through, waiting for a target with a rail, not going to get the hit. Instead, Carpe sends one back his way, but EasyHan gets the shot across onto Bellisria. Transcendence rolling from Molly, goes chains straight into the sound barrier. They are destroying the fight, and they are looking for the cap. I cannot believe this is happening. The dash forward, Zest manages to touch in time, manages to recall out. Bellisria desperately tries to swap over onto the Doomfist, but the grab was waiting for him. He gets greeted with it as the cleanup comes in. One after the other, the Fusion members pile in onto the bot, and they die. And that will be the completion. The Valiant are making it happen, Avril. They take us into a map 5. They effectively sweep. We might not have full holds on push, but that is the damn closest thing you can get to a full hold on push.
I mean, basically, right, that was a complete wipe coming in from the Valiant. I still don't think the Zarya is a great pick, but it was completely unpunished by the Fusion. Their response was to play a ball that eventually swaps into a Sigma. They're already about 100 meters behind at that rate. Here's a really disastrous fact for the Fusion fans, and the last time I said this, I warned you, cover your ears. You're going to have to cover your ears again for the next 3 seconds. Fun fact from me, Fusion only had 3 final blows that entire map, and none of them were from the DPS or the tank. 2 on Aim God, 1 on Fixer, 3 total final blows the entire map, and they were both on the supports. All 3 of them.
Wow.
On both supports.
Well. That is not exactly awe-inspiring if you're cheering for the Fusion, but now it all comes down to one final map, Lijiang Tower, the battlefield to determine it all in our first series back in APAC for the Mid-Season Madness qualifiers, and this one is absolutely delivering. Valiant pushing it to its limits. Can they complete the reverse sweep, though? That is the question. We'll find out in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere because you clearly do not want to miss this. And welcome back. Let there be light, Valiant fans. It is, you're so close. Just keep going forward. They almost have a reverse sweep. I can't believe that this is actually happening.
I know.
We kind of joked about it when, Fusion went up 2-0. Like, oh, they gotta get this military-grade copium and all that. Now it's actually happening. And the thing is, I remember looking at the chat after that Midtown, and you know who I saw, Avril? You know who I saw?
I do know who you saw.
I saw
Tazon.
You know what he said? He said 3-2 Valiant, easy. And they might be able to make it happen. I don't know what it is about this guy, but he is just a magical charm for the Valiant. He's been sticking by him all the way through. I don't know. I'm at a loss for words.
All I'm saying is, I know No Hill's got some hookups where he's at, like, cause he's been getting them a team house and all of that. He's just sniping players on other rosters like it doesn't even matter. But how in Lord's name he got military grade copium? Dude, it's working. It's working. And right now it's Fusion that needs some copium. This is, unfortunately, I actually love this storyline that is being generated so far in this particular matchup, but it's going to end in disastrous tragedy somewhere, because either Fusion get reverse swept or Valiant go to another map 5 and don't win. And they've had so many of those so far this season. They go to a map 5, they do everything to get to a map 5, they get there, they fail to close it on out. Fusion as well. Imagine opening the second tournament series with a loss to the Valiant of all teams when you just came second in the kickoff clash. And it's a reverse sweep as well. So 3 chances to win here, 2 of them gone. The last one was disastrous. I mean, Gibraltar was one thing. That was a lot of effort from Valiant to come back. But New Queen Street was like, Fusion weren't in the game. They literally weren't playing the game because, as a reminder, stat-wise, and this is so crazy to me, it's not just 3 final blows of Fusion, it's like 27 on Valiant as well. It was like them playing against nobody on the other side. I don't want to call, this is a little offensive, I'm not going to call them bots, but it's like when you are in a PvE game, you're just farming them. You're farming them. Okay, you are.
Yeah, I didn't realize we were going to have a showcase for the new Overwatch 2 PvE today.
I know.
No.
Wow.
Anyway, Lijiang Tower. We'll focus back up. Lijiang Tower.
Whew.
The final map in this insane best of 5 series. I can't even believe that we're at this point. But
we saw a real hog as well.
I'm not dreaming. This isn't Inception. There's no top spinning on my desk. This is all
I actually rewatched that recently. I waited a very long time. I was like, I want to wait long enough that movie will be amazing to me again. And then it was. Until that movie plotline can be re-incepted into my mind. And I actually enjoyed it a lot more as a mature man now than however old I was when I first went. I don't actually know. But we're going over towards Control Center. It will be Ryan coming on through. Marvel signing out on the Doom, so it's going to be a good time for Marvel. Hopefully that is a reasonable matchup for the Doom.
Zest once more with the May. It's going for the brawl. Bellisray taking a nap, and Easy Han starting things off with a nice little rail headshot. The May says good night. Fix up falling low. Will manage to stay alive here for a little bit longer, so we play a little bit of ring around the Rosie. Marvel getting into the back line, finds Carpe, but Molly has now been taken out. Marvel trying to play along the ledge here, but I mean, he's just pumping shots into the back of Bellisray. He'll get that elimination. That's going to be the cap coming in first to the Valiant.
Yeah, I mean, you just start spreading the Fusion thin, Bellisray getting punched around, the team's getting spread out, and things go from bad to worse. So Fusion now on the back foot. Bellisray has the most ult charge of anybody here by a reasonable, well, by a little bit margin versus Fixer, by a lot versus everybody else. The aim god Anna here should be putting a bit more pressure onto Marvel, starting out with the Bionade.
Well, Fixer picked off Easy Han. Worth is waiting cold right now. Comes up with yet another big pick-off. Under a bit of fire here as Carpe tries to hound him down with this Cassidy, but he's able to just tuck away behind the stairwell. Stays safe. Zest gets pulsed. He is out of there. Good opening kills. They continue to pursue forward. Aim God under fire. There's just not enough healing really to try to keep everybody alive at every twist and turn. It's Carpe now dead as the Valiant chase the Fusion all the way back to their spawn room.
50% and counting now. Things looking pretty decent for the Valiant. You can imagine once that Bellisray has the Shadow, which is upcoming now, should be a pretty free Shadow. There's not really too many ways for the Valiant to survive against it. Certainly no shields. You can either solo Shadow Marvel, it will be good. So this is the best opportunity now for Fusion to get a flip.
Oh my goodness, what a combo. The punch in, they isolate Carpe, they're ready for the kill. Beltria does manage to spare the blushes just a little bit by taking out Easy Han, but as I said, that innovation just gets on top of Zest, and there is no DPS left in this fight. The pin and Beltria will find innovation, drops the hammer, gets the flame strike across over to Molly. Looks for a little bit more. Can't get that further elimination, but the flip is still not here. Beltria charging forward, goes around the corner, they will find Marvel. It's finally some picks coming through, some space bought. But is this going to lead to the flip?
Okay.
It looks like the answer is going to be yes, as they just slide through by a little bit of extra percentage here on the point, but eventually have to surrender it just shy of 99.
And 98 is actually better than 99 anyway, so you'll take that for sure. What's interesting, like you mentioned, is the 5 ultimates online, because Marvel had the Meteor Strike, opts not to use it, doesn't save his own life, and because Marvel goes down, the rest of the Valiant can't stay in the fight, right? They need this Doomfist to carry them through. Marvel's been pretty damn good on the Doomfist today, especially when he's up against the Rhine. Now he gets the Nano.
Great boop. Really nice boop. That's going to be the Deadeye into the back line. He'll put the fist up, try to stay protected. Now the Meteor Strike comes down. He's looking for a prime target. Dives into the back. Decent amount of damage there onto Aim God. Zest in the meantime going to be eliminated. And Easy Han is starting to go off. Comes around the back. He's got the rails rolling. Can't quite get the hit there on a Carpe to eliminate him, but they bought enough space. And that is going to be the OT now rolling through, starting to dwindle down. Carpe, 10 HP. Beltria trying to charge in, trying to get the touch. As they try to deny him away from the point. The sleep is there. Lengsa going to get dropped. Seems like the Fusion might have just been able to reverse this, and they have. They hold on by a thread.
And Fusion losing members as well managed to do that. Marvel with the opening pick here. Links are still down, so not quite a 5 versus 4. The fact that Valiant end up camping slows down Fusion. Okay, they can't win the map just yet, but they prevent Fusion from getting meaningful progress on the point. Ultimate's coming online for Fusion. Once again, watch the Shatter. That's got to be the key piece here. Fusion successfully won a team fight to get the flip in the first place of the Shatter, and they'll start with the Sound Barrier first.
Yeah, they're going aggro. They're trying to find some picks, and they will get Easy Han off here over on the flank. Looks like it's just going to be the Sound Barrier for that initial kill. Valiant having some time on their side. Say, okay, it's fine. Let's go for the reset. Wait and come back as 5 once more. Shatter, Pulse, nearly another Deadeye as well. Fusion having some tools to work with to try to extend this, to try to take it. Shatter held, flips over to the side, does manage to find innovation. That's going to be one elimination coming through, as Langza will be antied out and has to retreat. Will manage to stay alive. His 90% is about to come through. Zest on the hunt, Pulse Bomb at the ready. Can he find a target? He reveals his location. He goes to the back, he gets the stick. That's Molly out of the fight. A huge pick off here from Zest, and that might just be enough for them. We'll have to just wait and see. The rest of the team is here. Innovation with nearly a pulse of his own. Deadeye looking to flush them off the point, and so far it's working a treat. The recall going to be used. Innovation just getting the touch there for a brief moment. Now the dive-in comes through once more by Marvel. He's just so damn low. Meteor Strike about to be online. He now has it. The Nano goes out. Molly sends it over to Innovation. Marvel finds one.
Support's
Six are
gone.
going to be gone. There's no supports in the fight here. But the side of the Fusion, the Pulse Bomb goes on the Beltria, and the Valiant are actually turning this on its head. Carpe gets Molly in his dying breath, but that's all he can do. The cleanup is there. Zest is the only one left standing, and he cannot touch. Had to recall out, and the Valiant will rug pull against the Fusion here in the first round. Control center is theirs.
And it looked like Fusion had the turnaround. They were so close to coming back in. They got towards their 0.99. Bellistria's Rhine started to find some good value. I mean, it was looking good for the Fusion. We were at a point where, by the way, Carpe channeling the Deadeye. Valiant could barely touch, and I'm just looking at this overtime wick, seeing if there was going to be any attempt to retouch on him there, and I believe it was Innovation that was just darting in and out on this tracer, blink in, blink out, blink in, blink out, keeping the point alive long enough to get the rest of the Valiant in, waiting up the Deadeye. Marvel, by the way, lives on 1 HP, 99% ult, didn't have it, lives. Molly doesn't even give him the Nano, gives it to Innovation, and then they get a bunch of picks and just win. Unreal performance by the Valiant to make it through that.
Well, again, we go in. Carpe now going to be shifting over to the Ash. Beltria back to the Wrecking Ball. Much of the same here for the side of the Valiant. If it ain't broke, don't fix it is the mantra here. As things continue to look good for them. For now, they have position on the point. Dive into the back. Beltria looking for a couple tags here, but instead he's really getting locked up, taking low. Discord Orb out onto him.
Oh, he's won.
As he burns lower and lower, but he barely manages to survive. Now it can be a bit of a battery there for Aim God. Zest going into the back, gets on top of Easy Han. As Fixa forced to use that immortality field, looks like he's not under too much extra fire, so we'll be able to stay alive for now. Spellsria comes to peel, try to get rid of that enemy Tracer. They take him low, they get the elimination, and this could be a very fast flip for the Fusion.
I mean, outside of the Carpe Ash, who really should be on Sojin here, it's a much better comp coming through from the Philly Fusion. I can't believe it's taken this long to actually see the double flex supports. The Zen and the BAP together, Carpe getting the opening frag there. Barely a lead for the Valiant. I mean, 16% is really not enough.
Yeah, not great. Now Marvel going to be dead. No real way for him to get out of there without the Meteor Strike available, so will be a reset as Fusion take the lead for now.
Bellis Ria just kind of getting away with his own life, and that's the survivability of the ball, which, seeing a lot more playtime on this patch because the knockback distance means his disruption is something significant, especially on a map like this where you can get environmental kills. So see if Marvel can sort of match it. He does have the damage to get his ultimate.
Tries a quick reply there on the dive in from Marvel. Doesn't get the stick though, doesn't find too much damage. Valiant make their way onto the point. Now it's going to be a Transcendence to start as the window gets popped by Fixa, and Imgod ends up going down. Easy Han finding the elimination now with the immortality field cleaned up. Fixa will fall as well. That support's out of the fight. And Fusion looking like they may just end up losing this here, and they will. Just need to clean up here on Bellis Ria, who is trying to make his exit. No, never mind. He doubles back. He wants to get that next minefield available. By a couple extra percentage, they get up to 59. The Valiant retake, and now they've got 4 ults to try and hold.
And that's right. They have 4 ultimates because they didn't have to spend in that last fight. They just got frags, right? I mean, it was coming down to Easy Han finding picks of the railgun. The rest of the play as well, throwing in damage. Molly got a couple towards the end there as well. He's the only one, the Valiant, that doesn't even have an ultimate. Shouldn't take too long for Valiant to catch up in terms of percentage here.
Yeah, I mean, a good use of the trance. They did have to pop it just to get things going. Now the Bob going to go forward, trying to keep things contested. Bellis Ria crashing in. It's quite a bit of damage there onto Molly. He'll be grateful for the green HP coming in from Malenx's rally. Very much keeps him alive and in the fight, but Bellis Ria needs to get topped up. Easy Han now, just trying to duke it out. Alongside Carpe, still holds on to the ult. And now we'll pop it, slides forward, tries to cut them off, throws the nade down right here into the doorway. Transfer God is nullifying a hell of a lot of this damage though because he just can't quite get the headshots to connect. 2 kills going to be found from the side of Fusion, but it's answered back by 2 from Marvel. Picks up God, picks up Carpe, ends up falling. Marvel is just doing everything
How
right
many
now.
is this?
He gets Fixa. That's going to be 3 for him. The immortality field obviously not quite going to count, but now here he is on the point, still relatively healthy. So is Bellis Ria. He's got Zest to try to back him up. Marvel has to make his exit, but he's straight back into the fight. He keeps this point contested. He does not allow the flip to come through, and now he gets the kill into Bellis Ria. The minefield comes down. They'll just reroute. The flip is there for the side of the Fusion, but for how long, I do not know. Punch in the corner. Zest narrowly manages to make it out with that recall. Keeps himself alive as Marvel once more turns his sights over to the greater share of the Fusion team. Pushing out here onto the walkway, looking for a target, turns back around, punches Bellis Ria in the mouth, and the flip is there for the side of the Valiant. They managed to clear the point long enough. They're back in control, and it's 90% on the board.
No supports for Fusion at all. Bellis Ria, Zest Carpe cannot get healed. Zest probably has to go for the touch, or maybe Bellis Ria just flies on through, but this is Dire Straits Valiant, so close to getting the reverse sweep. Fusion is slipping away.
Molly's got the Transcendence. The Meteor Strike is there. The Pulse Bomb could open up everything here for the side of the Valiant. The Fusion need to retake it, and then you need to win out so many fights from there. Molly throws the trance down. Carpe is eliminated. Marvel staying alive, takes the Meteor Strike out to safety as well. Lang's going to be eliminated, but Molly, as soon as the trance ends, he manages to find one, but innovation, not able to do enough. The Bob out Zest with the Pulse Bomb. They find some eliminations. They clear the point. The Fusion are not done yet, but they had to throw everything in the kitchen sink at this point to get it.
Oh my god, okay, the Bob did actually come on out. I thought it might have gotten cancelled. That can happen if Carpe dies straight away, but Bob will actually get the kill onto Molly there, so plenty enough for Fusion to still stay in this one, and now we go back to another 99 for both sides. We've seen this before. Valiant clutched it out on Control Center. Can they do it again? Here comes that rally from Link, so it's the only ultimate across all 10 players.
Easy Han is not far off, though. You can see he is building him up rapidly. He tries to go for the right click, cannot get it because Molly has already taken out the kill. AimGod now dead. 3 members, 2 now left alive from the side of the Fusion. I think the Valiant may have just made it happen. The flip has come through. The OT is dwindling. Zest is eliminated. Nobody can touch. And oh my goodness, the LA Valiant will pull off the reverse sweep here in the opening match of the Midseason Madness qualifiers. They go down 0-2. In devastating fashion, mind you, on Midtown to the Fusion. but they buckle in. They manage to make it happen. Fight after fight, twist after twist. The Valiant did not relent.
Wow.
They now have a second win under their belts.
1-2, buckle my shoe. Valiant, 2 down, doesn't matter. Everyone just crowding around Lengser as well. Easy Han would be there, but he's currently in Korea. And the rest of them, I mean, it took a gargantuan effort from everywhere. I feel like this started with DS sniping his mind out with the Widowmaker earlier on, and it ends with Marvel carrying through. What a phenomenal fight. If you remember that fight, Marvel gets like 3 kills on its own. He's like the only one alive, by the way, and he just solos everybody. He's just like, we're not going to lose. We're not going to lose. We're actually not going to lose.
It was monstrous.
So,
it was,
and then they didn't. And then they just didn't. Wow.
Completely and utterly monstrous. I mean, a solo clutch like that, it's been so long since I think I've seen that crazy of a solo clutch. I guess Prophet, was the one versus Shanghai. I guess that was technically the last one on Gibraltar or whatever map it was. Maybe it was Ilios, actually. I guess that was the biggest monster clutch that I've seen, given the stakes were higher. But, I mean, Marvel, good God. That performance at the end, if anybody had any doubts about him getting picked up, they can be abated. You know, he had some silly moments on the Doomfist in the first map, but boy, did he learn how to play it again after that.
I mean, it was only silly on the very first round as well, because it's, you know, that's not the best round for a Doom. I think map design-wise, super open, you're going to get poked out. It was silly business for not just Marvel, but the entire LA Valiant, I'd say, on the first 2 maps. But when you move on through, you go to Gibraltar, things start looking different, and to me, you cannot ignore New Queen Street. What an entire blowout from this Valiant squad versus Fusion on that new Queen Street map as well. And you have to credit the fact that, okay, Marvel wasn't even there, so it's not even just about Marvel today. Sashin also able to use that Zarya to, I guess, good success. I'll still, you know, have the caveat that I don't think Fusion punished him, but it is what it is. They capped out. That's rare. It happened. We only needed 6 minutes. One other player, though, because we talked about a bunch here that we have to highlight, ends up being Molly, who receives the player of the match today for his performance on primarily the Zenyatta. Again, things looking very slow in the first 2 maps, but when Molly gets off the Ana, which, you know, I don't think... things are weird here. You know, once you saw the Zen come through, it was just so much better for Molly. You have to be using the Zenyatta. It is so strong on this patch. Ana got nerfed. Not great nano targets that first map. We saw the comp again. It's basically you have to nano Doom Marvel or nothing happens at all. Once we started to move away from that, Molly's had so much damage up, so many frags. One of the key moments I remember Achilles was on Gibraltar again. That's the key map here for me, the turnaround, where Molly just kicks Zest twice and ruins his entire nano blade off like 2 kicks. I mean, that's the power of Zenyatta.
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, they have overhauled the little floaty bot, and now he is a force to be reckoned with in the hands of Molly, especially something that you need to fear. I mean, the guy was putting up incredible figures, both in damage as well as his healing. It was just regularly racking up these transcendences and holding them to, you know, be used in prime moments where it wasn't really going to waste. So phenomenally done by Molly. I think a much deserved player of the match. I think near the end, we could have made an argument for a couple different people, including Marvel as well, just given that final map performance. But Molly was there every single map. He was there the whole way through and played very consistently outside of, you know, again, we won't talk about Midtown. So yeah, very nicely done by him and by the Valiant overall. This has got to be an incredible feeling for the team right now.
It is, and especially considering, and this is where you look at the mental state as well, you have to think about the coaching a little bit here. I was kind of clowning on No Hill for the first 2 maps, and I'm still not 100% convinced by all the comps that are being shown by the Valiant, but, you know, they're learning. They got the win today. But to go down in the fashion they did in the first 2 maps, remember, it was a 4-minute time bank from the Fusion on Midtown as well. So 2 pretty damn one-sided games, and to still have the mental capacity to make a bounce back, to get a reverse sweep for the Valiant, I think is incredible, because most teams would crumble under that type of pressure, knowing how far behind you were on those first 2 maps, and the manner in which you lost, to then come back is something you can't scoff at for sure.
Wholeheartedly agree. So yeah, I mean, they can hold their heads high and feel damn good about that win right there. But guys, we're going to go to a quick little break because I think we have a lot more to unpack given everything that just transpired. So when we return, myself and Avril will chat up this first series a little bit more, and then we'll get ready for the Dynasty versus the Hunters. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back in just a few.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Hello and welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show. I am Zoe Schwind, and joining me in this, well, box on wheels, I guess, are Jonathan Reinforce Larson, Scott Costa, the Kennedy, and Danny Pointy Fingers Lim. What are we doing? Are you directing me?
Yes.
You're doing a great job.
Thanks.
I felt distracted and directed at the same time.
Yeah, no, I was impressed. You know, that was good.
I felt like I had to do something, so I just started doing.
I'm just happy we're all
Like
here.
taking the initiative.
Yeah, we're all here, Danny.
Thank you.
For the whole weekend, we should all be here, right?
Oh, you just cursed.
I was about to say that's a curse waiting to happen.
Oh, it'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Well, we know who to DM in case this goes downhill. Now, gentlemen, whilst we were all fast asleep, happily in our beds in dreamland, the Philadelphia Fusion was wide awake, living through a nightmare, a living nightmare, because they got reverse swept by the LA Valiant out of all teams. Costa, you seem pained, so I want you to talk us through that game. How did the Valiant get it done? So start with you.
I was not ready for that one. Sorry, Johnny. I was gonna comfort you. No, I am uncomfortable, just like every Philadelphia Fusion fan out there. They have gone to 3-4. Somehow we were like, this is the Philadelphia Fusion season. They're gonna win it, and they've ended up 3-4, losing to the Los Angeles Valiant in this one. And it was a reverse sweep as well. It all slowly started to slip away from them. Molly gets player of the match. He was absolutely incredible, making, I believe it was his debut for the Valiant as well. We knew he was good from the past with his flex supports, but due to certain roster swaps, certain not being able to play with other players on the team, he finally is unleashed and absolutely dominated for the Valiant. And it just sort of, it felt like one of those games where the Philadelphia Fusion just dropped the spaghetti somewhere along the line. They were looking so dominant. They were very close to closing out this Watchpoint Gibraltar map, and they would have just won 3-0. Everything would have been fine. Tazon Day would be the only person in chat still saying, let's go Valiant. But unfortunately, we have more Valiant fans now because they did get the reverse sweep on some great play. On the back of Marvel as well, being picked up from the Los Angeles Valiant. He came in, played the Diva here on Gibraltar, but the Doomfist looked very good, helping them up the tempo, play in a style that is aggressive and that enables players like Molly, Innovation, Izihan, Dia as well to really step up to the plate. So maybe this could be the stage that the Los Angeles Valiant really start to find their footing and no-hill season really begins.
Absolutely. Sure. Let's call it right now. Casso said it first. So
it's
again,
happening.
You know that I ranked your complaints too. But that is the second W on the board for the LA Valiant this season. Let's see how many more they can rake up. Now, our second match in the Eastern region was fought out between the Chengdu Hunters and the Seoul Dynasty. Now, to absolutely no one's surprise, of course, Chengdu Hunters did show us a lot of wrecking ball, which is what we wanted to see. And although they did end up losing the series on the hands of Charlie, the 9th of his name. It was still a close one, reinforced.
Yeah, I mean, if the Philadelphia Fusion dropped their spaghetti, this was Angel's hair. This was just chaos all over. Pretty similar to the match before them. It was Seoul Dynasty who came out and looked like the better team for most part of this entire series. We saw Smurf play some of the Doomfist to counter Gaga on the Wrecking Ball, and this is sort of what we expected from the Chengdu Hunters, bringing out the Wrecking Ball composition, Monk playing the Zenyatta that he's so proficient at, and then leave as well with some brilliant carry performances. This composition on King's Row, I mean, you gotta give credit to the Chengdu Hunters. They're playing Genji, Sojourn, Winston. I'm like, all right. Nisha on the Ana had some pretty decent performances as well. Typically, he's the main support character in this team, right? But Seoul Dynasty, they would be the winner of this matchup eventually. And it was interesting because we saw Stalker in the lineup. He's been benched for primarily of the kickoff clash, but replaced Fitz on some pretty, usual picks for Fitz as well, where you'd expect him to come in, play the long-range hit scan on, like here on Gibraltar, for example. Stalker played some Sojourn, he played some Ashe on the defensive side, some Widowmaker as well, which are heroes that Fitz would typically play, right? So the Seoul Dynasty, they get this win, they look good, but I think the main story from this match is really just Stalker being implemented. And if you look at the Sojourn stats this season, I mean, it's only one match, right? But still, first in hero damage, second in railgun kills, third in final blows. Like, these are incredible stats when you compare him against the likes of Kai, for example, Hydron, who's going to play later for the Florida Mayhem, right? These are fantastic Sojourn players that we talk about, but I mean, Stalker coming in and immediately looking like he's on fire, replacing Fitz, who's arguably one of the most underrated players in the entire league. Amazing stuff from Stalker and the Seoul Dynasty. So it was a close match. Yes, Chengdu Hunters, they C9, they could have won it, but I think the big storyline is Seoul Dynasty, the kickoff clash champions, and then moving forward, how are they going to integrate Stalker into their lineup?
Yeah, but fear not if you're a Chengdu Hunters fan. They did seem to have a better grasp on the meta this stage around, so we hope, of course, to see them on the rise once more. Because everyone loves a good Chengdu game, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
We do.
So everyone's a
It's getting a
Chengdu
little
fan.
dicey these days. It used to just be
That's why we love it
Everyone's a
even
Chengdu
more.
fan.
It used to just be fun. They would play Fire Mercy. We'd be like, yay, they did the thing.
Yay.
And now they're like, Jinmu Sombra. And I'm like, ooh.
It was pretty good though. Pretty good
It
Sombra.
actually had its moments. So.
Yep, it did.
Let's see. But yeah,
Unfortunately.
deep in our hearts, we're all fans of the Chengdu Hunters. Now, I know that our job here on the desk is, of course, primarily to heavily influence your pick'ems by gassing up teams, sometimes for no reason whatsoever. And of course, also we want to drive those individual jersey sales as well. And that's why we have a player highlight, our Apex Predator. So which of the players impresses the most overnight in the Eastern region?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for you guys to all buy Molly jersey t-shirts, because I mean, we saw that LA Valiants, they reverse swept the Philadelphia Fusion, and also, Molly's been looking really good. We're seeing how he played the Ana. I think the reason why Marvel really stood out was because Molly's Ana was very impressive as well, and of course the Zen. Molly's end, he was just getting kills after kills. I think that I was watching the Korean broadcast, and the Korean casters put it in a really nice way. They said Molly's sort of performance was what drove LA Valiant to get that reverse sweep. So it was really nice to see Molly. I think Custom mentioned that, I think this might be the year with Molly playing like this. This might be this right at the stage where Valiant wins everything. That's what you said.
No, I didn't. I didn't say they're gonna win everything.
Hey, sales.
Oh,
Yeah, sales.
Yeah, they're gonna win.
Yeah. Tae Day, this one's for you. Yeah. Get those Molly jerseys, everybody.
Well, right. Yeah, no, but he's been dominant, and it is so much fun to see those Zenyatta players popping off again. Like they're the ones who are like, nah, I'm not down for that double for that L. Like I'm gonna make us win. Like let me just quickly enable the entire team.
Just kick them away. If you try and get too close, no, stay away.
No, they have boundaries, and we liked it about Zenyatta. Now let's take a very quick break and replay those images, those scenes of dominance back in our heads a few times, because when we come back, well, it might get a little scrappy, because we're about to hit you with another fantasy draft, Watchpoint edition. Yes. Welcome back once again. Now, after receiving, I call it rave reviews regarding our last fantasy draft, we decided to treat you to another Watchpoint fantasy draft. Yay! That's right. This time it's going to be the Eastern region, so we're gonna pop off. Now, Danny, you're not going to get first pick again because that was a mistake.
You've lost privilege.
You lost the privilege. I'm sorry.
What?
I just want to see where Costa is taking us.
Yeah, like, let me be the driver of the bus.
Yeah. So
you went last time, right?
Yeah.
And we admit, you know, like our support's very important right now to choose the right ones for the job. So Costa, as a former support player, you know, you dabbled in the role here and there.
You were a support player?
That's mean. Who you who you got for us?
Okay, so here's the thing. I think the logical answer, and if you're looking back in history, you want to go for the Shanghai Dragon supports. And you know what I thought? Yeah, that seems irresponsible, right? I'm throwing that out the window. We're not choosing Lee Jae Gunn or Izayaki, okay? I want to highlight some other players. Let's talk about some new blood coming into the league. Vindame so far has been very impressive for me on the Seoul Dynasty. He has been playing the game since like the beginning of 2021. He's only been around for like a year and a half in Overwatch, and he's already putting up these level of performances. He has a title under his name. He's been absolutely dominant on the Lucio and the Brig. Just a great player all round, and excited to see more from him. For my next player, though, I'm going to go for an odd pick, and people are going to come at me on Twitter for this one, but it makes sense. Hear me out. So Aim God for the Philadelphia Fusion has been solid so far. Has he been the best flex support in the East? Probably not. You can make arguments.
That's what you're supposed to
No, Johnny. Okay, it is more than that.
Listen.
It is more than that. I want Aim God on my team because if we ever get into a tavern brawl, I want to have someone like Aim God who's jacked and cracked to back up my team. I want to have that support for my team. He seems like a great leader. I've been watching a bunch of their content coming out. He seems like a great guy. He's a great leader for the team, and he will defend them to the teeth. But also, he is a great flex support player. He's been impressing me again. Johnny, this is my picks, okay? You get your picks. This is my pick. No, but I get first pick. Danny threw last time. I'm throwing this time.
And you're gonna say that my pick was bad for picking Hardy last time.
I didn't say the word bad was never thrown around.
I don't think bad was ever. Danny, stop being so rude.
Imagine if we could do East and West together. We have Hardy and Aim God. They have two big chads guarding the team. No one could get close to.
Guarding? It's about winning Overwatch. It's not about tavern brawls. It's about winning games.
Intimidation, Johnny.
Yeah, intimidation. There you go. Intimidation. If it's in LAN, they sit down. When they handshake, it's an important thing.
That's an important moment.
Imagine you have to go through Hardy and then end with
Profit
Aim
is so
God.
intimidating.
It's done.
Yeah.
They can't even focus on the game.
That's why they won the kickoff clash. Yeah.
So intimidating. Okay, well, Johnny, you still have to. Maybe you can fix it. I don't know. You get the tanks. Fix it.
Tank.
That's true. You got the one tank actually. So who's the one to make this right?
I think in this situation, the very reasonable thing to do would be to go with the Shanghai Dragons players in this scenario.
I don't like your
I'm not gonna go there. No. I mean, obviously, I think Void is an amazing tank player, and he probably would have been my first pick. But I think that Smurf from the Seoul Dynasty has just been so solid this year, and not only because he's like great and probably the best Winston in the league, but also because his flexibility has really impressed me. Yeah. He can play the Sigma at a very high level. The Soria was on point in the kickoff clash as well. And you have like an elite level Winston. If you take a look at the stats this season so far, tied second final blows, third primal rage kills. I mean, these are fantastic numbers. And if you actually look at their games when he's diving with Profit on the Tracer, it's some world-class stuff. So being able to play the Winston at a super high level, combined with being able to flex over to these off-tank picks, I think that's super impressive for a standalone tank player on this team. Yes, there are some really good tanks in the APAC region, and I mentioned Void already, but the added flexibility of Smurf here this season has been eye-opening for me, because honestly, I wasn't expecting him to play at this high of a level at so many different heroes. So Smurf is my pick for our fantasy team.
Okay. You know what? I'm all right with that one.
It.
That's good. We can respect that. Danny, I don't like the face you're already making. Danny Damage Limb.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, no.
Can you guys call me that from now on? Danny Damage.
For one day, you'll get
Makes
Damage
me sound
Limb.
dangerous and important.
You want to be dangerous?
I love feeling
Danny
important.
Danger Limb. Okay, it's a good.
How about dangerous damage?
Danger Damage Limb. Either way, you get to choose one though.
I get to choose. Okay.
I can't give you two.
I mean, I kind of already know what Zoe's gonna go for. She's gonna meme anyway, so I wanted to take this seriously. Because last time I picked I was serious, but not really. It was like 50-50, but this time I'm like super serious.
You weren't.
I am super serious, and I had to go with Shanghai Dragons Lip because I thought we needed a really good hit scan player. Because I know what Zoe's gonna pick, not a hit scan player, someone from probably the West. But
I would never.
But okay, what can I say about Lip? He's from Shanghai Dragons. Have you guys seen him play Soldier, Tracer, Ashe, Sombra? Widowmaker. What else? Hanzo, yeah, what else?
Winston.
Probably at this point, probably every hero. Probably, I'm guessing he's gonna be good on Brig as well if he's on it.
Sure.
Yeah, why not? It's just,
Why not?
If Brig is
like all around great player, just mechanically gifted. It's always a joy to see him. And I don't know, I think he was the right choice for this role, for the Overwatch Owls. Actually, no, that's for the West. We have to come up with a new name for this one. But yeah, I mean, always, I think, yeah. I'm gonna just go as far to say that Lip is probably the best hit scan player that we have in the league currently. And stats, baby, boom, look at that. What are you gonna say to that? You can't say anything.
I'm proud of you, Danny. That's a good pick right there.
Yeah?
Reliable.
Right? Right, I'm being serious for this one, you know? No jokes.
You're intimidating.
I ain't fooling around.
Yeah, no, I can work with that. So I get to choose our second damage dealer, and you know.
Who would it be?
I don't even know how Danny called that. Fine, yes. I wanted to shoehorn proper into this lineup. I may or may not have impressed you that.
I knew it!
This is so good. Okay, I'm just kidding, of course. Of course.
Right. You pick someone else?
Yeah, no, I have a serious pick as well. Although I do think Proper will make a great lineup addition. I take the other guy with a P, Profit. That's right. So put the tweets down, everyone watching, and picking Profit, all right? Of course, no Barn is complete without the GOAT. Profit, probably one of the greatest all-time players we have had in the league. Stats don't always back that claim up, but he's just been such a staple. He's been just such a constant, and he's just very reliable as far as damage dealers go. He is, of course, also very versatile. So, you know, he had ups and downs, but he was always on the top of the leaderboards in some way, shape, or form. So I think Profit would make a fantastic addition for literally any team. On anything. Yeah. So let's take a quick look at his tracer stats this season. Yeah, we can ignore the damage as well as the deaths, but the rest looks pretty good. I mean, the pulse bump attach rate there, that's nasty.
He's the Honda Civic of the Overwatch.
Wait, what? You called Profit the Honda Civic?
No, not a Tesla.
Where are you going?
No, he's the Honda Civic because he's reliable. He might not put up the biggest numbers. He's not the fastest. He doesn't have the highest damage, but he always gets the job done.
Exactly.
And he's reliable. He's trustworthy. Doesn't use too much gas. I love me a Profit.
Yeah, he'll get you over the finish line.
Yeah.
If you drive a Profit, you're safe. It's a good bus, to be honest.
Sponsor time, baby.
Honda Civic is not a bus.
Honda.
Anyway,
Honda,
it's
we
a
looking
great
at
ride.
you. I know you're looking at us. We love you.
Well, let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at the entire squad. Let's see where we ended up with. I think we did okay.
Yeah. Other than the supports, I think I like.
Yeah, the supports are pretty bad.
Other than
what do you mean?
No, they're not bad. Oh my god, I'm talking about players here. I can't say that they're bad.
Yeah, did you say Vietnam was bad?
They're almost the best. They're almost the best.
Yeah, I really like this team other than couple supports.
Okay, trust me, these are great players.
I find it interesting that we ended up with 3 Seoul Dynasty players here. Just like in our Western one, we ended up with 3 Gladiators. But is there a recency bias? No, can't possibly be us.
No.
Nah, that's ridiculous. Like,
what are we gonna call this team though? Is it Overwatch?
Oh, we need a.
Anyone?
The Overwatch Night Owls, because
the Night Owls. Oh, I love that.
Okay.
Oh, so smart. That's why we got you on the desk. Thank you so much, Kasta. I should have complimented you. I did it again. Oh boy. Anyway, we're going to take a quick and short break, but when we get back, we'll break down today's premier match, which will be Florida versus Dallas. So don't go anywhere.
How big is Aim God?
Welcome back to Watchpoint. Later today, the Florida Mayhem will take on the Dallas Fuel. But before we get into that, let's actually take a look at the Western standings. Are you okay, Danny?
I was
just vibing. That's
vibing.
okay.
I'm
I love
vibing.
that. Yeah, let's take a look at the standings whilst he's vibing. Or actually, let's not. You know what?
Let's guess the standings.
No, you know what? Like I announced standings, but now I just feel like vibing. So you kind of got me.
Go search it yourselves, guys.
Actually, yeah. Why are you relying on us?
Yeah.
So,
We always do it for you.
We apparently don't have standings for you. However, I do want to talk about the match at hand because the Dallas Fuel. You would have seen that in standings. Oh, never mind. Like, here are the standings.
Yeah.
Today's a roller coaster.
Fine.
What can I say?
Fine.
Anyway, fine. Let's take a look at Dallas Fuel. They dropped quite a bit, but they had a really, really rough schedule recently. And overall, which of these teams surprised you guys so far?
It has to be the London. I don't think anyone was expecting to be that high up. But we're also in this sort of three-horse race right now. London Spitfire, Toronto Defiant, Washington Justice. There's only 8 spots in the West for the mid-season tournament. They're all vying for that same position.
Yeah, I mean, I love that it's not so clear this time around. We always had a tight middle of the pack kind of scenario, even in seasons past. I feel like it's always been a bit, you know, upsy-turvy, whatever the words, things, I don't know if those exist, but
a lot of emotions.
A lot of stuff, but yeah, let's talk about the Dallas schedule though, because as I said, it has been rough. They in fact haven't won a single map so far this stage. They took the big L's against Atlanta as well as the Shock, and that came off the back of the kickoff clash where they got 0-4'd by their opposition in the grand finals. So it was a rough last 3 days. So they have to mentally recover from that. Now, of course, reinforce Dallas. We want to see them playing Sojourn.
Yes.
Yes. So what do you want to see coming out of that Sojourn, and who do you want to see in that Sojourn?
Well, that's actually a great question because they have a few options. I mean, this is a stacked damage roster on the Dallas Fuel, and I think they came out last week and they were a bit all over the place. They started out playing Gurio on like Tracer and Sombra and stuff like that, and if you take a look at their damage hero usage so far, it's only 14.4%, and you're like, oh, well, that's the second highest. But if you look at the bottom, it has Sojourn league average 27.2. So they're only playing like half as much Sojourn as the league average. And we've seen so many teams be successful with this pick that you gotta get away from some of this stuff. I'd like to see less Hanzo, less Sombra, and that increased the Sojourn playtime with that. It's such an incredibly good hero right now that you can't just shy away from it. And they've also showed many different looks on it. We see here Gurio is playing Sojourn on Gibraltar, of course, against the Atlanta Reign. And later on as well, we saw, of course, Edison play some Sojourn for the Dallas Fuel against the Atlanta Reign on Midtown as well. So the Dallas Fuel, they haven't really figured out what they want to play, as you can see by all the damage picks they had, and who is going to play it. So I'd actually like to see them move away from Gurio. I think they should stick to Edison on the Sojourn. I think he's a consistently good hitscan player, and have Sparkle as well in the lineup because of his flexibility and just his personality and shot calling, stuff like that. I'd love that about Sparkle. So Edison and Sparkle for me, less Gurio perhaps.
All right. Well, but Danny, if we're looking at the other side here for the Florida Mayhem, they do have a very competent Sojourn player themselves as well.
Yeah, I mean, he goes by the name of Hydron, and while Dallas on the other side is sort of still deciding who to play the Sojourn, they got Hydron, Florida Mayhem, and he's been looking really good. I think he's been one of the players that impressed me the most coming to stage 2. Like Johnny mentioned that Sojourn is really good, and apparently if you put Hydron on that really good character, he just gets kills and makes Mayhem and Mayhem fans very happy.
Well, the question I have for you, Danny, if Exi is able to play, we know he is in the country now. Would you rather see Exi on the Sojourn, or would you rather see Hydro stick to it from what you've seen so far?
Here's my my question back to you. Why would you want to change something that works?
Yeah, that's right.
If it works and if he's, if he's been performing like this, then what's the reason for you to go to Exi and take that chance?
What if it works better with Exi?
I think you guys should fight it out.
Maybe we'll talk about come to the bathroom.
This is why I have aim gun.
Exactly. So with that very scenario. Now, Costa, though, if we're looking at the Florida Mayhem squad, you of course always have your eyes on the back line, and it's not all just great for the Florida Mayhem in that department.
We always talk about how great Sermaj is, and he is great. Mechanically, as a player, he gets those multi-kills, he gets a lot of value, he gets a lot done, but I want to look at his numbers a little bit and sort of deep dive it, because if you've been looking at his gameplay and you've been like, well, he dies a lot sometimes. Yes, he does. This is, out of all the players in the entirety of the Overwatch League this season, he is at 350 deaths, the most in the league at number 1, 46 more than the second person, who is Fielder. He is dying a lot. And I think if he can stick to his aggressive style and keep getting these plays, that's good. That's a good play for him, and it has helped the Florida Mayhem. From time to time, though, he needs to dial it back. If he is dying this much in the league, it is hurting them, and I think that's why they have lost to some of these other teams. We just saw them take a loss to the London Spitfire. They need to be able to deal with that and adjust if he is getting isolated.
Absolutely.
That's crazy, yeah.
Got to clean that up a little bit. You don't want to be that sacrificial lamb. No, not to that extent, just a little bit.
Just a little bit
minor
of sacrifice.
Exactly, like leave a leg there or something, but don't go full in. Now, it is a time, of course, to reveal our picks for today. I personally don't expect any surprises. Alas, there is
Vancouver.
Let me see. Johnny.
Okay. All right.
Oh.
Costa.
All right, Costa. Defend yourself, I guess.
Actually, no. I think we have to question ourselves. Why are we picking Dallas when they're on a losing streak?
Because they're
they lost
supposed to be the better
3.
team.
Like,
It was shock in Atlanta, okay? It was not like they lost to like the New York Excelsior with Kellan popping up. No, they lost to Atlanta in shock.
Yeah, okay, I agree that yes, you're right. This is an out there pick. I just like the way that the Florida Mayhem is playing, and I just don't like anything I've seen from the Dallas field. Yes, they played good teams, but they didn't look good doing it. They looked weak, they looked lost. Can they turn it around?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Maybe Dallas finds their footing. Maybe Dallas finds their footing. You could be right, but I believe that Florida Mayhem, they have a good look. There's potential this is an upset.
There's no way that Dallas is going to go on a 3-game losing streak.
Well, they're already on a 3-game losing streak.
Thank you so much.
Or
That's
4.
it for the Watchpoint pre-show. We're going to have a talk. I feel like you cursed that match for us, but we'll see. We'll find out. And the best way to find out is, of course, to get those games started. Week number 2, the Midseason Madness qualifier starts right now.
Come on, Dallas.
A victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the Double L's, and it's Friday, so we get to have fun. We have 2 blue teams facing off today, the London Spitfire versus the New York Excelsior. But only one of these teams has truly risen from the ashes of the bottom of the rankings to kind of sit comfortably in the middle, and now are much more deserving of respect. And I think London Spitfire are very deserving of that.
Yeah, that respect has certainly been levied, Lemon. When we looked at the predictions of a Watchpoint desk, despite Custer's discordance caused with the desk comrades with the pick for the Florida Mayhem, a lot of respect has been put on the name of the London Spitfire, which is pretty newly found this season. Last season for the London Spitfire was honestly pretty tragic, Lemon. So let's have a quick look at the roster heading into this one and see who London Spitfire are going to be bringing out first as we head into our matchup. And to me, when I look at this, obviously Hardy stands out so much, but we want to look at everyone else on the Spitfire as well, in particular Sparker, who, as I talked about, last season was not a huge breakout talent. Sure, when he finally came of age, it was a little bit of an uptick for London Spitfire, but overall their season was tragic and honestly disturbing for a lot of EU viewers. But now Sparker has shown themselves to be a threat on so many different hit scan heroes.
Yeah, like before this patch, before the soldier nerfs, Sparker was the soldier guy. And I like that due to his young age, and he kind of was shy, but then started getting a lot more confident, was going on flanks with his Lucio, and was kind of a force to be reckoned with on the hit scan. But ever since those soldier nerfs, he's been at least out the gates, going back to his Cassidy roots from Overwatch 1. Now, of course, Overwatch 2, it's not the same deal. The flashbang, that's no longer there. Isn't this guaranteed kill on a tracer? But I like that Sparker's experience on the Cassidy is still a threat to any tracer, maybe specifically Yaki on the other side. But we're not going to control this week. It is a double push map. But Sparker also now in his second match has brought out more Sojourn, and I think that'll make him specifically more competitive against the other Sojourn players that are in the league.
Yeah, let's talk about the other Sojourn player on NYXL. We would assume, Lemon, that would be Flora. And Flora does have a wide gamut of heroes that he's enjoyed playing over the last couple of games. In our new patch for the Mid-Season Madness, we've seen Flora pick up Sojourn, pick up the Hanzo, and pick up the Ashe, and each of them brings something new and different to the table. The Ashe has the knockback with the coach gun, of course. Hanzo has reliable and consistent versatility from the always available wall climb, as well as a huge amount of shield damage that might be useful versus Hattie. And then we've seen over the last week how Sojourn can just explode, especially with the overclock, and become a real terror on the battlefield. Flora's got them all in his pocket, but the question is, can he make the right decision against the Comps London run?
And that's the question. When it came to New York's first match of the post-patch against the Washington Justice, Flora was leaning a lot more towards the Hanzo, which is not an incorrect choice because of Hanzo's shield break that you just talked about in the Sigma meta. A big win con is breaking down that Sigma shield so you can force them back. So Flora kind of brought that out, but I think they're just missing that executability. And now that ever since Flora's second match against the Paris Eternal, Flora has been playing way more Sojourn, and I think that's helping out a lot. Now, that's not a shield break hero, although you can charge up off the Sigma shield. Flora's job on the Sojourn will be to jump around the shield and really find picks for his team. As we've already mentioned, this is a double push week, so we're starting off on Coliseum.
Opening up with the beautiful Roman architecture, and while we have talked about Flora at length, Yaki also deserves discussion. It feels like, to me, Lemon, to not be needlessly cruel, Yaki seems like the only player right now on NYXL who really has a clutch factor. Against Paris Eternal, NYXL's loss, which was Paris Eternal's first win, sorry for the week-long spoiler, Yaki was at times 1v5ing. And trying his best to go toe-to-toe with the European squad, but at times it feels like the rest of NYXL can be absent from the map while Yaki's trying to do it all alone. I don't know if that means that Yaki needs a bigger role in the calling, that Yaki's target is the one that gets a huge amount more focus, or if Yaki maybe needs to get more in sync with the rest of the team on their overall strategy to allow for the main thrust of NYXL to have a little bit more firepower behind it from Yaki's consistent damage.
Well, doors are open. We're about to find out on map 1 if New York Excelsior can at least make the result of Coliseum better than their last showing. Because last time, 107-38 against Paris Eternal wasn't pretty by New York, and we get to see some Orisa from Kellen. Now, we've barely seen this at all, at least on a serious take. Going to be about just shoving maybe Hadi back, while also honing in on the range that Orisa provides to maybe break down Hadi's shield before he approaches, but London are wasting no time. Hadi's shield's almost already broken, and Sparker has sniped down Yaki, and that was a big concern I had for Yaki bringing out the Echo against Sojourn.
As interesting as the Orisa is, one of the main weaknesses that we've considered about this hero, Lemon, is that Orisa has a lot of trouble controlling engagements, and that's why we're seeing Spark have so much time to charge up these railgun shots and deliver them before Kellen can even really make a fight happen. The thing is, while Kellen can control Hadi and keep him at arm's length using things like the javelin spin to get consistent knockback, as well as the throw to consistently get Hadi on the Hadi giving the Orisa question marks, it does mean that the rest of London Spitfire can pretty freely poke away with a lack of damage mitigation. This is brave.
Yeah, and I think specifically Hadi can roll against Kellen fairly well. It's just now it's free push for London at 50 meters and more. Finally, New York drop off the staircase, and Yaki flies above and assassinates too. So New York will end the push for now, but I'm really questioning how this Orisa is going to do.
I think there was a touch of ego stratting there from London Spitfire. With only one tank of his hanging out on the flank and the rest of you are taking pretty open doors against this much poke damage from the New York Excelsior, it's rarely going to go well. Finally, the barricade is going to be in motion, and Gangnam Jin here has a amplification matrix to put on down. If you can get it across this corner, then you'd be able to create an excellent line of fire for Flora to exploit.
See that London have control of the bot. New York gonna distance themselves, use the Ant Matrix from Gangnam Jin, and it's mainly Gangnam Jin, and I think that's a Sojourner Flora and Youngbung back there as Kellen just contests a bot, and there's the first Maywall from Backbone, and Hadi maybe temporarily isolates Kellen, but that shield was quickly broken, or that wall was broken down by the Ant Matrix and all the damage at range. So now there's the ultimate from the Orisa, and Hadi just gets to block that damage. If you have a shield up, it won't affect the Reinhardt, so that is the natural counter that Hadi has as New York are now getting beamed down.
Owl's first Terror Surge, not particularly impressive this time, and I think that, oh, what is this? Why the trance? This could be a mistake, Lemon, but NYXL are coming back in now, and of course are all at full health. How do you answer? Hadi slam now, though. It's got to be Gangnam Jin with an Immortality Field, but to get that down, Gangnam Jin's got to make sure he doesn't get slammed. Has to stick to the high grounds and out of the effective range of that ultimate. Also, NYXL have lost control of Timmy, and Spark has fallen, which is a good bit of news for NYXL fans.
Yeah, just like a tempo transcendence, but here's an even better tempo. The sound bear engage from the London Spitfire, and Hadi shatters, but the duplicate of Yaki blocks that. And now he's shattering ghosts. He's seeing shadows in the back, not trying to relive any Coliseum nightmare that New York have gone through before. It's been tough for them to really find the composition that works for them when it comes to the New York Excelsior, but at least they clean up their backline. And London Spitfire's sound barrier push really didn't work out.
They're coming right for him, Lemon. I want to see Gangnam Jin learn from his mistakes previously. Don't put down the Ant Matrix too early, while London Spitfire will be able to contest the barricade pushing bot from behind physical cover. What Gangnam did last time was not the ideal placement, and look at this. Down goes the window, everyone can just scatter. Sure, it creates some space, but now Kellen's in a position to be crunched on in.
Yeah, London Spitfire were able to predict that Ant Matrix well. It's just Backbone's on the other side. He was hiding in the hallway, getting stunned up, but Backbone managed to stay safe because London Spitfire knew they had to walk up and take the space immediately, and they did so thanks to the Ant Matrix of Landon. And while New York were just not ready for this, they got caught by strays. Backbone found 2 kills during that Ant Matrix, so London get to finish off the rest, and it's still a 50-meter lead for the London Spitfire.
I really just want to see that Matrix with a second phase of an attack, you know? Force London Spitfire to make a disengagement with some other pressure and then put down the Ant Matrix to make sure London Spitfire were engaging to useless positions. More push on the barricade, now getting ever closer to that first checkpoint. But NYXL can still snipe from above, and Kellen is getting close to that Terror Surge despite its limited usefulness.
Yeah, it's as long as Hadi has a healthy shield and is gonna be in the front line, which Hadi does most of the time. Not sure what Kellen's gonna be able to do. I like this push. I wish it was a little bit further up so he could maybe get an environmental, but Flora has great presence on this high ground. Has already sniped 2 and making a 3rd and a 4th, and we've been excited to see the rise of Flora on Sojourn.
Look at where Hadi was coming from as well, round the back. London Spitfire are making a habit here in the midst of these fights of having Hadi almost go rogue elsewhere. And the question is here, what can Kellen do to combine the Terror Surge's pulling in effect with something else? Maybe you could combine it with stickies, not anymore. Yaki caught out early, and now Spark has got themselves a little bit of freedom to operate.
Yeah, Yaki's still going to struggle against this long-range part of the map, and New York need to win just back-to-back fights, and it's just, there's no end in sight. But New York at least coming up on ultimates, so you're just, if you're a New York fan, you're wishing that that fight, they cycle those ults well, but London are going for the far push.
I want to see Terror Surge here combined with a copy on the Reinhardt. Drag everyone in and then cleave through them, slam them down with Yaki. Hadi's already in, and that's a very aggressive Blizzard.
And is there anybody that can stop the Spitfire? You got the Ant Matrix plus Sparker's ultimate, the overclock, well, tick-tock. New York, it's time to defend. Something here to stabilize is the healing, the transcendence of Myongbong. It's just really a safe space for New York, but there's an isolation wall. Kellen tries to run, but he can't hide. Hadi's in many room just always having access to the flank, and if New York don't snipe at range, New York are just not going to get out of this hole.
And Admiral still has the backup card here of the sound barrier. I need to see Excelsior get aggressive here with Kellen with the power drive, and after a power driver, put down that Ant Matrix to allow for the additional damage. Flora's got to be careful. They could get assassinated here, but Landon's been isolated.
I love this dive from Kellen. Yaki's been trying to put pressure on those supports in the back, but Sparker's positioning just with the ceilings above him, it's made it so hard for the DPS of New York to access London. And with just a few picks, you thought that there's going to be light at the end of the tunnel for New York, but London Spitfire on map 1 have the full capture in their sights. Now Kellen is here. You got the zoning discharge shot from Flora as Flora tries to take flanks. Here is a Lucio May push on the right side, and New York need to coalesce on a target, and finally the kills are rolling in. But the respawn advantage for New York, I mean, you gotta thank that, but you're not thankful for 138 meters to 17.
London Spitfire overall, they had a great overall plan. They said, Landon, you're going to die. I'm sorry, you're going to get dove by the Echo and the Wrecking Ball. But while those two are on you, we're going to take a 3v4 towards the end of the map and get a huge amount of push. Look at the insurmountable amount of distance that NYXL now have to generate in order to take the lead here. Over 110 meters stand between NYXL and a victory condition where they've only got 1 minute and 50 seconds left.
I like that Yaki is at least trying to take some flanks through the middle of the map. That's usually his job on the Tracer. And I was almost wishing he went to Tracer because he's getting sniped a lot by Sparker, who continues to also diff his opposition of Flora on the Sojourn. So New York just can't seem to put a dent in Sparker's massive forehead and brain, so that London just continuously have first and second blood every fight.
Their engagement's so powerful here. Sparker, if they can find themselves at the back of this bridge, would have an unlimited amount of range to work this overclock with, and will Sparker hit 5 gigahertz? Plenty of space, but this window's not in the ideal position to do a huge amount of damage. At this point, though, they're simply concerned with keeping NYXL bogged down, really.
Yeah, Yaki. I like that him and Kellen are trying to dive in the back, and Yaki is using the middle of the map, his tracer routes to do so. It's just when you invest your flight as the Echo, you're just such in a dangerous position that you can't get out. And London are getting walled off by their own May. They're trying to take shelter in the apartment. Hadi said, you're trapped in here with me, but messes up his charge. And New York, I mean, they put out the fire, but half the ship is burnt down.
They have at least, Lemon, not invested too much in that previous fight. 4 ultimates on either side now. But the question is, how much can Myongbong do to mitigate the incoming damage? It has to be done in conjunction to try and take out Backbone's Blizzard. But the thing is, while people are frozen by Backbone's Blizzard, Sparker can one-shot them through Transcendence with the Railgun overclock headshots. That will one-shot a squishy target with less than 300 HP.
Oh, a nano onto Yaki. He's pressuring down Hadi, who's half HP. He still has armor. His team is on the other side, ready to wall Yaki if he gets too aggressive. But Yaki, he's smarter than that. And Kellen has been dealt with at range. Here's the Sound Bear in the Blizzard. Yaki's not yet frozen and uses the duplicate to preserve his own life. New York have to take this fight. It's overtime, but it's 17 meters to 138. New York are just hoping for a miracle that may never happen. Yaki still dives in the back and trades 1-to-1. That's the best case scenario for him, but Flora has yet to have really an impact against someone like Sparker. So London's rush continues to prevail, and overtime will go away shortly. There's only 2 members of New York Excelsior even alive, and eventually this will fall away. So London Spitfire dominate their map 1.
London Spitfire looking so clean here on Colosseum. We can see just how much have been scrumming these Ryan comps. That's exactly what we expect from London. That duo boost of Backbone and Hardy up into that apartment, it might not have worked out in the end, Lemon, but overall it's just not allowing NYXL a sense of safety in these high grounds. It's like, hey, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior Chaddy on the Rhine? London Spitfire. While they did not make it to kick off Clash, Lemon, they are well on their way to qualifying for Midseason Madness.
Yeah, London even made some adjustments of their own, getting away from the Backbone Sombra, which they previously have whipped down on Coliseum, and went back to their roots. Some May and some hit scan, and Sparker continues to impress. Map 1 to the London Spitfire. We'll find out after this break what's next. Welcome back to the blue matchup. We got blues versus blues, but only one team is feeling real blue after that map one, and that's New York. Got absolutely dominated, 100+ meters to double digits. And New York even bringing out the Orisa, clearly trying to innovate, but after that, they're currently 0-3 on Coliseum post-patch.
I mean, the Orisa was interesting in that, like, when you're in position NYXL is, right, like 1-7, languishing quite a bit this year, sometimes it can be useful to lean into your own identity, and to a degree, that's what London Spitfire did. They didn't have the most glorious start to the year, but leaning into the Reinhardt style with the unconventional Mei, which a lot of teams had opted out of and thought was more of a thing of the past, more of a double tank kind of setup, has allowed them to catch out a lot of teams off guard. However, the Reinhardt is gone, Lemon. Poco has come in alongside Shaxx, and I've got some very fond memories of in Kickoff Clash when London previously played Route 66. Shaxx came in and absolutely dominated on the Tracer. This guy's got such a long competitive history on the old Time Demon that I think that NYXL may have to devote additional resources to trying to mark him as well.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Shaxx come in and just wreck some faces on the Tracer. My question is Yaki gonna want to mirror that? I was kind of disappointed in his Echo choice just because of Sparker's just ranged ability of able to do damage to Yaki before Yaki can really say much. Yaki had some nice duplicates. You know, he did block a shatter. We give him a gold star for that. But I want to see Yaki on the Tracer to contest Shaxx, and I'm thinking that'll be on the menu. And I like some looks of New York of Kellen's Hammond to try and help Yaki get that backline pressure. But Kellen took also so much smoke. He was taking so much damage, and Kellen was also falling. So it's tough. It's tough for New York.
It is tough, and here I'm expecting to see London Spitfire be absolute menaces on the defense in particular. I think we're going to be starting off on the offense. But when it comes to the defense, one of the things we're going to be looking for here is how the Tracers work their way from the high ground onto a presumably quite vulnerable backline of the attacking double flank supporters, we'd have to assume, especially for NYXL. Because the Tracer are a lot harder to mark for the Tracer versus Tracer when they're coming from the high ground, so that initial engagement is where you are at your most powerful for someone like Yaki or for Shaxx, and that's going to need to be addressed by these players. Speaking of which, London Spitfire maybe having me on in the attacker spawn at the moment with an interesting mix-up. Shaxx is a very viable Widow player.
Yeah, you can always go for those initial snipes. At least we know that Yaki's on the Tracer, Flora's back on the Sojourn, and I think we were critical of Flora's performance of the Sojourn against Sparker, but I think just Yaki's lack of helpfulness, also of just getting also sniped down by Sparker, didn't really help the mirror matchup. Now Tracer, Yaki's gonna be able to have access to Sparker and provide multiple angles of assault, and Kellen on the Hammond is going to be great to assist with that, just to go past the shield. So I don't think Kellen feels confident in trying to brawl that. You got to sleep right out the gates, which could have been just disaster for New York, but they managed to get away.
For those of you seeing the double flank support now with Gangnam Jin on the Ana instead of a Baptiste you usually see, this is because it provides more reliable healing to both Kellen and Yaki at range, where the healing grenades of a Baptiste are less reliable to hit on these fast-moving targets as they're further away. And it also means Gangnam Jin has a little bit more playmaking potential with the anti, which just missed.
We'll see how this works. There's New York getting some cart push. Or sorry, Spitfire getting some cart push. They're going to flank right side to see if they can get access to the high ground. Kellen has managed to get into the back line there with the Tracer of Yaki, but it's about New York being decisive on a target. I've never had a problem really with New York's compositions, but it's how they just don't fight. London Spitfire had time to do a whole 360 rotation around New York's defense, and now has Sparker sitting on New York's supports, and I felt like New York were in the positions to attack, but just couldn't figure out who, why, and when.
All of London Spitfire's comps, Lemon, they seem to operate on the concept of bravery beats all. Look at these two-man dives from Shaxx and Sparker. No dive tank, no problem, I've got a Sojourn, and you do not. Flora instantly evaporated by Sparker, and now Kellen's got to sacrifice his life to keep this cart contested.
I think at least Kellen got Mega, but Was too slow to recontest. There is still like a 5-6 second cooldown on the grapple, and looks like Yaki wasn't there to contest. So this is a very fast push by Spitfire. And New York, their whole issue is just cohesion, working together. And even just Kellen asking for heals and not being in range of his Ana, of his Zen. And of course, even with the Zen, it's very slow heals. So Kellen is taking too much poke for the positions he's taking.
Now the question is Yaki more concerned here with trying to mark Shax and therefore leaving the supports alone? It feels like at the moment from our POV that Yaki is undecided as to where to go, waiting for Kellen instead to make some space so that he can make a deeper incision without risking his life to do so.
Like Kellen's position around Saloon, and Yaki has access to the backline. There's the pulse, it finds Landon. No Transcendence to help that either, 70%. So London have only lost their Zen. You see that the Sojourn of Sparker's in safe position. He has that overclock too, but London have been able to flank through the left side. And New York support's got to take some kind of shelter. They're currently in the mega pack in the back right side. So I like these counter rotations from Youngbang and Gangnam Jin to stay away from Sparker as much as possible, because he's going to be gunning for them.
Now it's under Flora with the overclock to try and find a way to keep London Spitfire at bay. Ken looking to set up a big power drive here.
Oh, just right in the middle, and that might have been a counter shield match from Admiral to get out of the way. Flora has overclocked. He's found two. Make it a third. Drops down. Landed. Oh, Kellen had to go and steal it. Flora gets the finish, and that is Flora stepping up to the job and what New York need of him to do.
And Sparker actually used their own overclock as well. I think that may have actually forced the nano out of Gangnam Jin, but I don't think that it's overall a great usage of the resources. Now there's not too much that can actually break through Myeonbong's usage of a trance, because otherwise you could have combined that with a Gravitic Flux to find multiple people trapped in the air and easy to kill one anti.
Ooh, big anti from Gangnam Jin, hitting 2 or 3. Good sleep on Poco to stop the Gravitic Flux, but New York, even with the Transcendence 2, they're more than stable, and Flores sniping away. I'm starting to see Flora just go toe-to-toe with Sparker, which wasn't the case back on Coliseum.
And London Spitfire not being able to hold any space with the remaining players is also important, Lemon, because it means that now Yaki can keep an eye out for people moving through. You can see currently he's hanging out in the cavern, peeking in. And if people are in these confined spaces, that's when Yaki is going to have their easiest time looking for a stick onto a more vulnerable member. And there's no thing that can really save them apart from Landon trancing if he gets stuck.
Shax, at least in the back line. London always have access to this left side. They can go up the staircase, see if they can lock down New York supports. But New York supports, like I said, have been playing in the back right and have been just counter-rotating away from London, making it hard for Shax to do much. Yaki pulse, it doesn't stick, but Sparker still lands on it. Transcendence forced by Landon, but now London are just looking for a fight to take, but New York just counter-rotated away, and London's Transcendence advantage just fell away. Now Admiral and Poco are getting antied by Gangnam Jin, and that's a great fight for New York to take almost immediately. And Kelly is just positioned in the middle of the map where he can take a fight whenever he wants to pretty immediately.
The thing is, London are making intelligent raps here to try and deny this high ground, but they're being slowed down so much by the way that Yaki harries and harasses them on their way through, and that gives plenty of time, excess time even, for NYXL to be able to not only set up a safe location, but also set up nades from Gangnam Jin to allow for the eventual dives from NYXL.
Ooh, Kellen just shoved everyone out of the cave, pile drive them, and Flora was in the perfect position to capitalize. This is a brand new New York Excelsior. That was so hard to say. New York. And I'm a big fan.
I prefer the old New York, Lemon. But the new New York is just fine as well. NYXL now have themselves the overclock, but what can they do to stop London's push here again? It's likely going to be due to, once again, Kellen messing with their rotations. Think about this high ground that they're currently on. If Kellen rolls on through, they can easily bisect and split this party.
Yeah, as soon as London come out of cave, Kellen's gonna try and disrupt it. He's been nanoed. He has to sustain to keep this pressure on, and he's right and above and kind of wasting time, but he knows that he doesn't want to take too much damage and be a risk. As soon as London, they poke out, there's the pile drive on the Sparker. Yaki gets involved. He has a pulse, but doesn't even need it. London, back-to-back fights. They've had 5 minutes for point B, and it's been shriveled down to 7 seconds ready to touch. Shax's around the corner to do so. Yaki's on the chase down. There is the touch from London, so they'll have one more fight to get this going.
A 5-minute hard hold. All you need here is a good overclock, and that's going to put a lid on it, Lemon. Admiral almost has the rally here, and it's going to be popped in retribution for the overclock coming up, but there's some mines as well.
Mines will zone off London, but at least London have the resources with the rally. They're taking shelter in Saloon. That was Shax trying to go on the flank to kill Gangnam Jin and get sniped by Flora, the best babysitter the dollar can buy. But London, will they be able to do anything without Shax? Sparker on the high ground with Poco swapping to the Diva to have some kind of high ground presence. But New York supports have been left alone for too long. Sparker's on the flank. He's already dealt with one and making a second. No more healing for New York as it's up to Kellen to keep this contested.
Kellen not going to have a good time going up against that Diva. So much damage at close range, and Shax can move in to get that Inspire up time as well. Yaki plays amongst the propane, but I don't think an explosive performance is on the cards, as there is a Pulse Bomb ready to go, likely to go on to Kellen to just try and chunk down that tank and stop him from contesting. But at the moment, Lemon, oh, what a block.
Oh, Kellen is still there. Myungbong in the back. Gangnam Jin above, maybe looking for antis, and Shaq's not going to let it happen. A fantastic pulse on the Flora. Yaki's already used recall. New York are weakened for the moment, but they have not given up. And London have a chunk down Kellen, and they've removed any card presence that the defense had. So London, by the skin of their teeth, will go into point C.
Finally, it seems like London Spitfire had landed on the Baptiste and used that to make sure that Sparker and London could dive together onto some more vulnerable players. Gangnam Jin, in this case, was caught in a counter rotation on top of the mechanic shop with the Mega to make sure that that Ana healing would not be available for a majority of that fight. Yaki now with the Pulse Bomb. Where do you put it? Ideally onto Admiral, because after that, Landon's going to be a sitting duck for Kellen's dives, which have been getting more and more ferocious through Route 66.
Well, New York are already communicating well. I mean, they get an anti on the Landon, and Kellen immediately follows up. Yaki throws the pulse and stakes Admiral. And this has been fantastic by New York. And now you're just pulsing Yaki, so he has a little bit of damage mitigation and extra damage to finish off. Maybe Shax that's still left in the back. And any stagger kills is good for New York. 30 seconds left.
I think Kellen probably could have used that nano now, but patience is his best friend for the moment. Looking potentially for a pile driver and forces Shax off the high ground, or rather forces Spark off the high ground, who gets consistently discorded again and again.
A transcendence from the defense of New York, hoping to hold on to Megapac's side. Poco starting to bully them off. Now he's getting the help from the rest, including a rally from Admiral. London are taking a ton of space. They force Flora off this dominant high ground of this American truck, and Flora is just gonna hope to sweep into the loving arms of some support, but has left Myungbo completely by himself, and Sparker will take advantage. London have paved the way from a 5-minute almost hold on point B to now inches away from C, and it's up to Kellen to contest. He doesn't have mines or health to really do much. He might return. Yaki was left to touch and just completely sniped away, so London will complete the map.
And Poco there really came into his own as a Sigma, not fulfilling the kill feed as much, Lemon, but as we moved into point C of Route 66, the topography started to favor that Sigma so much more, because it meant that London Spitfire had easy early access to high grounds using the staircase, and that means that they can't be surrounded. Poco's monodirectional shield becomes much more useful to block off Gangnam Jin's healing, to deny Flora these sight lines, because Yaki and Kellen are already getting forced off the dive angles that were so useful on the wider spread of B, where the Sigma can be surrounded and crunched upon. But credit to NYXL, on B, Kellen finally felt to me, Lemon, like the tank who was promised. This guy is an Element Mystic alumni, a legendary team with legendary scouting and legendary results to match, and thus far, Kellen has not lived up to that pedigree. But on that second point of Route 66, I saw that Element Mystic spark.
Yeah, I think New York agree with that, because they were even nanoing Kellen just to surround London, and just the way he was using the Hammond to displace London every time they left the cave, to pile driving multiple people, forcing even cooldowns out of London. Even if he wasn't pile driving nothing, you'd force Shield Bash out of Admiral, which is your get out of jail free card on your Brigitte. So I love this new look from New York. There we go. Unique New York. I gotta say it. Now, we'll see if they can pull it off on the offense.
Flora gonna make an early scout here, and New York is actually sticking to the Ana on the offense here. instead of the Brigitte, which is going to be interesting. This does mean that Poco is going to be a bit of a healing deficit compared to Kellen. It means that Kellen can actually brawl for a touch longer than maybe a Wrecking Ball would usually do so, because of the amount of healing that can be brought through from the from Yana.
Oh, that was a fantastic anti-2. Finishes off Landon. It got Admiral and Sparker low. Just already giving up space, while as Poco is still in the cave side completely by himself. At least he has ranged heals from Pax and Landon, but I don't even think they have access to him. And Poco realized too late, started backing out of cave, and Flora found him. So 5 versus 4 with no tank presence of the defense. London will have to touch, will have one recontest left.
And here you're forgetting just how good Gangnam Jin is at flex support. On paper, this should be NYXL's meta, Lemon. This needs to be the tournament where NYXL start racking up these wins, where they have Myeonbong on the Zen, Gangnam Jin on the Ana. This is their pedigree.
Cart meters away. Shax dueling against Yaki, but now hoping to remove Kellen, who is just causing so much chaos. And London, I mean, they're all split from each other. Even the supports aren't safe. Landon's getting pushed by Kellen and Yaki, and there's just no heals left from London. Because London were not able to clap back whatsoever, no matter who was on the flank. So that's a great cap from New York, and they'll have about the same time that London had for point B.
Question is, will they be stopped for as long as London was? They don't share the same weakness of London from being crunched while playing as a Sigma. Instead, easier to try and control his high grounds. Kellen can get up there so easily and also knock people off them into more exposed positions where Yaki can try and get the follow-up. And check out Myeonbong's position here as well. Playing very far away from Gangnam Jin to make sure that you can't really cleave onto both these players at once, but it does mean that Gangnam Jin can potentially be cut off by Poco's shield.
Well, there's the pile drive from Kellen. Didn't affect anyone. Shields up, baby. But it looks like London are just looking to surround the people from New York that are pushing the cart. Flora shows himself on the high ground and gets sniped by not only Shax, but also Sparker. So New York are down a very important DPS as Yaki hopes to go unnoticed. Gangnam delivers a nano to Youngwa just to keep him alive, just so he can generate the Transcendence. He uses it immediately upon earning it, just to reposition himself with the rest of New York. But this, like your disappointment expresses, I feel that way too. That got New York nothing.
Yeah, and also a huge amount of the uptime of the nano was wasted. Oh, that's a miss from Poco. Not a fan, Lemon, not a fan.
That's tough. Poco has had a few Griffitic Fluxes canceled, not able to dodge Gangnam Jin, who's been sleeping him with that. There's a Transcendence from Landon just to help London get real aggressive, and Kellen just hopes to escape into the shadows. He should not be fighting us. He has the Discord orb on him, and maybe he got a support low, and Floor got to finish that off. Now London have no support, so it's a complete reset now from them.
Yeah, the aggression has kind of been turned around here. Poco does not have any healing to sustain him apart from the Mega Pack, so going to be a slow extrication from the scene of the crime as Kellen makes sure there's continual pressure on this payload and continual pressure on the high ground as well. If Poco can be allowed to exist here for free, that means that Admiral and Landon can get into safer positions once again when crossing over from their own high ground, and it does look like they are going to get here. So once again, NYXL have problems.
Poco is also completely zoning off Gangnam Jin's position on the cave side that you're seeing off screen, so temporarily no heals for New York, but it doesn't matter when you do more damage. Another great pulse from Yaki, a double kill for the Tracer Man, and New York get even more push. They were already halfway to B, and now we'll be able to maybe fully cap. They are missing Gangnam Jin, so if London have a recontest, this could be bad.
Without trying to hunt too much upon NYXL's previous performances, it finally feels like NYXL have turned on their headsets and started listening to Kellen's calls. When we see Sparker get pile-driven up in the air, a lot of fire is focused onto him, and he's in front of two supports. Admiral and Landon are both staring at Sparker, and while you can't spam those armor packs like you could before, Sparker should have been able to maybe survive that if someone else was able to do some peel, take some aggro, but NYXL focused fire so well, and now 3.5 minutes or thereabouts to try and get through this third point. This is where Poco's at his best on the Sigma, as we talked about before, but the overclock is still dangerous and needs to be feared by London Spitfire.
Ooh. And he was holding it, just saw Sparker, but only got a body shot. Sparker still has that top left position of Mega, And Poco's been playing so far forward. And just as soon as he sees New York, or mainly Kellen and Yaki go forward, Poco drops into the back. And New York have to be more aware of that. You see Flora already trying to zone off Poco. He's got the overclock going. He dodges the gravitic flux. Poco still got one, but it's countered by the transcendence of Myeongbong. Now Poco needs to maybe head back for the hills, maybe get some rally loving from Admiral, but London are holding it to the last second, and they picked away and poked away at Kellen. But New York haven't given up yet. They've nanoed Flora, still looking for any shots. London are just going to hide behind the shield of Poco and let him lead the charge. And through all these ultimates, New York got nothing.
You're exactly right, Lemon. Hiding behind the shield of Poco, they decided that Flora, Myeongbong, and Gangnam Jin were a problem for later, because Shax managed to get a stick onto Kellen on the engage, and Yaki moved in alongside Kellen, assuming it was going to be a two-man dive. But once Kellen was burst down and had fallen, Yaki found themselves in a 1 versus 4 scenario that could not be maintained. Now a pulse bomb in hand. If this goes on to land, remember he can save himself with the trance, but that would force London Spitfire into a forward engage to make good use of that healing.
Yaki is being really smart with how he's kind of stealthily trying to maneuver this long-range part of the map, but Poco is shot and has no shield. Landon's using Transcendence. Is this a fight that London can even take? I mean, they're just trying to maybe stabilize, maybe more of a tempo Transcendence, just to hold their position. They know how important that is for Sparker to have Mega Pack position against Flora. New York, though, are starting to close the gap when it comes to space. Yaki's in the back and has killed the Tracer. London are getting surrounded by New York, but Sparker, he fights back. He's got the overclock. He just killed the supports. And Kellen is 1 HP. He's heading for a pack. Flora will get his revenge. But New York are just running out of wind when it comes to their sails. And they just can't really bark back at London.
And that should have been the perfect fight there, Lemon, as well. Poco was instantly picked by a good pile driver, and once again, focus fire from NYXL, instantly evaporating that Sigma. There was no real main tank for London Spitfire to fall in behind while Landon used that Transcendence, but unfortunately, NYXL just ended up losing a couple of critical duels, and Sparker popped off with that overclock. Now, Shax, if he can deliver this pulse bomb into any waiting hands, NYXL are going to be forced to do this in one fight and one fight only.
New York are just going to brawl a bit. They have 40 seconds. They have the time to just finish off the ults that they do have, but Yaki's having issues just traversing just this long-range part of the map without getting sniped by London's defense that continue to dominate the high ground. New York are trying so hard to dislodge them from there, but they'll need ults to do it.
And this timing's worrying, Lemon, because now, if Shax gets an early pick with a pulse bomb, they're going to have to take the fight. NYXL no longer have the luxury of waiting. Kellen is going to be able to touch, of course. That's never going to be in question. But how do you try and make the dive work here when Yaki's under threat from Shax, who's just marking this other Tracer?
Well, Kellen did manage to get the pile drive. Poco responds with the gravitic flux. Nothing on that. So much mobility for New York to dodge that. Transcendence, nano, and overclock. Flora starts to dominate. He's already picked off 2. New York need to hold this top left position, and Poco's aware. He's trying to zone them off. He's been pushed back by Kellen, and Flora has killed 4 this fight to make it winnable. And New York will complete Route 66.
And finally, we see the Flora clutch factor. I was singing the praises of Kellen, and they are still relevant and still valid, but Flora coming up here as a real piece of danger on the NYXL. When we opened up this series, Lemon, I said that it felt like NYXL only had one player capable of clutching, and that was Yaki. That's how it felt when they were going up against Paris, when they lost against Paris. Paris's first win of the entire season was against the NYXL. At times it felt like Yaki was 1 versus 5, but now Yaki's playing more of a team-based role, just keeping Shax at bay, waiting for Kellen's call and diving in conjunction with Kellen, and it feels like Kellen as well is listening to Flora. Takes these dives on these pile drivers when the railgun is fully charged, so when they're stuck in the air from a pile driver, Flora hits the railgun, Yaki comes in and gets the finish. NYXL, the first time I can compliment them saying they're a team.
It's looking good, and I think that just Kellen able to initiate fights instead of stand there and depend on his DPS to do something. Kellen can kind of take matters into his own hands, and even his hand positioning is so great, just right in the center of the map, ready to react and pounce on anything that moves. So New York managed to finish the map, but we're in equal times. That's a 3-man ante, more just to slow London down from maybe going for any initial snipes, but London whipping out the same comp.
once again relying on this Brigitte. And it feels like the Brig hasn't done a great job thus far of like keeping Kellen or Yaki at bay. Of course, she no longer has the stun in her kit. Shield Bash now, I believe, has a knockback associated to it and a good amount of movement as well. Kellen not noted, and this will at least be a knockback to slow down the initial dive.
Yeah, Kellen's also keeping control of the top cave, somewhere where Poco would like to be, and even just access for Kellen into the backline. That's a good flail from Admiral to stop that from happening, maybe even a shield bash. He misses that, Kellen gets around the corner, and Anti gets landed dangerously low. That's a bulk of your heals. He gets packed up though, New York could capitalize on that moment. 8 seconds remaining, any mistake is going to matter. Landon has become pancakes, and Admiral is left as the only healer of London. They'll take the fight towards the cart. New York don't have any ultimates, but they just have to work together. Flora's already sniped a Sparker. Admiral is gone. London have no heals. London are just sitting ducks to the assault of New York that has completely set Spitfire ablaze. And New York will hold Spitfire halfway to point A.
Even with a change of tact from a London Spitfire, having Admiral use the whip shot to interrupt Kellen's swings through and their potential to do additional damage with a 50 rolling knockback damage as well as the pile driver, London Spitfire was still harried into corners. And that means that while Admiral's using that whip shot on Kellen, yes, it's interrupting the overall dive, but it does mean that Yaki doesn't have to worry about it for the next couple of seconds, and the whip shot causes a significant amount of damage to a Tracer that is very hard to ignore. It has to either be healed up or potentially recalled away from, because you get into a zone where you can be one-shot by so many things, and it means that Yaki could do a lot more damage, stay in that fight for longer, and bring people low for everyone else to try and finish off.
I mean, how the turns have tabled. It feels like Flora is just winning all of these Sojourn duels against Sparker until Sparker maybe gets the better positioning in terms of maybe point C top truck. That's when Sparker has an easier time, but when it comes just to the raw mechanics on Route 66, we'll have to check with the stats, guys, but it feels like a Flora diff. So there's the box of victory for New York to tie up this series. But it was tough for London, and it'll be tough for New York with the same time bank.
London not going for any kind of spawn hold shenanigans. Feeling that this corner is more than enough for Poco to try and hold. But Poco, he's going to be a point of contention for a lot of fans, I think, after this particular map. 2 missed fluxes, Lemon. Not interrupted, missed. Which is very interesting when you're going up against 2 flex supports who have very little mobility. Already, of course, the cart is moving, and Kellen's playing a very reserved position at the moment, noting where London Spitfire are to try and set up these dives.
I'm surprised London want to hold top Earls when they should have more point presence, and Landon isn't safe. Admiral couldn't assure of that. Flora has already sniped him, and Admiral's shield's just not there. Shax at least is keeping the cart busy as Yaki hopes to get around it. Kellen is like 1 HP, and that would have been just a disaster for New York. Just the healing is just can't keep up from Youngblood and Ganamjin, who have been removed by Sparker, who's just killed 2. 5 seconds remaining for New York, and Kellen or Yaki has to touch. Yaki's already been just orbed by Poco on the high ground, but Yaki still manages to start the overtime. Kellen has to be next, and he gets there just in time. But is it enough? You've started overtime. Flora's there on the Reaper, the lethal close range, just to burst down Poco. Poco's Discord orbed, but Flora and Yaki just aren't there. Shax and Sparker, they come alive when London need them the most. New York had a real chance to tie this series, and that is starting to slip away. I don't think London are missing a single person except maybe their Lucio, who's coming back, and it just doesn't matter. New York dead in the water, and London go to series point.
And NYXL just fumbled a 4 versus 5 as well. They had the perfect setup. The pile driver into the railgun. They evaporated Landon. He didn't exist. The Discord was gone. The Harmony Orb was gone. The entire Zenyatta was ruined. Had to even swap over to Lucio to even return in time. But Sparker and Shax, the European DPS combo, come up so clutch, Lemon. And this is what we need to see from London Spitfire as well. That they don't just need Huddy to be the difference maker. They can look to their damage players and say, hey, you're about to win us a game. And they bloody well did. London Spitfire do this by the skin of their teeth. And for NYXL, this is a heartbreaker that's going to need some repair in the break.
Hit my baby G-Shock, said it's time. All my thoughts linked up, multiplying, no divide. Dropping hit after hit, never miss, it's a crime. But my karma stay lit, Buddha sit by my side.
Sweating after that Route 66? Were you banking on New York's clutch factor? Well, it didn't happen. But it's okay, because your pickups might be still okay. Make sure you get your predictions in to earn a chance to get some cash, some prizes, some skins, and share your fandom over on the Overwatch League mobile app that's on Google Play or the App Store. I know a lot of the desk were preferring or just predicting the London Spitfire here, so it looks like our Preds are okay for now.
grab your phone, Lemon, and settle down into my analysis grotto, because I want to tell you how Flora ended up getting 23 final blows on Route 66 versus Sparker's 13. Flora got so many more because it was actually a really good compositional read from NYXL. They looked at Poco on the Sigma and the separate backline of Admiral and Landon, and continuously the timing was get the railgun shot by shooting Poco's shield, and then have Kellen move in to do the pile driver so that while they're in the air, you get the easy railgun shot, and that meant you got so many more charged railgun shots out in general versus Sparker, who didn't have a shield to farm off with the Sojourn. And the question now for NYXL is, are they going to be able to do something similar when they're going up against Huddy? Because presumably he's going to be on the shield man himself on the Reinhardt, but there were a lot of problems for NYXL faced on Coliseum when going up against this lineup.
Huddy has occasionally brought out the Hammond when he needs it, but yeah, we're probably going to see the return of the Rush, especially with Backbone in. It just synergizes mainly with his Mei, and Backbone has also been seen playing Sombra, but I think they're kind of slowly getting rid of that because I don't know if they've even won a map with that. Nonetheless, yeah, the Flora versus Sparker matchup was really interesting because I had even said during the map, the few times that Sparker really did Flora was due to positioning, whether on the top of the point C truck or on top of Big Earls. And I had concerns with London just playing so far back when the box of victory was that close, and it ended up prevailing of getting above just having access to New York's backline. We go into Midtown, though, to see if London will have the clean sweep or are New York's upgrades and improvements going to actually help them.
London here going to be starting off on the attack, of course, and when Huddy comes in, we have come to expect one thing, Lemon, and this was actually the map where I think Huddy proved to a lot of the doubters in the kickoff clash that Reinhardt could work. And it was actually playing in a position where you currently see Myunbong hanging out, trying to defend point B up close and personal with the Reinhardt, is where London Spitfire really started to convince people that this identity as a Reinhardt rush team could be viable in Overwatch 2. On the other side, NYXL going to start defending now with Kellen on the Sigma. How are you going to stop yourself from being out-rotated here by London Spitfire? Because if Huddy can get on top of you with the aid of a Lucio, then you are going to be in deep trouble because you don't have anything in terms of knockbacks. Flora can escape, sure, Yaki can escape, but none of your tanks or supports can.
Yeah, this Metro just hurts the potential of Hammond so much. I think New York just would have looked better on that, but just not a ton. There still are grapple spots, but it's not as just high ground dependent as other maps. London will be free to push the alleyway on the left side. New York want to be as far away from London as possible, but against London, they're catching strays. As soon as they rotate, Flora got charged up his beam off of Hadi's shield, and Snipes landed before he could even put an Immortality down. So London put that dang in reverse. They put the whole cassette tape on rewind, but they're still losing more people.
Kellen falling down is a big problem, Lemon. He's going to take so long to respawn here. It takes so long to float back as a Sigma, and London Spitfire, they've basically already got their respawns in place up onto the high ground, but it looks like they're going to be counter-rotated here by Yaki. Flora's got a fully charged cannon, and that will do just fine.
Yeah, I say somebody needs to pressure this Sojourn, and I can't believe it was a Lucio that had to do it. You know, Hadi gets involved too. So, London able to approach the point. Yaki's in the back. Admiral's skating away. He's half HP. Hadi's there to protect him, but maybe just too late to be aware of Yaki's tracer. He's just going for melees. He recalls out of the charge. Now, that's some fancy feet, but how about we use these feet to touch the point, because it's already been a tick for Spitfire.
Just a flip of the map right here. Huddy's so far away, but Admiral's still in, hoping that Kellen's going to fall, and indeed they could. So low, Lemon, and that's going to be the Immortality field expended to keep everyone safe from this pulse bomb.
I'm already seeing YouTube chat just being like, oh, another Hadi shatter that gets nothing. But he gets those so quickly because he's always brawling something and using fire strikes. He's got 2 of them now. So you get those so quickly, you just shatter just to kill somebody. I will never hate Hadi for that. But there comes a fire truck. So London, they're going to take space.
And trying to hold this space if you're NYXL, it's a risk. Kellen at the moment, a little bit far forward, but this does at least provide like a 2-tier defense for NYXL that gives some safety over to Myeonbong and Gangnam Jin so that they can't be rotated to without Kellen being able to affirmatively move to protect as well. So I kind of like the double layer, the onion defense here from the NYXL. Flora with no opening pick, and you can see that often Admiral's the one aimed for because without the Lucio, London Spitfire's comp gets
Kellen uses grab flex just to float out of the danger zone because he was getting walled off by Backbone. And then London get weakened, and New York had already Yaki on the window high ground where Kellen currently is, so Yaki was ready to pounce on any opportunity. They managed to pick off Backbone, so without Admiral and Backbone, London don't have speed, and they don't have their win con or their neutral win con of the May wall, so London are going to take a second.
And the question here is, now that Kellen's up on the high ground, having got there via that gravitic flux, does London Spitfire make the move to force him out, or do they try and force Kellen to play solo on this side and have an undefended backline? Looks like they're going for the backline instead.
Oh, it's not cancelled. He threw the blizzard though. He got a headshot during it. Flora assuring of that. The Amp Matrix to help New York just get a little bit more damage through the blizzard, and London completely wiped away. So that did not work out.
And NYXL, now they can maintain this crossfire with Kellen on that high ground because while they may have used one of the things to stop London Spitfire making that commute in the amplification matrix, they also have the overclock and the transcendence as well. Here's Yaki's POV in the replay, finding Sparker, of course, utilizing that leftover amp matrix. It was completely unaccounted for by London, but I think at that point they knew this fight was a wash.
Oh, Hottie? He's trying to sweep away this high ground. He got a good charge, but the Transcendence just pushes him right back. Great resources from New York and trying to get picks off of the overclock. The Immortality was in the way, no longer. Landon's gone too. London have just no heals and should just be heading for a safe place, and they'll do so underground. But now New York are starting to take angles around them. Hottie's gonna go for a shatter. He gets 3 on the floor. Kellen, Myeonbong and Gangnam are down, and that's what happens when you corner an animal.
Sometimes you just get that Howdy Beast magic, baby. And it's striking true today. Sparker now with an overclock combined with an amplification matrix. If London Spitfire can control the forward ground here and make sure that they have supremacy over the high ground, there's going to be nowhere for NYXL to hide when it comes to fighting for this objective. So NYXL, they need to get onto the high ground as soon as possible to dislodge London.
Oh, Kellen is just getting his shield shredded. He has none. He has the safety of the barricade at the end of point B. New York have a grab flux. This will initially get London low. They don't have any support else to say anything about it. The grab flux is focused on the Hottie, which will, I think it even maybe got canceled. I didn't see Hottie take that much damage, but it's Sparker that I want to look at. He's already killed the supports, and he's looking for more. London have scooped away this fight in front of New York, pulling the trigger first.
I love the double phase fight there, Lemon. The first being the amplification matrix, just forcing NYXL to hide away from the cart while it rolled into a finishing position. And then Sparker gets up close and personal, leaving Landon on the high ground to freely heal from a untouched position while the overclock was active. NYXL, they all had to feed themselves into the crosshairs of Sparker. There was no more option to hide. Now Hadi controls the high ground. It's an odd location for a Reinhardt, but one that needs to be thoroughly contemplated by the NYXL in terms of knocking him off of here somehow. You can't let him just exist here.
It's fine because he's just trying to take that high ground from Flora or Yaki, so they don't have access to Admiral and Landon. So London just get to hover here and push cart. Now if New York get cart presence and London still have the high ground, they can jump from above and just squash them. So Hadi eventually drops. It's about rounding the corner. They'll have sound barrier soon. Hadi's getting aggressive. He's depending on that. Admiral will assist. Hadi has another shatter, and there's already 2 dead of the defense. The air matrix rises from Gangnam Jin, but you're not seeing any trades come up. Hadi's in trouble though. He has no shield, half health, sniped by Flora. London can still keep this going because they have a blizzard. Kellen's contesting with like 2 HP. He knows he's the only thing standing between London and a full capture with the time that they have. New York have respawn advantage. They can turn this fight around before Hadi gets back, but it has to happen quickly.
Oh, Landon takes an aggressive peek there, and Myeonbong's going to punish it with the right click. Yes, Admiral can just force in this cart a little bit more, but it's going to be easily... Wait, Flora's been taken down. Now Kellen has to touch and could be slams, Lemon.
New York just stood there stabilized instead of taking a fight. You use the shatter to lock down Kellen. No tanks, no Flora. 5-on-3. A Blizzard near the doorway that New York want to contest from. It's a Transcendence from Youngbong that keeps only himself but Yaki alive. Flora distances himself from the Blizzard and sees if he can pick away at Hadi. But Kellen and there's just no one there to contest. It's mainly on Kellen, and he only got back now. So Spitfire will cap 40 seconds on the clock.
That was a really weird minute and a half of play right there. At least it's less than a minute. That's good news for NYXL. It means that if they can full cap Midtown in overtime, they won't be just playing for a draw and playing to survive and try and get a 6-map reverse sweep. However, a full completion on Midtown is nothing to turn your nose up at. And now London Spitfire, this is where they're at their strongest, Lemon. On the defense, able to control how these engagements happen, able to sit up on the high ground like a panther waiting in the trees in order to just drop down on top of a more vulnerable NYXL.
It feels like London are taking the initiative in a lot of these fights, and New York know how to capitalize. So when they do just get that one pick, if New York's DPS get one pick, it forces London to play scared because every component of the rush provides some important utility for it to be successful. Whether it's they pick off Admiral, whether they get rid of Backbone, and then New York are really good at those 5-on-4 fights. They don't stand still, but they do stand still at point C where they killed Hadi and they just stood in their spawn when maybe you could have taken more time off of that clock. Maybe you could have taken more space, but it's so hard to hold that space while utilizing a Hammond. Surprised to see this now on the attack. We'll see if that Metro kind of geometry is going to be difficult for Kellen to maneuver. We don't see Hammond on this map too often.
I think the Wrecking Ball might be here, Lemon, to try and distract London Spitfire a bit. Just get Kellen on top of that point, force back some London Spitfire members to try and keep it contested, which allows for Myunbong and Gangnam to make a less accosted commute forward, because there's no real way to stop London Spitfire getting on top of your supports at the moment.
Yeah, so Kellen goes above the Metro instead of under, and he got booped away from Admiral on his pile drive. So that's going to be difficult. That's a pretty short cooldown to have the boop. And New York thought they had space to just kind of start creeping up on the subway. They forced the Backbone ice block, which is a minor window of opportunity for New York to start taking up space, knowing that Backbone's going to have to play safer. There's the May wall there for Backbone to stop Kellen from moving around on the bottom of your screen as Yaki takes advantage of that distraction that you mentioned to go after the supports. Now Yaki's putting some initial good damage in, and it's poked down by Myungbong. So we're waiting for New York to really get on this point, and it's tough when Hadi's going on a date with Kellen in the backline.
Look at where Hadi was. Hadi's the one who took the bait when Kellen touched the point. You can't have your main tank off merrily Benny hill chasing this enormously more mobile Wrecking Ball. That's how Hadi ended up over here, and that means who's defending the majority of London Spitfire? They're sitting ducks from the poke that comes through from NYXL, which is so much greater because London Spitfire, they're relying on a Lucio and a May for poke as well as the BAP and the Sojourn.
There's no one from London even contesting it. It's just tough for New York to have point presence as it is. And Kellen now has to deal with Hadi, who just is going to continuously primary fire at him. So Kellen has to leave and help out on the battle as London were just taking staircase control, and Kellen squashes it. So London are missing 2, and it's just about taking time off the clock because this is just not winnable for London.
Yeah, London there. Too easily distracted by Kellen. Ooh, shiny ball. Migo follow. Can't follow in this case. I would have loved to have seen maybe Backbone or potentially even Admiral go after the Wrecking Ball and try and just make sure that point was contested. You can kill Kellen later. What you can't do is expose yourself to New York Excelsior's poke now. And NYXL, they're rolling into this next fight, Lemon, on point B with 5 ultimates, which is super important because this is where London can hold the best. I wouldn't mind seeing all 5 ultimates used here.
Oh, Amp Matrix from the high ground of Landon and London. No, it's hard to say, but Keller's trying to push them off and throws them into the corner, so it stops them from temporarily using the Amp Matrix as the rest of New York, as Kellen was pushing people forward, and the rest of New York squashed them from the front. So pretty good fight.
I said I wouldn't mind NYXL using all 5 ultimates to break through his first area and deny it from Hadi. They didn't have to use any. An early pick from Flora was all that was needed, and Landon actually embraced the Amp Matrix there as well. NYXL, they are still going to be cut in 2 here, as they still have some respawns who are returning. Hadi's got to hit a fat slam here as Sparker. They're going to be the one to finally pay attention to that objective rather than Hadi, letting him stay with the team and play as a unit.
Yeah, pushing card is just not safe for anyone from New York except Kellen, and he's trying to push London off the high ground. Hadi commits another shatter just for Kellen. Floor gets in the way. Myungwon uses Transcendence to maybe save people through the shatter engage, but it's too little too late with the close range burst that shatter has. Kellen is gone, and there's the fight back from New York. They nano Flora, who's using overclock. He uses the May wall from his opposition to actually get a vantage point on the London Spitfire members on the high ground, and New York are turning this fight despite losing Kellen so early.
Sparker still going to be double-pocketed, though, has to make a decision. Stand and fight or run away. And given the proximity of the spawn of Backbone and Hadi, is decided that discretion is the better part of Valor. However, Kellen can very much control the area around this cart as it comes in towards the finish, using those mines. For Backbone, the question is, can they get this Blizzard on top of the supports?
Oh, New York thought they were safe on the high ground, but no one scouted their flank. The Blizzard right on top of those supports. Myungbong is dead, but Gangnam Jin lives, and New York have some saving grace, but the duplicate from Yaki did absolutely nothing. London are still hanging around the high ground, and Sparker forces Yaki out of the duplicate, so New York don't really have a leg to stand on, and they're being so passive despite, you know, killing London, and then just immediately giving up space and just taking so long for these engages to start.
Yaki overall there had a good idea in being able to use the wall to defend the frozen members in the Blizzard on the copy, but unfortunately it was just easily broken through. Flora just randomly dies to a fire strike. He must have been LOS in Gangnam Jin. The formation of NYXL is in ruins, Lemon. I think Hadi may have gone for a little bit of a type there or something, or a quick DC. It's okay. Make sure that router's plugged in.
Yeah, just questioning the Orisa to now questioning what New York are doing. Minute 30 left.
No Orisa, question mark? No more? NYXL, low on ultimates, low on sieging power here. At least they have their inherent high ground. Hadi's already moving in.
Does the Pseudos New York think they're safe at just moving forward? London just immediately jumped down, and we've already taken note of this before, of London's initiative. They're so good at starting fights on their terms, and New York always have to play reactive, and that might not suit their playstyle.
All right, now we're playing the more aggressive style that I've come to expect from Hadi, and I love how they're already checking Kellen, because the only way that you easily break this hold at the chokes is to have Kellen once again go in, touch the cart, and force London Spitfire to move towards you.
Oh, London almost had a quick push. Isolation wall. New York using their cooldowns to move away. Hadi is slept, but immediately woken there by Kellen. As New York have the mines if they want to use it as their own isolation tool, because Yaki needs the space to operate. Hadi shatters Kellen. The Nano's invested just to keep Kellen alive. He has the mines available, and Kellen's so all up in there. At least he helps kill Hadi. Landon's barely alive, so New York, they're finally aggressive, and it's paying off, but now they have 10 seconds to go to cart, and they probably have to win one more fight for point B.
At least it was only the nano used there, but yes, the cart has been rolling backwards steadily throughout the midst of all of this, Lemon. The question is, how do London Spitfire try and control the high ground? You need to get Myungbong, Gangnam Jin and Flora off of there, so the speed boost and maybe even a sand barrier engage could be useful.
It's just about brawling in London. They go on the flank to try and dislodge New York's DPS from this high ground. And Backbone's been forced to use Ice Block. And Flora's in a position. He counter-rotates away from London. He's overclocking. He's charged up, beefed up, and ready to serve. And London, they throw the Blizzard, but barely have anybody on the cart. So New York, they counter-rotate and push point B and cap.
Oh, my mistake. I thought it was a beat that was died midway through by Admiral, but I think it did come out in the end. Just an unfortunate ragdoll, but London Spitfire there, they made the move to try and contest for high ground, and they didn't quite get there. NYXL still left it, but it did mean that they couldn't set up Sparker and Landon to have that wraparound from their back to continuously provide pressure onto the exposed underbelly of the NYXL. Because it's not just removing NYXL from the high ground, it's taking it for yourself. Now we get to the Grand Central Terminal. Hadi can play these 90-degree angles very well with the Reinhardt, but you can't really challenge the high ground. And if Myungbong and Gangnam Jin can get up there unperturbed, it should be free heals until they get sucked by Sparker.
Well, Flora couldn't get up there yet. He missed his jump. Yaki's gonna fly above just to get some initial damage in. See if it's time to fight. Yaki has the Reinhardt duplicate. You have less health, though, on the new Echo duplicate, so he doesn't have a lot of time to live. He's very close to Shatter. He has it now. He swings on Admiral, and Hadi blocks the Shatter, but he's discorded and has no shield. So Hadi, how long will he live? Well, pretty well against Yaki with less health and removed out of duplicate form, and Sparker, with the overclock, is heading for more stagger kills. New York are trying to hide, and they're doing a good job of doing so, but they're panicking. They've nanoed Flora, who walks into a Shatter, but because of the pile drive from Kellen, he almost could have lived, but it's too little and too late. Sparker has found the diff. New York have to get to the end of the map or they will lose the series, and London are in a perfect position to end this series the way that it should have in the first place. They got low on Route 66, but man, Sparker is done playing with this food, and New York have the touch. Yaki's back on the Tracer, and he's confusing London, but it's not enough. New York will not complete the map, and London will take the series 3-0.
A nano target slammed to sleep. We call that one a power nap. Lemon in London have certainly forced NY Excelsior into a dirt nap on their home map of Midtown. We saw flashes of brilliance, understanding of the comps for NYXL. It certainly feels like they have the overall intelligence, more so than before, to like really exploit the kind of comps that they're going up against, but just not the clutch factor to beat out players like Sparker, like Backbone, like Hadi. When it comes to these 1v1s, London, they play their own game, they play their own tempo, and the crescendo of overall value that London Spitfire have, which is bringing them towards mid-season madness, is surely going to be getting them into that next tournament.
I mean, yeah, London are going to stick to their identity and make little improvements. And one of them, going from Soldier towards the meta, and that's our Sojourn player, is our player of the match. It's Sparker from the London Spitfire, who just decimated New York Excelsior on Coliseum. It just wasn't close. Route 66 had a more interesting battle, but Sparker has adapted through the meta, starting with Cassidy in his first matches to just owning on the Sojourn.
I mean, Sojourn's kind of like the dream character for someone like Sparker, who when we first were introduced to Sparker Lemon back in 2018, 2019, they were a Widow specialist for British Hurricane. They were just bought in for maps like Gibraltar and Dorado to play the flick scan snipers. But now, playing things that Sparker's also really good at, like the Soldier. The Tracer, utilizing that tracking with the primary fire of Soldier and then being rewarded with additional snipes. This is the conflux of mechanics where Sparker is able to utilize his entire skill set, and he's been doing so well in this matchup.
And London are also utilizing more of the rest of their roster. We kind of thought they were just so one-dimensional at the start of the stage. We're like, where's Poco? People even forgot Poco was on this team when I told them about it. And now that we're in a Sigma meta, Poco gets to finally have some time to shine, and Shax is more consistently used now that Tracer's so important to get put pressure on those flex supports now that they're in the meta. So I've been liking just the new looks we're seeing from London. And like you said, they're playing their game, but when it comes to New York, they're still trying to figure out their game. But we saw glimpses of what could work for New York, which is playing around Kellen's engage on the Hammond, but Hammond's not good on every map, and you saw kind of how difficult that was specifically on Midtown. And if Yaki sticks to more Tracer, I think he's going to have better mobility to constantly be ready to help Kellen instead of flying up in the air and then having to wait so long to engage again. So much better of a fan of Yaki's Tracer.
That said, with NYXL, I'd rather they try and put a ball-shaped key into a square hole than languish on a meta they aren't quite good at. And I think that we have seen flashes of not terrible from NYXL today, which sounds cruel, but it is positive news for NYXL fans. Kellen is looking like an Element Mystic tank and is being followed up by Flora. There is a basis to build on there, but they might have to go up against some weaker teams to try and get that next win. And well, while we aren't going to be seeing any more of London today or NYXL, there are plenty more Overwatch matches coming after this break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here with Sparker from London Spitfire. Sparker, congratulations on the win and also getting the player of the match as well. You know, first match 3-0 for the London Spitfire, and you guys are just killing it this stage. How'd you guys prepare for today's match against the New York Excelsior?
We fought since that last week, our Ryan Mirror versus Toronto. We'd think they would be too scared to take the Ryan Mirror since we're just that good. So we thought they would have to go anything full spam, so we just prepared for that as well as we could.
Okay, and yeah, and it worked out. I don't know, did you feel like playing that match, did you feel like they were scared of the London Spitfire like you mentioned? Did you get that feeling playing New York Excelsior today?
Not really. I think they tried their hardest, and it was a tough match.
Yeah, and I also want to talk a little bit about your Sojourn. You, of course, got the player of the match, and I picked you. I wanted to talk to you because you just popped off today. What are your thoughts on Sojourn currently? Do you think Sojourn is going to be like a long time stay in the meta sort of hero, or do you think it's just for now, like a hero that would just, you know, maybe for a stage or two?
If they don't nerf her, I think she's unreal broken right now. Probably the best hero in this meta. So if you can hit shots, I think she's just a game changer, and you can win games alone if you hit enough heads.
Yeah, quick heads, win games. All right, I will take note. Probably I won't be able to do that, but hey, you can do it. That's why you're a player and I'm not. All right, and my final question for you, Sparker, is, I mean, I think I said this briefly. I mean, you guys are just on fire these days. London Spitfire has been performing very well, even start of the season, but I think going into stage 2 and right now in this stage, I think you guys are really popping off. Where does your success lie in? Where do you think that you're finding success in? Is it thanks to the meta, or is it just you guys are just really, really good?
Of course, we have really good players this year, but with our new coaching staff, I think we prepare really well every week and just more prepared than ever for every match. And it goes well.
All right, Sparker, thank you. Thank you so much for all those wonderful answers, and again, congratulations on the win.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sparker. Congratulations to the London Spitfire. Another W on the board. That was hard to get there. But I know, right? It's rough. It's really rough out there. Yeah, let's discuss how they got it done. I mean, we did see a few moments from the New York Excelsior where it almost looked like they could get themselves back into the game, but just not quite. Where did they fall short, and how did London Spitfire come out on top?
I think the rush, no one's really been able to solve the rush composition from the London Spitfire except for the Gladiators in the kickoff clash. Like, that really seems like the only team that has ever been able to crack it since they've had that confidence. New York Excelsior were no different. They really struggled on, you know, the first and the third map where they had the chatty in. Just the ability for them to maneuver around the map. They tried Orisa, which, you know, I'm not in love with, but it was something different, something to sort of mix it up and try and change how the London Spitfire were playing the game, but they just couldn't deal with it. And then, you know, there was some positive signs on Route 66 that we saw here with Kellen on that wrecking ball. They have Flora absolutely going crazy on that Sojourn. It did look cohesive, and it looks like it should work for them. And the New York Excelsior, if you look at their players on paper, they got Yaki on Tracer, they got Flora popping off on the hit scan, Myeonbong is able to go over to the flex support, Gangnam Jin is also off of that Lucio onto more of his comfort picks. This should be good for the Excelsior, and it was.
We say that every week.
We say it every week.
We say that every week. Come on!
It looks cohesive, at least. At least it looked a little bit better. It looked like some form of improvement when they were able to play those heroes, but once again, another disappointing look for New York Excelsior.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last week even in this meta with how good Sojourn is, and also, you know, some of these Tracer players like Yaki, for example, they can take over games, like Sparker said, right? So that's sometimes what we even saw. Toronto Defiant last week, they looked awful, but then Hisu was like, yeah, I'm gonna win this map, and he just decided to shoot people down. So you definitely can get some wins here. New York Excelsior and Route 66, they looked good. Like as we said, the composition, they fit them. Flora looked amazing on the Sojourn, on Route 66. So they are like, you know, a team punching upwards and like trying to steal some of these maps. But when you're like when you're a Wrecking Ball team, and then you're like, can you try to win on Colosseo and Midtown? It's like, not the best maps for the Wrecking Ball. So it did look good on Route 66, and I do think that New York Excelsior could build on this performance somewhat. But it's getting a bit boring to say, really. So, you know, the map's going to be in their favor, and maybe Flora popped up.
It's getting old. I do wonder, though, as we were on that first map and we did see that Orisa coming out, I don't know which of you two mentioned that or tried to talk about it, and then the May. Is that a response to the May?
It makes a little bit of sense. Maybe not so much now that you can't get permanently frozen by the May left click, but in the past, Fortify was very good against that because you could just hit the Fortify, walk out of the May Blizzard, walk out of the freeze, and then you could live. Maybe that's the logic there. Maybe they didn't read the patch notes again. It's hard to really know. It did not work. Orisa just doesn't do anything better than Reinhardt or Sigma. So that's just the reality of it.
To be fair, I feel like you could say that about like every hero. You could be like, oh, they're playing Orisa. Let's go Tracer.
Yeah.
They're playing Orisa. Let's go Junkrat. Like, every hero can make it work.
Yeah, I mean, you can always make it work if you're just very good.
Yeah.
Like, there is that. Speaking of very good, we got two teams popping up next, and that's the Florida Mayhem and the Dallas Fuel. Don't think Dallas is living up to the expectations we're currently having from them. That's what actually potentially could make this game a very close one, as they are currently still winless in this stage. Reinforce, what do they need to do to get the W today?
Honestly, just live up to like the players' talent. No, honestly, they were so disorganized last week. Like they didn't know what composition to play. They swapped heroes way too often, map to map. They're just like, yeah, we're gonna play Hanzo, we're gonna play a little bit of Sojourn, Tracer, we're gonna play Doomfist comps, Winston comps, Sigma compositions. Like they played everything, right? So Dallas Fuel just like settle on one thing and try to make it work. And really, I think you can build on that thing instead, rather than just trying to adapt all the time. You gotta be wary of Hydron in this matchup. One of the best Sojourns we have in the league, right? But I just want to see Dallas Fuel come out and look like they actually have a plan in place, instead of trying to adapt every single team fight and flex around to a bunch of different heroes. Like, no, you have great players. Just make them comfortable and then just go in and be confident.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Is that
we
too simple?
need confidence. We need them to have a proper game plan because we know they have the individual skill to get it done over the Florida Mayhem. But let's see, Acosta, you were rooting for the Mayhem here. You already said your piece, so let's see how this one is going to go down. And for the action, we're going to send it over to, what shall we call that pairing? Ubos or Jawbearer?
Jabber.
Jubber. I like that. Let's go with Jubber. Jabber?
Jabber.
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 Work in progress.
Johnny's my spirit animal. I mean, his reaction is absolutely mine there. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Overwatch League. I'm Mitch Leslie, here with Jaws, who has his Picasso jumper on today in honor of this partnership. Great to be here with you, mate. Obviously, we've got a very interesting match to first put under the microscope here because we've got a team who is winless, and I don't mean in series, I mean in maps so far in this qualifier.
How is this possible? I mean, I'm the biggest Dallas Fuel sub going, but like, how are you 0 maps? Okay, look, you played against the Shock, you played against the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah.
Kai exists as a human being in a server in Overwatch, which is great, and he kills everybody. That's like definitely the hardest matchup they've had so far. And then Shock have like Kilo and Prop, in fact their whole roster, which is also insane. And then they had Mikey come in and play Wrecking Ball, which is also really good. Like, it's kind of understandable, but you don't expect that from the Dallas Fuel at all. You expect them to at least get 1 or 2 maps, but like a big fat 0 is just absurd right now. Like, and then 5 and 3. Like, how is this possible?
I want to scratch the surface of that a little bit when we start talking about them a bit more, because there's some reasons for this, or at least we feel. The Florida Mayhem, though, I kind of like, Johnny gave us a prelude here to look out for Hydron, right? It definitely, I think he's like 3rd in a lot of the key stats on this hero so far. But I mean, Jack, he was incredibly impactful last week as we saw the Mayhem pivot to a different style, along with many other teams in the league.
Yeah, Hydron's been crazy good, and you want to see this from rosters like the Mayhem, who had a very big shift in their entire roster coming into this year, and they've also added players here and there too. They had Kariv come in because Sir Marjeb was like struggling with visa stuff, and then Kariv's obviously taken a step back. They've had Sir Marjeb come in. They've also had RuPaul coming into the roster too, and you're like, wow, okay, this is a slow burner roster, 100%. Like, they're going to get better throughout the season. But then Hydron just comes out of the gate swinging on the Sojourn. He's one of the scarier ones. And like you were saying, Mitch, with the he's up there in terms of stats-wise. Like, and you expect almost the Dallas Fuel to be that way because they also have, Sparkle, Edison, Gurio too, who have, like, an crazy depth of heroes that they can play within Overwatch right now. But then, I don't know, man. I'm confused. I'm annoyed, and this game is going to tilt me if Mayhem just 3-0 because the Dallas Fuel on paper should be a lot better than this. Look, they had one loss coming into this qualifying tournament, and you're expecting Mayhem to be kind of this middle of the pack team, but now Fuel are middle of the pack. London's like gone up through the stratosphere. Like, I'm just confused.
Right. I mean, okay. Let's go at a level further than that, right? Because I think we're looking at Sojourn players on this Dallas Fuel team and wondering who that is supposed to be. Because we've seen Edison, we've seen Gurio, of course, in here at Hitscan, but neither of those have really rocked our world. Fearless is going to be in the starting roster today, but it definitely feels like the tank line is a little bit in flux with this Fuel team, as well as the Sojourn player. Who are the go-tos on this Dallas Fuel roster? We need to see them today, Jack.
Yeah, we do. And that point of the tanks being a little bit confused, it also feels that way since the beginning of these qualifiers, because we've seen Fearless come in and play some Doomfist. You're like, okay, fine, you can flex the Doomfist, whatever. You can obviously play the Winston too. I wouldn't say exactly the same style, but it's like go in with Slam and, you know, go in with Lead with Monkey. So it kind of fits the same kind of niche in terms of tanks. But then you also have Hanbin coming out on Reinhardt, and you're like, what? Like, is this just a mid-map adaptation? Like, okay, we don't have Fearless in, but we need to play Ryan right now. Like, this other team's kind of clobbering us with it. It just feels weird. They're a little bit all over the place. And for the Dallas Fuel backline, I think they've been the most consistent, like, for sure. Shio has been crazy good. A rookie coming into this year. I think a lot of people didn't have high up on their radar. Maybe a few people did here and there, but he has been one of the standout pieces for the Fuel, being a real backbone for the team, which is honestly what you need right now, because it's a lot of solo play in this meta, like the Tracers and the Sojourns finding off angles, finding picks on the supports. If you have those support line, if you have the support line that just doesn't die and just survives for a long time, that's normally for the better. And Chio and Field are at least doing that.
I like you bring that up because on the Mayhem side of things, right, so Marjib was someone we praised so highly in our kickoff Clash tournament, right? But when we've seen him move to Zen, and sometimes the Brig has been in this case, seeing him pop up on the kill feed as the first elimination a little more. He's playing aggressively, so we see his Zen play also able to yield his team some of those first kills, but it's been more volatile than what we saw from him on the Iana, which seemed a little more stable. So that's something worth keeping an eye on as this series sort of goes here. As we also feel to maybe moving away from some of his go-to flex support heroes, Jack. Right out of the gates, though, it's going to be Fearless on the Wrecking Ball here. Dallas have the real rush-down play with the Moira in tow.
Yeesh, I don't like the Moira here. I'm going to be very honest. Like, your effective range of healing on the Moira is pretty slim unless you throw the Orb out to chase the Tracer, to chase the Sojourn or whatever, but you're also not really healing ball that much. Like, I don't know. It feels way better if you're playing the Zen or you're playing the Brig Eater in this instance. Someone's on the Doomfist, so a slight change, but look at Village just getting completely bullied. The Lamb just does so much in this comp.
Yeah, look at Fielder. I mean, he had this fade forced so early in the fight that someone was just able to follow him up, clean him up indeed. Someone going to flatten Gurio here, and Dallas Fuel get absolutely Goomba stomped in this first fight.
Yeah, I mean, well, oh no, they use their fade. Well, I guess we kill Fielder now because he can only use one orb, has a little bit of self-heal with the right click, but that's about it. And well, what does RuPaul do? Oh, there's a really cool ability that maybe should be an ultimate called Lamb that makes you immortal.
Oh, it's got a long
sick.
cooldown though, Jack. It's very balanced. It's lengthy.
True.
It's like 18 seconds you sat there without immortality. So how do you survive?
I will say though, Fade is one of the most powerful abilities in the game. In vulnerability, you're invisible, you get speed boost, and you get a jump. So, but if you fade that, if you force that out, you die so quick in Overwatch 2. It's kind of kind of a whatever.
How about the whip shot there, which sent Fearless back down to the low ground and gave Hydron the space to just pick Sparkle out. Again, we're seeing these Tracers fall up against Sojourners. I mean, that instant kill potential with the rails, so punishing. Gurio, though, at least is able to respond here. The Mayhem are now down a player.
Ooh, yeah, rough stuff. Yeah, if you have someone dying super early on the fight like that, the Mayhem really can't do a whole bunch. Like Checkmate and Hydron, yeah, they're pretty mobile, but you need to have someone in the front line just causing a distraction, forcing cooldowns out of Fielder and Chio. And now Fielder switching over to the Ana. We got to kind of mention that. Way better for this kind of comp. Like, you're nanoing Fearless. The bio grenades are absolutely huge, especially on people like someone who's now switched over to Zarya. Okay, I was going to say good for Doomfist, but Zarya a little bit less so because of the bubbles.
Yeah, okay, so, I mean, who receives the bubble from someone here? Gurio getting an early pick-off. So Dallas in a great position here. Someone's already used the self-bubble, so this could be a bit nasty. We'll get back to that, though. It's going to be an Ant Matrix in the back line, and that allows RuPaul to claim Gurio. Sparkle just sheepishly trying to shepherd the bot forward and then at least be able to equal the Mayhem's total. But Checkmate's picked off Gurio. It's going to be a nano-boosted Fearless trying to start something up here, priming into the back line, but Checkmate gets rid of the back line himself.
Yeah, feeling pretty good if you're Checkmate there. That was a nice play by Sparkle, though, I will say. And the Dallas Fuel's tempo was fairly nice, too. They knew they're going into the window there. You're going to die. Gurio is going to fall, so Sparkle just put himself on the robot, pushed it forward, got the lead, and then they engaged again with the Nano. Hoped to find something, but you can't really... It's like, okay, the Tracer popped off. She hit Pulse. Like, you can't really account for that. Checkmate is another person that has been very, very good for the Mayhem. Very consistent Tracer player. Beat to start, though, for the Fuel.
In they go. They're going to push up. Sparkle not benefiting from that one, but it doesn't matter because Gurio is able to make short work at an Immortality field, and Chio piles on him with the rest of the fuel there. Dallas look to try and start it up, and again, Jack feels like they've got a bit more of the ability to set the pace now with this Winston setup, but let's be honest, this is a kickoff clash composition, and they just shoehorned Sojourn in.
Yeah, I think you kind of can do that, though. Like, let's be real. Like, Soldier and Sojourn, yeah, they're filling this same kind of role of you want to be able to flank and get away from things. Soldier has legs, and Sojourn has just the power slide, which you can get to the high ground. That's true, that's true. A lot of people have legs. What a surprise. Checkpoint? No, they're good. All right.
All right, here we go. Gurio going to have the overclock here. Hydron going to reciprocate. Someone already using a self-bubble and takes a big hit. Having to use both of those, and yeah, necessitates an Immortality field. That's going to be easily picked off as Gurio able to clean up there, that disrupt the shot, claiming the Zarya, and Dallas able to push a bit further on here. Jack, maybe it's a slightly antiquated composition in the context of the league, but it's getting results.
Who knew? Fearless was good at Winston and Fielder's good at Ana. Oh my god, no way. Like, this comp, I think, is the best thing for the Dallas Fuel to be running right now because Fearless is so good on the Winston. Now, they're going to be able to play fairly close to the spawn. Nice force to the traps already.
Yeah, but Gurio overextends, maybe not expecting a Transcendence there. If he was, maybe he would not have just piled on in there. So as a result, the Immortality field lets the Mayhem just weather that storm and crack back at the fuel.
Not the worst thing in the world, I'd say. You're still going to be able to contest before Mayhem get to the
front spawn, right?
The pushing point, I suppose. Yeah, the barricade, whatever you want to call it. But with the grab and the Ant Matrix here, it's going to be fairly tough. Fearless needs to pop a big Primal Rage. Ideally, as soon as that grab comes out, you pop the Primal Rage when RuPaul opens the window, bash people away from it, and hope you survive that Graviton Surge. Either that or he jumps in it, kind of like tanks the grab, but you're not going to survive against that window damage. There's just no way.
Keep an eye out for Fearless here as again the grab setter. Okay, where's the grab? Bubble thrown up. Pulse ball on the outside of the bubble, so that's not going to get anyone. Only Chio being lost there is huge. Look how low someone is. That Immortality field gets cleared up by Gurio. Great awareness, and despite getting grabbed, it's the field that come out with an overwhelming win in this fight.
Yeah, that Pulse bomb, I think, landed on the shield. Either the outside or the inside. If that lands onto... Main tank, hey, let's go. Nice little right click, nice little right click. You can smile, Fearless, it's all good. It was a good play. Yeah, that was a really nice pulse initially from Checkmate, but it didn't actually land on the Winston.
It was on the outside of the bubble, Jack.
Yeah, it's... like, that's the one tool you needed. Yeah, Fearless tanks it, and he won't survive against the window, but RuPaul's window just gets actually negative value from the high ground, unfortunately. Sparkle with Pulse Bomb, though, can set this fight up pretty well.
And he's looking. Make no mistake here. Maybe forcing Zarya bubbles out early if possible. That's the Immortality field awful early, so Margin's able to get inside of it, but it gets taken down immediately. And that Pulse Bomb now is a redundancy and nothing more. Someone's out of bubbles here. Sparkle looks to... for Dallas might have been what is this Zarya already doing against them? The grab fluffed, it completely fizzled, and it's a switch to the Doom now.
Yep, Nano boost onto Fearless in the spawn. They need to be able to touch. A couple of meters to go, Mitch.
Margin Gonna have to go for the Transcendence here to avoid the scrutiny of Fearless, who tries to peel back, but the Transcendence allows the Mayhem to dig a little deeper, get a bit more aggressive. Let's Hydron find 2 key kills there. Somehow Fearless comes out with 1, but it's going to be inconsequential, as at least the Mayhem are going to have a chance to move back.
I mean, take that. Look how close that barrier is to completion. Like, at this point in the game, with 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, you have to win every single fight for Mayhem. There's just, yeah, there's almost no way. This is as good as over. Did you need the extra 2 minutes on push? Not if you fuel, apparently.
Depends who you ask you, isn't it? You know? Again, maybe a little bit more time for teams to come back if it's close, but it isn't. Florida have to win multiple consecutive fights starting right now. And Sparkle's looking for a way into the back line. He spots RuPaul there and Checkmate already. Yep, he's had to recall now, so a little bit riskier for him for the next 7 seconds, and then lost Hydron here. Huge amount of their damage off the table, and Checkmate can't go nearly as aggressive as he'd like to. He might just have to commit either way now as someone drops in, tries to pressure Fearless, stuns him up. But there's a Pulse Bomb in hand here for Sparkle, and he's waiting for that power block to be done. He sees the back line. Thinks to make a beeline for him. They're going to be denied by the whip shot on the shield of Sir Marge. Are going to keep him alive, but only just disrupt the shot defensively employed, and Fearless is taken down.
Still, though, I mean, RuPaul's just getting negative value right now with these windows, but it's because the Dallas Fuel are jumping on that position, and someone's getting caught out on the sidelines. I think this has happened twice, that same scenario. They use the window in the bottom right-hand corner on the staircase near the little mini-pack, and someone is off on a sideline where he can't really be healed by either of the supports, and then just gets focused down. Like, Doomfist's cooldowns, they're pretty short at the end of the day, but if you've already used your power block, you're so vulnerable. There's a minute to go, Mitch, and what, they have a Meteor Strike and the Sojourn ultimate, the Overclock. Again, very, very unwinnable. Gurio has been mashing Hydron like quite easily on this Sojourn already.
My estimate's 4 fights in a row is what the Mayhem need to win, which is pretty absurd. Fearless has Doomfist in his way right now, and opts not to try and circumvent him for the time being, so the nano boost there doesn't really yield too much outside of Dallas being able to re-establish a defensive position. With 42 seconds in the round, they know they just need to win this next fight, and it's basically done. Gurio may have overextended a little bit there, but the sound barrier is going to make it very hard for someone to punish that. Pulse Bomb dropped, Gurio walks away from it, Meteor Strike comes in, and someone's still healthy though. Gurio's in trouble, knocked up against the wall, but RuPaul is down, and Sir Marjan has been sectioned off from the rest of his team. They are all the way on the other side of the map right now. It is insane how far Fearless has pushed him, and he's not going anywhere.
There's a little smile that I wanted from Fearless. Yeah, how did he manage to juggle a brick that far back into the enemy spawn? They're going to leave the robot here, and it's basically done. There's no way anybody touches, right? I mean, the Tracer, you got no blinks because you triple blink out of spawn. Doomfist gets the touch. Okay, manages to get it in. Just a brief moment. Like, they had a second remaining, but it's done.
The team's getting branched in the meantime. Yeah, that's the issue. Someone.
Source. Oh, Hydron gets a kill on Gurio, though.
There's actually something here.
Maybe winnable, actually.
Okay, look, it's a checkpoint at the very least. The butt scratch is going to give Dallas a lot of time to get back. Sparkle's not inclined to give up this ground. Oh my, that's filthy. Checkmate just gets rolled there. Recall for Sparkle. Hydron could be in some danger here. Probably wants to connect a rail, but needs to charge it up at the very least. And it looks like the Fuel have opted to cede that checkpoint and regroup fully.
Okay, I feel really bad now. Maybe it's not winnable. I don't know. maybe it's winnable for the Mayhem. They have Rally and Pulse Bomb for this next fight. Dallas flew through everything because they thought it was the last. Already, Hydron's dead though.
Yep, Fearless fighting him. Sparkle was there at just the right time, and RuPaul gets, well, he gets fried across the map by that rail. Checkmate had to have a miracle Pulse Bomb right now, but it isn't even a connect, and he's put to sleep after the fact. And what a rude awakening. The Dallas Fuel making it work here with the Winston Arna setup on New Queen Street. Pretty convincing. A little bit of a squeaky bum last few moments there, but the Fuel take that first map away regardless.
Man, it does feel really good coming into this game and saying, where is the Sojourn player for the Dallas Fuel? Like, who are they actually going to put on it? They pop out a Gurio, and actually he looks really, really good. Maybe it was that. Maybe it was the 0 maps they got against the Raid in the shot that gave him a kick up the bum. I don't know. But it's working out now. Hydron was one of the better Sojourns in the league up until this point, and I still think he is, but Gurio has his number right now. Like, a lot of the times you're seeing in the kill feed, quick railgun headshot, and Hydron dies, and you swing the fight massively into the Dallas Fuel's favor. They're also playing at their own tempo, Mitch, which is what you wanted to see from the Dallas Fuel. They're not on Wrecking Ball, they're not on Doomfist, they're on Fearless, Winston, and they have Fielder not on the Moira, he's on the Ana, one of his best heroes.
Once again, the Fuel finding a way to play to their strengths in a foreign meta. Stick around, everybody, because map number 2 is just a couple moments away. One of my favorite things about that Dallas Field video is that the Genji blade Sparkle holds has to be blurred for for reasons. So leave that to your imagination, what he's going to be felling his enemies with. But one thing that is clear, one thing that we can see, is that going forward, Dallas have a pretty comfortable strength of schedule. Jack, yeah, there it is, number one. Nightmare first week for them, right? We already talked about that. But their performance in the kickoff Clash qualifiers counts for the mid-season madness, and there's a good chance they can win out from here, especially if today goes well. So, not house money necessarily, but Dallas are okay if they can overcome their issues pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, madness, right? That's I think that'll be the key word for the day. They're against Florida Mayhem now, then they are up against Titans, then they play New York, and then they play London. London match is potentially going to be a gigabanger. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah,
just the way London is performing right now.
all the time, right?
Exactly. Yeah, so it'll be interesting. But the next few games, you'd say, okay, on paper, yeah, they're going to win. So having that very, very good early start to the season has just worked wonders for the Dallas Fuel. Although saying that, being upper map and using this Sojourn in a comp they're extremely familiar with, it's boding extremely well for the Dallas Fuel. They've had a rough couple of last games, not taking a single map. So, and you can say, yeah, sure, they're against the best Sojourn currently in existence in Kai for the Atlanta Reign, and they're also against Shock, who's incredibly versatile now with the addition of Mikey.
And they're low-key onliners, let's be honest.
Yeah, low-key.
Good
definitely
success
low-key.
online.
Maybe high-key, we'll see, see later. The Dallas Fuel, though, Mitch, look at this. They're running Wrecking Ball on the defense. Well, we were talking literally a second ago in the break. It's like, okay, so they're just going to continue playing Winston, but now we see Phyllis on the ball. And
you
Phil
hated
back
this on
Moira.
Queen Street.
Yeah, they're going to switch. They're going to switch, I think. I hope so, anyway.
Or maybe when they die, if they die. But
if they die.
So talk to me about it, though, because this comp seems like such a aggressive. You need to set the pace for this setup to work, right?
Yeah, I just think Phyllis in general is just way better at Winston at setting the pace than he is Wrecking Ball. Ideally with this comp, you kind of hold the spawn, and it's kind of what they're doing now. But the thing is, Hydron, he's got a lot of things to, not a crazy amount of things to charge up of, but when Phyllis goes for these big slams, he's getting a lot of that right-click energy. So you're ending up with at least 80, 90%, and then you can just go for a slide up and go for a one-shot and hope to land it.
Feels like this is where this comp's supposed to hold, right? Either at spawn or on this sort of hairpin little choke. Fearless. Yeah, knocked back there. Someone goes into the power block, and Dallas just sort of stare at him menacingly for a moment as the fight reconvenes. Fearless still healthy enough right now, and someone's hoping to try and sort of cut him off. But Sparkle's going to be able to get in trouble here. Dallas trading a lot of damage pretty effectively, might I add, as someone needs some attention.
Yeah, Sparkle, although his Tracer was a little bit of a meme last year, has just been exceptional. An amazing boot back in onto someone.
A little bit of a Sojourn duel on the high ground. Gurio wins it out with a headshot. Stunning work. So Margin's going to have to head for the heels at a moment here as Fearless tries to waylay the Mayhem, but Gio gets caught on the snapback. Rupal's still going to get flattened there. Gurio going to go very aggressive, but he knows he needs to play close to his Moira either way. So now someone looking at him, looking mighty aggressive too. The yellow haze is going to keep Gurio alive for the time being, and that's a beautiful pulse bomb left in wait for someone. It looks like the Mayhem have been able to grit their teeth and get through a messy fight.
God, someone got played there. Oh my God. Even used the Meteor Strike to try and kill Fielder, who just instantly faded away. Gurio and Fielder just ran rings around him. Unfortunately, though, for Mayhem, they do have a rally for this next fight, and they were able to win out. Quicker spawns, a lot better for the Mayhem. But the Dallas Fuel, they can go with Coalescence. Ideally, you just want to go thick and fast, and I think that's what they're going to do.
All right. Rupal.
Window high ground, though.
Yeah, playing from the safe position. Gurio looking for him, though, with those rails, so Rupal can't do too much about his position for the time being.
There it is.
Big hit on Gurio, though, and the follow-up was good from someone. The Immortality Field's finally been taken down, but that Coalescence looks to have achieved minimal value, Jack.
Yeah, but Riley's still a very good ability. Oh my God, I thought he was going to die, but he's good. They still use the beat for some reason. I don't know about that beat. Dallas Fuel, yeah, you're like 1v3 right now. Not sure about that one. The Fuel, they do go fast, yes, but the rally over health, Mitch, versus the Coalescence, it does nothing. Like, Coalescence needs to be hitting through shields, hitting the support line in the back. When you have a Brig and a Batiste, you're going to survive for a long time. Plus, they were isolated on the high ground on their own, so the Dallas Fuel had to make a move to try and get to them. Okay, Fielder switching over to the Ana, much better. I would like to see Fearless change after these mines, though.
All right. So the Wrecking Ball's still in tow for the Fuel. Checkmate, hunting. Sparkle found the immortality field of RuPaul. So he's going to be forced out. Checkmate's seen better days, forced to recall the infielder, dueling him on the Ana. And Shio's going to double back to help as well. Sparkle sees that disruptor shot there, and looks like Checkmate was eventually downed by that backline of the Fuel here. Man, I mean, when the going gets tough, the Fuel really look like they can stabilize, and that Ana for Fielder just seems a little better there.
Yeah, seems way better. Yeah, okay, the Moira has the right click, which locks on, but as the Ana, especially if you're Fielder, you're going to hit the shots, and you have nade and sleep and whatnot. You have so many more tools to kind of defend yourself with. And the big thing that started out that fight, Mitch, was Gurio once again finding Hydron with a big rail, and as soon as Hydron goes down, that's a lot of damage that you're negating. He has overclock though, and Gurio is low.
Getting topped up as we speak by Fielder though, so reliable healing on towards Gurio. Oh, what a sleep! That's nasty! Fielder got stunned up briefly there by the Doom Fist, but yeah, it looks like... Yeah, he wasn't going anywhere. Hydron just stuck there. Gurio finds the rail on RuPaul, and then the disruptor shot on a sleeping Sojourn to find that extra damage here. Fight's far from done. Sparkle delivers a pulse bomb there, and Fielder is still looking pretty good. A healthy Fearless in play also bodes well for the Fuel as Gurio takes at the high ground to avoid the Doom Fist.
Yeah, the rally's going off as well for the Florida Mayhem. Gurio can just sit here with the overclock, just almost threatening it, and he could jump over if he really wants to, just go for a big ego duel. Looks like he's got it. However, RuPaul's there just to make sure he's kept in check. But that rally, Mitch, basically wasted. There's the overclock again.
All right, now what can we get done with it? If you're Gurio, trying to line up Hydron there, gets a good amount of damage, and that's the finish. Someone taken down by Chio here as everyone seems so focused, Jack, on giving Gurio space and protecting him. And I mean, the Mayhem are throwing the kitchen sink at the guy.
Oh man, and more so, like, you might as well be throwing a whole house, but they just can't kill him. Like, he's just, like, what is this? You can't just let this guy get away with this. They have 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Gurio has leveled up, like, just to an extreme level. It is very reminiscent of Sparkle's Traitor, who it was like, oh, well, who plays his game for the team? Oh, I guess Sparkle. Okay, good pick though, I will say.
Had to be there though, didn't it? Checkmate had to find purchase with that pulse bomb, getting rid of Fielder, crucial. And I think someone just wants to get some card progress for the time being here. Florida lean a little bit heavier onto the Fuel now, obviously in the absence of that Ana. It looks like they're going to crumble.
Carry down, Gurio dies. But it was a good pulse bomb initially from Checkmate to kill Fielder. And that's all you need. If Fielder goes down, Fearless and obviously the rest of the team are going to be a lot more vulnerable. But taking care of Gurio, who's been perma-pocketed by Fielder, yeah, it's just the supporting tree trunk into the branch that's killing everybody, right? That is Gurio. But they are going to use the beat to go for this engagement. I didn't expect this, but Chio's on payload, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess I feel like they need to keep Chio in the fight somehow, so he faces down the Amp Matrix and able to go onto the card at the very least here, but Gurio walks face first into an amped rail from the direction of Hydron, so really not going to do too well there, but Fearless and Chio finally on the scene. Chio survived for so long in the fight, was able to get rid of the Baptiste. Admiral indeed. Fearless used that adaptive shielding just to hang around a little longer, but realized with the Doom there, and with the Brig, it's so hard to stick on the card.
I mean, honestly, Mitch, you take those. You take those if you're the Fuel. Use that beat, force out the rally. Fearless is now Winston. That feels very good if you're the Fuel. And they're just going to go for a spawn cap. I mean, hey, why not?
Yeah.
Aggression.
I don't think the Mayhem were ready for that at all. Dive straight on top, maybe expecting a Wrecking Ball to harass them on their own, but the entirety of the Fuel just piled in there. Mate, that car looking as full as the hot tubs and pool recreation section on Twitch about a year ago. My God.
It's pretty much dead, unfortunately, Mitch. Just chat and rules just changed. Gurio, Sparkle, they're just going to clean up. Overclock by Hydron? This better find kills. Okay, there's one at least. Can he find another? Oh, Gurio skirts away. Fielder taking care of Chio as well. Triple kill for the boy. Okay, Hydron. Sorry to disrespect you earlier. I know we're talking about Gurio getting one up on there, but now proving us wrong, baby. I mean, the problem is, for the Mayhem, they only have this pulse bomb to really work with. The Dallas Fuel, with 30 seconds on the clock to defend, it's just pretty easy. Like, they have the nano and the overclock to try and stem this bleeding. Just Gurio needs to set up. Kills Hydron again. Spacey or loader.
All right. Overclock on board for Gurio this time. Hydron really giving it to them in the previous fight, but look at this aggression. Fearless spurred forward by the rest of his team. Nano boost as well to make this more comfortable, but Hydron needs to be connected with, and Gurio is just spraying right now. Doesn't find the big target, and someone looking to try and punish him with the rail is good. The headshot also going to be there as Gurio surges forward again with that power slide. Fielder finds connection on Sir Margin with the Bionet, and again Dallas saying, no, we are going to take this game into our own hands. They set the pace, and they come out on top. It's Florida failing to finish the map.
Super nice play. And one bit of Sojourn's kit that we talk a little bit about. Yeah, the rail obviously the flashiest part of the kit, but the disruptor shot, the little sphere that goes on the ground, it's a slight slow and it does damage over time. That's pretty nasty in a small corridor like that. They know the Mayhem supports are in the back there. You jump Fearless up onto the high ground with the nano, force them in the corner, and then you hit disruptor shot, and then everybody just melts. You have so much like AoE damage, it's nothing the healers can deal with if you're the Florida Mayhem. Really nice from the Fuel. Please play the Winston. Don't play the ball on first. He's gonna play the ball on first. Maybe he changes, but
I mean, I'm curious. If we're putting ourselves in their shoes, what's the justification for Fearless playing ball for so much of the map and then sort of switching to Winston?
Yeah.
I feel like Winston was applicable in all phases that the ball also is.
Yeah, it feels that way. Like the ball, one thing it does do that the Winston doesn't is just bowl people off the high ground and push people from height to low or like off the map, for example. But the Winston, Fearless's Winston is just way better than his Wrecking Ball right now. Although you could say, can't argue with it, they did stop them just before the third point, yada yada. But ideally, Fuel just keeps running with the Winston comp. The Wrecking Ball also with the mines, when you eventually charge them up, you are a little bit you're a little better at controlling the space with those. But again, relies on an ultimate. And I suppose against the Sojourn, you're charging her up more if you're playing Winston because you have the bubble. But yeah, I think tit for tat. Honestly, you'd rather say the Winston. But we'll see what Fearless can do with the ball on offense.
Sigma from someone here. Feels like an anti-Winston play potentially, or just want to prevent this dive from being so frustrating. It also means that, my God, it's so hard to take the high ground away from the Sigma setup, especially if there's like a Brig or someone else to sit on top of the Sigma here. Gio picks around the corner there, throws a whip shot in, says, oh, well, yeah. What else can we do?
Not much. I mean, your shield's going to get farmed off of, but okay, this is what you want to see, right? You're going to bunker down, that's fine. We're just going to kill your backline. I mean, we spoke about it a little bit earlier, Mitch, but Sir Margin dies a lot first. Like, that hasn't been the case in this series so far. It's more Hydron getting killed by Gurio, but we know Sir Margin likes to play super aggressive, and against a Wrecking Ball comp like this, or even a Winston comp, if you play up 1 pixel where you shouldn't be, you're going to die. And that's exactly what happened. I like the Sigma pick to counter Winston or anything that dives in, but if your supports are left alone, it's not great.
Fun fact, Sir Margin has the highest number of deaths in the league. So
there you go. Mayhem
used to getting dove a heck of a lot, and having to deal with that, having to find a way to counter that. Checkmate so low as it
Any
sort of
touches?
out. Yeah, maybe. It won't be convincing though, as Dallas seem to be pretty comfortable here, seeing a Sigma and Jack, seeing that lack of mobility from the Mayhem, saying we can really exploit this rather vulnerable backline. We force these immortalities out so easily now with Fearless just going solo with Sparkle sometimes just to pressure the backline.
Oh yeah, it feels pretty rough. It feels really rough. Ideally, the Mayhem play in this 3-person unit. You have someone, Sir Margin and RuPaul, just sitting on the high ground, just peppering people and healing the rest of the team up. And Hydron and Checkmate try and find avenues of attack. But what we're actually seeing is it's like a 2-1 split, at least on first point. Yeah. They've got Flux, I suppose, but it should be a fairly easy engagement for the Fuel. They should mines the backline, then just rally to sustain through this Flux. Oh, sorry, Transcendence to sustain through the Flux.
Nice catch.
Oh, no, Sparkle though.
Someone able to get Sparkle, only just. But able to pick him up. Checkmate under a little pressure here, forced to recall as Chio's looking just to find something on the exit. But the Gravitic Flux and the subsequent pick on the Tracer is going to put the Mayhem in the winning position.
Again, you kind of take those, you trade the tank ultimates for not using one of your support ultimates. You have enough time in the bank where that is very feasible. The bad thing about the Zen into the Sojourn comp, of course, if you pop the Transcendence, your teammates can still die if they're like less than 225 HP, right? If you have a fully charged rail and a headshot, it's pretty easy to do so. But with the amount of disruption Fearless is going to do in the backline, should be pretty difficult for Hydron to find an entrance.
All right, RuPaul there pressuring
already
him on
used
Battlefield. Yeah, just got used. Hydron got to be the one go for the overclock there as RuPaul is found by Fearless. He's gotten into the backline. Now wants to pressure Margin after he goes for the Transcendence. Can he get rid of him in time? Fielder's going to come back in the fight with the Transcendence here, and Fearless did find Sir Margin again, but has to give up his life for it. Gurio now has to get out.
Oh, almost one shots. Checkmate. He's going to be fine, but yeah, that was just Gurio really not hitting shots, and a lot of that was actually someone. He was standing in front of the gas station and just shielding, and then as soon as the shield dies, he just puts up his hand and says, no, not today. Like, that was the entirety of Gurio's ult, was just used to try and shoot someone or trying to deal with Checkmate, who was also kind of hanging around. Very interesting flank from Churio. Chio, sorry. You just walk up and die. All right, sweet. Sounds good to me.
Doesn't think he's going to walk into a disrupt the shot, maybe?
Using trance.
Okay, but someone gets picked up here. Phil's having to find the elimination on the Sigma. Hydron's going to be staved off by a body shot from a railgun, and this is looking better by the second for the Fuel. RuPaul and Hydron, though, still hanging on. Chio not in a position to help. Remember, he went down first, and Checkmate finds his elimination. Dallas's fight is over. Fearless having to find RuPaul here. Chio once again forced to look at her DPS and try and win out that fight. Fearless has done very well, Jack, at finding sort of single dual eliminations, but will it be enough here?
You gotta kill Checkmate, please. He's so low. He's gonna get healed up. That was a really interesting engagement there from the Fuel. They had one down, they still managed to go in and gain space. Someone is now on the low ground, no way near where he really wants to be. A good pulse bomb drop off by Chio there. Got it on his shield, just put it on the payload and then walked away. Should be fairly easy to separate the backline. There are the mines already out, and someone in a whole lot of trouble.
He was caught inside there. Nothing someone could have done there. He tried to throw up the kinetic grasp, but had nowhere to go. That's a beautiful fight for the Dallas Fuel. The Wrecking Ball now scoring some serious points with our judges.
I think so, yeah. I mean, against the Sigma comp, it's a little bit better than Monkey, because, yeah, the Rock hinders you, but you're also bald, so you just kind of roll away. Monkey's a little bit more vulnerable because he needs that leap to get away, so a little better in terms of survivability against the Sigma. But this is where Florida Mayhem's comp really does thrive. It's sitting on this high ground with someone and the supports, and you just destroy. Well, okay, not for much longer. So much just takes a rail, and this is a big problem.
Gurio wants to play forward here. Someone a little vulnerable. Look at how he's trying to move in midair on a Gravitic Flux. Someone hoping to finish him off with the last shot with that rail. Now he has to deal with Hydron to his right, who is really pressuring as well. He used his ultimate, but Fearless shuts him down. Gets in the face of the Sojourn, denies that high ground, and now Dallas are on the home stretch. The closest player to the cart right now is Sir Margin, and he doesn't even have his zoom. There's no Transcendence up for this end. The Florida Mayhem are done so. Yeah, and Margin can probably touch here. But how long can he last? Well, just long enough for someone to get back to the cart now. It goes down to less than half health. Power block not going to help him against the pulse bomb, which explodes after the ability's done timing out. And Sparkle says, right, move up to the cart here. Checkmate again, we'll try and dance around, keep it going, but it's really a lost cause for the time being. And the Florida Mayhem drops 2 on the trot as Dallas keep forcing the Wrecking Ball. This time, it's rather effective.
Okay, Dallas Fuel, we see you. Look, I understand. You're a little bit pissed. You went 0 maps over last week. It feels pretty bad. But against the Florida Mayhem, they found their shoes that fit, and it is Gurio on the Sojourn. Fearless is also doing work on the Wrecking Ball, but Gurio is finding so many picks to start off these fights. It's kind of disgusting. Hydron's Sojourn should still be bigged up as being one of the better ones in the league right now, but Gurio, in the space of a week, has kind of outpaced that, and he's climbing higher and higher as the day goes on.
Yeah, definitely still some question marks at moments for the Dallas Fuel, but what they've got is enough to put them on match point. So stick around, everybody. Map number 3 is a chance for the Mayhem to create a little bit of something. Otherwise, this one will be done before you know it. Stick around. This is the Overwatch League. Check out the Overwatch League community's best artwork and submit your own for a chance to be featured on the Fan Art Gallery and the Overwatch League broadcast. Now, what we've seen is a 0-6 Dallas Fuel in their matches so far, but what we haven't seen, what's going on behind the scenes, these guys have been cooking up something bloody diabolical, and now they're unleashing it upon the Florida Mayhem, who, Jack, have a couple rough games in their near future.
Yeah, we talked about Dallas Fuel. They have Titans, they have New York, they have London coming up, but Florida Mayhem, this is where the pain starts, I think. They have the Dallas Fuel right now, and then they have Shock. Then they have Boston, but then they have Glads. Like, it's a rough schedule. It's exact opposite almost of what the Dallas Fuel have. So showing up here obviously is going to be quite big. They're still 5-3 though, Mitch, I will say. So they still have a good chance of making it into the mid-season madness. But the only issue is if they just continue this spree when they face the Shock and the Gladiators, it's going to be very rough. The Gladiators look crazy good. I mean, even after the tournament win, like, come on, it's the Glads. And then the San Francisco Shock. If you can't beat the Dallas Fuel now, are you going to be able to beat the Shock, who just beat Dallas Fuel 3-0? Probably not. But I will say there are some signs of life still. Hydron's Sojourn is still very good. And I think someone being in the roster for the Mayhem has just been an unbelievable boon. He can play so much for the team. And I don't think it's going to be Ryan for someone, but it could be. And I think that's one of the strengths of the Mayhem right now, is someone's ability to play basically everything. And Sigma, too, most importantly, who's been quite meta over the last couple of weeks. And how important it has been, especially against these Sojourn comps that love to flank, love to get on the high ground behind you and destroy your backlines.
Are you sure we might not get a Ryan here? If the Mayhem are...
A Ryan?
No,
maybe.
Rush would be good. If the Mayhem are reading Dallas sort of continuing to stick to, you know, like a Winston or maybe even Wrecking Ball-based composition here on defense. We've seen Sumaji obviously play Lucio. Has been since RuPaul's sort of been in this starting lineup. He's very aggressive. He's really active on Lucio. He's a lot of control, for example.
Yeah, maybe it's the perfect hero for it.
Okay, so this is kind of thrown back to the London Spitfire. First team to sort of show this look now, and curious to see how it plays up against a Winston defense.
Yeah, I mean, the rush has been fairly good since London managed to pioneer it, and closing the gap is sometimes a little bit difficult.
Excuse me?
Wait, was Sparkle like, in the painting, just hiding? Like, oh, what was that? Nice sleep, though, and RuPaul does end up dying, and Shio finds 2 kills. Okay, better lose the player with this
someone stops by to give him the password to the Gryffindor dorm room and then slaps him with the bloody hammer, you know? I didn't even think he realized he was there. That's ridiculous.
I don't think Sparkle knew where he was. Like, he was just in the corner. Oh, yeah. I don't know, but at least the Mayhem managed to find a couple of picks off the back of this. Chio did do a lot of damage, but what you want from the rush comp, Midge, is a lot of space. And they're granted that by those picks that they got later on in that engagement. And wow, Checkmate finds another kill.
Guerrero just got pressured. Checkmate took the long way up to the high ground to get rid of that Sojourn, and now the Mayhem are in. This is exactly where you want to be. You're playing a Reinhardt-based composition. You have control of the point, and the defending team are forced into the fringes of the map. That's perfect for you. Wow. Sparkle finds a sticky bomb connection to Hydron. But unfortunately, will be brought down by Sir Marjet, and the Mayhem prevail on point A.
I think what the most interesting thing about the Dallas Fuels comp and the way they've been playing over the last couple of maps is that it doesn't really work here. King's Row, probably a Rhine map. Like, Rush, even obviously Goats, but like, where you can play Rhine, this map lends itself to it. Very small streets, very few flank angles that aren't easily closed, the gaps are closed. You have a Lucio that can just speed you around. Oh, Guerrero's on the sidelines, that's fine, we'll just run in. And that's exactly what someone's been doing, it's just charging it.
Oh, Hydron caught off there by Fearless. Marjet went deep though, and so did someone. Both will be punished for the hubris, and now Fearless is going to start to move back. Returning serves. Yeah, the checkmate situation is not a good one again. He can't freeze the Primaling Winston anymore, so it's a little bit more dangerous, and Fearless showing off some of those sparkly mechanics.
Yeah, he's still very good at Winston. Still very, very good. But the problem is, again, you can't hold that space.
Yeah.
Because you have to play... Yeah, you have to play around the May wall. You have to play around the speed boost. You have to play around someone just existing as Reinhardt. Pretty tough, but they do have Nano.
Oy, okay, Fielder going to give that one away. Blizzard going to be thrown down, and all the sleep doesn't catch someone. Someone gets into the backline with a shatter. Fielder's going to be wishing he had that one back. Chio down to the fire strike. Fearless able to rouse a bit of a rabble in the back line, and Gurio chimes in to get rid of someone eventually, but Dallas definitely come off second best here.
Yeah, Mayhem look really good, and that's the aggression that the Dallas Fuel was showing them over the last couple of maps, was just diving in, just running it down mid. And the Florida Mayhem, because they're playing the Ryan versus Phyllis's Winston, the only thing really stopping that is Fielder. He's hit a couple of sleeps, and it's afforded them a bit of space and a bit of time previously, but if he misses that sleep, what's going to happen? Someone's going to be in your backline, shower in your face.
Sound barrier there. Good timing from Chio. Sparkle was stunned up, and again, someone careens into the enemy team. This time, though, he is going to be brought down, and Checkmate's going to come out of Ice Block to a rude awakening, tries to throw himself down under the warm rays of that immortality field, but Fearless is going to deny anybody that kind of protection. Dallas again are able to crack back here, and someone, man, he goes real deep to start that fight, playing super aggressive on the right, and the Mayhem don't come up with their checkpoint.
Yeah, that beat was massive from Chio there, making sure everybody can survive. And Fearless has another Primal. Like, they just had one in the last fight. But now the Florida Mayhem are running up on a beat. Ideally, you just want to wrap around the Dallas Fuel and take control of the payload. And it kind of looks like that's what we're trying to do, but Fielder, you're not escaping this one, Sonny.
Self-bio, sleep on Checkmate. Are you kidding? Sparkle to the rescue. He got there. He has to give up his life as Hydron's able to find the Disruptor shot, but still Fielder actually gets elimination and comes out on top. Dallas able to save the key healer. Someone now on his own on the card as the rest of his team are forced back. Someone obviously not getting the memo here. Gurio charging up a free rail as the Mayhem once again have to give ground.
How do they keep getting away with this? Oh, nice kill on Sparkle. Big old right click. This should be an easy fight win here. However, Nano on Fearless.
Fearless gets Nano, no Primal on the horizon for the time being. He's able to get outside of that Blizzard. And now jump back to his team. So Immortality Field down. If they can top Fearless back up, there's some fight here in the Fuel still. Hydron, look at, yep, for that overclock. Doesn't need it to finish off Gurio, who slides into where a health pack would have been.
That feels really good. And ideally there, Mayhem, yeah, they use both support ultimates, but getting that initial pick, it's all about Sojourns, Mitch. Whoever gets that initial rail kill first ends up swinging the fight in their tempo. Mayhem, this is their best point though. Very enclosed. They can use Blizzard. If Hydron gets high ground, Dallas Fuel gonna have trouble. Sparkle has got copy, but he's killed by Hydron again.
Hydron with that ultimate in play, but he's hit with a Divided Grenade, and yikes, Fearless able to find him there. Caught inside the Blizzard though, so finally Winston is brought to a stop. This is very
He's gonna shatter
classic from him. Charge deep into enemy territory, hit with the sticky bombs, but able to survive as Gurio catches a fire strike from behind, and someone's going to be able to hold some ground. Oh, Fielder, I mean, you can never get away with that stuff. It's always on the table for Fielder to pull out something completely ridiculous. Someone's going to be forced back towards the cart now. Immortality Field already expended from RuPaul. There is Chio. Going to try and get involved here. Someone low, disrupt the shot to force her Majed back. If they can get rid of the Reinhardt, it's looking good here. Blizzard comes out and persists after the duplicate, no less, but Sparkle is taken down by his own sticky bombs, ostensibly. Cart's going to look to sail home here as Fearless is going to have to look on in dismay.
Oh my god, what was that fight at the end? Like, okay, it started out with an unreal sleep from Fielder, sleeping someone in the spawn as he was going to shatter, and then two May walls come up, and I'm like, wait, are we playing Overwatch 1 again? Two May, like Sim May wall, like what? And then just chaos ensued. But the main problem there for the Fuel is that they couldn't kill someone, somehow. RuPaul and Sir Majed were keeping him alive in that fight, and he was just swinging. He was on no HP. He didn't care if he had 2,000 health on his shield. He put it down and was just swinging at Fielder in the backline. And at that point, Fuel needed to touch, and it all kind of snowballed out of control. Sparkle did end up getting a Blizzard from the duplicate, but no one was in it. Like, Florida Mayhem's backline was so far back at that point that they were just spamming heals on someone, just completely impeded. And the Dallas Fuel end up losing that point. This is the kind of composition that the Dallas Fuel, I think, maybe you kind of want to switch over onto offense. I think it's a little bit difficult when you're in this kind of ult cycle with the Winston and the Nano, that you want to switch off of it. So playing up against someone with the Reinhardt from Fearless may be the play. If they go with this like hyper-aggressive dive comp, I don't know how it works, because you have so many avenues to control that composition if you're the Mayhem. You have Checkmate with the May walls, someone just existing, and then RuPaul with the Immortality Field. Feels pretty tough, but looks like they're going back to your faithful. They're going to the Winston instead.
Sparkle on the Genji here. Fielder on the Baptiste, so initially
Yeah, feels
slightly
bad.
different looks here, but mix up, and now we're going to go back to the Ryan-based setup.
Nice, okay. Just completely mirror comms. All right, skill matchup now. That's what you want to see. Again, the Immortality Field is just so useful with these Ryan comps, just keeps the Ryan alive for just an unbelievable amount of time. And Curio with just a sniping checkmate. That is not the pick you want. Both lamps go down, but it looks like the health bars of the Mayhem disappearing a lot quicker than they'd hope.
You like those angs, Jack? That's pretty filthy. The Curio able to get up towards the Isleworth Hotel there and get behind the shield of someone.
Nice. It was like, that wasn't even a crazy off angle either. Like I said before, at King's Row, yeah, you got a couple off angles here and there, but they're nothing insane. But just jumping up onto the hotel platform, like you mentioned, and getting that snipe. Wasn't even a headshot, it was just a body shot. He just took too much damage. Good wall. Should be able to get on point there. Nice from Checkmate, going for the flank.
And the wall doesn't actually block off the choke, which is odd, I guess, for the Dallas Fuel, who allow the Mayhem to filter back into the point. Now, they lose someone, but the Mortality Field has got no value in Marjet. Yep, doing Marjet things.
Yep, he stepped off the point, is what he did. He stepped off the point. No. The Dallas Fuel were down, I think, 4 people, 3 people, and the Mayhem just step off, and yeah, that feels pretty bad. Unlucky. Unlucky, I suppose. That was a really nice flank from Checkmate. But yeah,
for 2 versus 4, and they still end up getting the point. Oh god.
Yeah, it's tragic. I mean, that's just kind of okay. Go again. We have Shadow, I suppose, and we can hold close.
All right, fire strikes through amp matrices. Look like they're all the order of the day. Hydron finds a connection. So does Curio though, and the shatter here from someone. Not exactly the shock and awe he was looking to generate. Well, Fearless on the other hand finds 2 as Checkmate as someone decimated. Hydron is completely out of position. And he's down 2.
Late beat wins again. What a surprise. Well, Florida Mayhem didn't even use a beat. They haven't got it yet. Chio managed to earn that one.
What's later than never, Jack?
So much that is. Yeah, well, hopefully they get it soon. I don't want so much just inting face and losing this next point because he doesn't get beat. That's what I hope, but we'll see. That was a really nice fight from the Fuel. They just played back, and everybody from the Mayhem hit Q at once. Hydron found a nice off angle, but couldn't get anything done because the beat was out. You can't one-shot people when they got that overhealth. However, Blizzard from Sparkle and Checkmate is the War of the Tundras coming up.
All right. Here it comes, first Blizzard thrown down. Hydron forced to take the high ground, but someone
misses.
They tried to throw a curtain of privacy in front of him, but Chio going to get in there. Finds elimination, the Immortality Field is down, and now the defensive mechanics for the Mayhem are starting to run dry. Yeah, they had a Blizzard, but it was late. Hydron's still able to capitalize and get rid of Fearless, though, as these 2 teams were 4v4 for a time. Now to 3v3. Checkmate looking to push up, sees Fielder in the distance, but he's taking a ton of damage in the backline of the Fuel. Once again, gives a good account of themselves. Disrupt the shot thrown down by the Fuel to give themselves a little bit of time to breathe, a little bit of room to work, and here they come again. 3:23 on the clock. Chio, a little bit of an Icarus moment from him there as he gets brought down by someone who's going to be hard to shift for the Fuel until Fearless turns up to push the Rhine away once more. Mutual charge down, another Immortality Field. That's now missing. It's going to be an amp matrix thrown up by RuPaul. I don't know how he built that so damn quick. That's actually insane. Someone, wall behind him, can't get away, and the Fuel are very close to this checkpoint here.
Yeah, they should be able to get it, not a problem, especially with someone just not existing in this fight anymore. Nice wall again, and somehow, and I'm glad I spoke up the Dallas Fuel's backline because they've been super solid. They win like a 5v3, 5v2 as they're getting pushed, and they're getting pushed without like the Lucio. Like, you can't lose those if you're the Mayhem. Like, it feels impossible, but it happened. Like, Chio and Fielder crack shots, of course. Fielder very, very solid aim, and then they were able to just buy enough time for the Dallas Fuels to come back. I felt like Mayhem felt like they were winning that fight. So they were like, okay, well, we just run them down, and then they just didn't expect the wall of damage in front of them. Speaking of walls...
Yep, that's another one. Fearless opting not to shatter here. Curio has an incredibly good position to play from. It has, okay, he has to commit, but he's going to be happy with the result. He actually picks RuPaul out, the most important target of all. Now the Mayhem are caught like sardines in a tin and don't have much to work with. Someone shattered. Fearless is going to be stopped halfway through there. That's not good. Checkmate over the edge. Hydron going to have his overclock in this fight, and the Immortality Field's going to be taken down, and it makes you wonder why, oh why, the Fuel don't play the Rhine in the first place, but they make up for lost time here in a blistering attacking round.
Oh, it feels real good. Yep, seeing Fearless back on that Reinhardt, just running it down. Like, his shadows have been good, and I will say, Chio is just outpacing so much Ed right now. A lot of those fights, pre them actually capping, was completely determined by the beat percentage and the amount of healing and damage that Chio is doing over Sir Majed. Like, Chio in the initial fight, we're going all the way back to the first point, on the archway, when they're pulling through, they use their beat first. Well, first because Sir Majed didn't even have it, and they were able to push off, win that fight. And then Sir Majed also returns beat just before second point when the fuel were getting capped. But when Sir Majed used beat in that situation, Chio had already had 50% on his. It's just a complete outpacing of Lucio. Oh, see ya. See ya, son. You probably melt down there. I think it's pretty hot. But it's just a complete outpacing of Lucio beats right now from the Darts Fuel.
Let me give it to you another way. First of all, Chio gets ult 20 seconds earlier on average right now than Sir Majed. 2 minutes 46 to 2:22. Chio has 9 final blows. 9. The only one on the Dallas field that has more than him is Fearless with 10. He's got more final blows than his bloody DPS. This guy
Let's go, baby.
Correct. Oh my god. It's filthy. Yeah, keep your eyes on Chio here. Guy absolutely going wild. And again, you know, a little bit of inty on the brig on Route 66, but here on the Lucio again looking pretty darn comfortable. And Dallas have a nice little buffer of time to work with here.
Yeah, super nice. Just go hyper-aggressive here, you might as well. Bait out that wall first is perfect, then you wall their Rhine off. That's exactly what they did. An unreal wall, but Batiste has legs, unfortunately.
Checkmate low, very low. Spark able to finish him off there. Looks like Ice Block not an option, already used either way. Hydron is now facing Chio scrutiny as well. Nice job by someone in that fight though to create the space needed for Hydron. Find those eliminations here in the Florida Mayhem. This is the start they absolutely had to find.
Yeah, just a small point in the Batiste there. It's one of the reasons why he's played in these brawl comps is that you can jump over the wall or like get angles over the wall to stop your Rhine getting just incinerated. Like, it's pretty tough as an Ana to do that. You have to break the wall or find a way around it. If you're BAP, you hold that crouch key, you jump up, and then you hit them with a lamp or you hit them with a couple of heals. So even if the wall is insane, not as much as BAP is when he can use his legs.
Dallas here want to hold the choke. That's why they don't attempt to contest the point once more. Fearless just waiting on the other side of the arch, resigned to trying to take a favorable engagement here. The Mayhem need to find a way to get past this. I mean, god damn it. This has been around for like 6 years. You guys know the drill at this point. Chio getting eliminated by the rail at long range here. RuPaul having to deploy that immortality field awful early, and someone's seen better days. He's a little low, has a shatter, has to take the risk to get value out of it though, and he gets Fearless, he'll take those. Majed able to follow up and find the elimination with Sparkle already down. This is good for Florida.
It's real good, real good. Okay, so let's go look at beats now, because we talked about it a little bit beforehand. Sir Majed 20% away, Chio 50% away. On paper, Florida Mayhem, they get this beat here, they're going to be able to run over and potentially cap this second point. But the Fearless, all they need to do is just run in, clobber a couple of people, hit a Shatter just before Majed gets beat. It's a Shatter versus beat scenario, or Shatter versus, Blizzard versus beat scenario. It's OT, Mayhem need to come back here.
Dallas, they've got ults to spend. Do they do it wisely? Do they even need them? Gonna be that Matrix that powers up the railgun from Gurio, and the charge is beautiful from Fearless. He bowls RuPaul over, and Gurio finds a connection, choosing now to leverage that ultimate, and Dallas will stop the Mayhem here. Admirable push for Florida, but Dallas have a heck of a lot of time to equal it.
They needed the beat, and he died at 99%. Oh. Like, that's how you win that second push there after the archway. You build up enough ult charge, you use that beat to stop Shatter, Blizzard, whatever, and win the fight proceeding. But the Dallas Fuel just picks Sir Majed off. You touched on Route 66. Sir Majed has some of the highest deaths of support players. Like, that's pretty rough. He is an extremely aggressive player. Out of anybody. Okay, there you go. Out of anybody. Like, he's an extremely aggressive player, and his mechanics are insane. But the problem is, when you just kind of go, like, you just kind of beat your chest and run in, like, you're going to die. A lot, and it's kind of evident in the stats. And Sir Majed dying there just cost Mayhem the entire fight. The Dallas Fuel, it would have been fairly easy if they staggered their ultimates, which they kind of did. They would have needed to if Sir Majed survived there. Stagger the Shatter, stagger the Blizzard, use one first and then the other a little bit later on when the overhealth has faded away. But you don't need to do that when the enemy Lucio dies instantly. And that's one of the, I guess the little criticisms of Sojourn right now. Sometimes you can't tell when she's 100% charged. Like,
what do you mean? You can never tell when she's 100% charged. You literally cannot tell.
you just kind of like walk around the corner. Is she charged? Don't know. Coin flip. I'm dead. Unlucky. Like it's pretty tough.
And with how they've doubled the sort of width of the projectile that Rail is,
yeah.
I mean, you're seeing our pro players with incredible aim. They've trained for much of their lives, hitting them with utter consistency. That's why I said the floor is
just like that
high for these Sojourn players. No, I mean, Dallas are getting smoked here. They got nothing to say in this fight. Nothing at all.
Nice headshot. Again, signing off the fight with the Sojourn Railgun. Not bad, not bad. Look at that ult disparity between Hydron and Gurio. Like, obviously you die first, it kind of sucks. But 2.5 minutes, it doesn't feel that bad if you're the Fuel being real. I mean, the only problem is, again, kind of support ults, how do they really stack up against each other? Right now, RuPaul's a little bit ahead, but in this next fight, it shouldn't mean a whole too much. But someone with a Shatter online, like, that's quick.
Yeah. Looking to connect this one. How does he time Fearless's bubble? Doesn't even have to. The threat of it seems to be enough. Fielder gets crit by that, so see you later, mate. Charge there from someone. He'll clean up Fearless as well. And again, it's a fight where Dallas gets zero kills. This is perfect for the Mayhem.
It's okay, he used Shatter, like, woo! But the problem is they have a Window, which they can stall with or, like, destroy people with. And keep in mind, Window with a fully charged railgun shot, one shot's DPS and supports when you just hit him in the body. So, not something you really want to stand in front of, but it's also not the most powerful ult when you have a Lucio on the other team.
Hydron, wow, disrupt the shot, and ideally in a location that Fearless couldn't escape from it now, but perhaps the trap has sprung? Checkmate has to ice block here. And, oh, okay, I like the idea. Fearless tried to get through someone's shield, but looks like he was failed to do so. Couldn't even crit someone there in that case, so pretty sloppy for the Dallas Fuel. Like, they get a couple eliminations, but, oh, God, hardly worth it.
Yeah, if that Shatter hits, it's, yeah, like fight winning, but if it doesn't, then you look like a fool. And unfortunately, in that instance, yeah, Fearless kind of a fool doing the 180 Shatter, like look away. The Mayhem, again, another couple of great walls from Checkmate, used one fairly early on, and then the entirety of the Dallas Fuel split up. Fearless couldn't see the rest of his team, and then Checkmate walled him in with someone just swinging away.
Hydron wants to play forward once more. Again, it's the Mayhem that look to try and set the pace here. Chio has a beat. Looking for a later one here. Can they keep Fearless alive? No, Chio gets frozen before he has a chance to use it. And Dallas Fuel get washed away again.
Okay, okay. Don't worry, guys. They use B. Oh, they use Blizzard. Just don't get sniped by Hydron. Challenge. Maybe impossible, we'll see. But look, they're going for an extremely aggressive push. Like someone's just hiding.
Oh,
Splinter Cell moment.
Oh, please, this is a hardy Shatter. If I've ever seen
please!
Okay, the block was a little late, so it's only going to be 2 players knocked down. Gurio and Sparkle. The Immortality Field's going to be in play, and now someone is deep behind enemy lines. He's taken down by Gurio. Hydron needs to do something, and he's found the answer. It's a headshot on Fielder. It's a Mayhem sheepishly give a bit of ground, but it's a 4v4, and there's time for the reinforcements to get back. Someone will need to charge out of spawn, but Dallas know this. They're going fast. They're going awful quick, trying to force the Mayhem off the point. They catch Hydron, who wasn't fast enough to get away. 1 tick now for the Fuel. We're going to be in overtime. Overclock looks to be available for Gurio, so he assumes a perch position to try and get the perfect vantage here. So Margetta concerned, sure. Going to be an amplification matrix thrown up for the Mail. We're going to shut that down for the most part, and Gurio is still holding onto this for now. He doesn't need it, in fact. Margetta's down to a headshot. Fielder finding Checkmate, and Dallas against the odds have done this. And Jack, it's possible the Mayhem can't even hold the choke. They die so long late in the fight that they have to give up that ground.
Yeah, unbelievably late. Plus, they have Dallas Fuel have Shadow, they have Window, they have the Overclock, but they don't need to fight in this choke point. Yeah, it's way more beneficial as the Ryan comp, Mitch, but you can play back. It's only 1 fight. You know the Dallas Fuel have ults coming online. They used that beat fairly late in that fight, ended up winning, and now it's just a race for the Mayhem to find ults. If Hydron finds a big pick, he either Fielder or Chio or Gurio, literally anybody, they could be able to win, but he's already been spotted out.
Gurio connects a rail, slightly weaker. Now Hydron looking to try and punish here. Throws a disruptor shot into the midst of them here. Okay, no value from it. Here's the Blizzard from Sparkle. Can he catch anyone? Yes! They got the Reinhardt! And here goes Gurio. He explodes forward now to try and punish the Florida Mayhem. Yeah, we're in overtime with the Fuel again. Move the battle lines forward. This may just be one chance, one last opportunity. And Hydron's waiting for a bloody health pack to spawn in the back line. Is there any chance of touching? I can't believe this has happened. Hydron gets there at the last moment. But, I mean, there's a rage quit from the bloody coach, the Florida Mayhem. Oh, no! A stunning hold on point A, and it just all falls apart. It's a pink Jenga tower, Jack.
just toppled right over. They had it in their hands, Mitch. Like, they just play back. They play safe. Hydron tried to go for this ego flank. I wouldn't say, okay, not an ego flank, but like this big flank to try and pick off someone from the back line. Like, a quick, swift headshot would have ended the entire match for them, because then the Florida Mayhem could have used their Lucio speed boost to run them down. But the problem was, he got instantly spotted out, and then he became useless because the Fuel turned the corner. His range was just completely negated, or like his line of sight completely negated, and you can't do anything as your Sojourn, which is the main tool that you need to pick people off at the very beginning of fights. Like, super tough. Good start from the Fuel though. Brand new week, and they look like a brand new team on the Sojourn comp.
Good heavens, leave us on a cliffhanger. Why don't you? I kind of wondered, you know, at points during that map early on, so do Dallas have the ability, have they practiced like a Ryan-based comp? Can they just sort of switch to that now in such a hostile environment for Dive? The answer is yes. It makes you wonder how this map would have looked at the beginning if they'd come out on the Reinhardt. But look, the Florida Mayhem have a really great defensive hold. They're on point A. It seems like their Maywall setups were really good. Both of these teams are showing us some more dimension. The difference is the road ahead for both these rosters is vastly different. For Dallas, it's comparatively smooth sailing, or at least easier opponents on paper. For the Mayhem, they need to continue to level up. They need to do more than get 3-0'd by the Dallas Fuel, regardless, Jack, of how close that last map was.
Yeah, like they're facing the Shock and the Glads before the mid-season madness like kicks off. They've already been 3-0'd by the Dallas Fuel, so not off to the best starts. They can still claim a game off of Boston Uprising. Sure. That is very doable, but you're still already down a series already. Like, doesn't look great. And I don't think they expected, well, I know Custer didn't expect this game to go this way, because he was the only one on the desk to predict the Mayhem. Well, but the Fuel come out with the Sojourn combo the last couple of weeks and look very meh. They're super mediocre. They didn't win a single map, and then okay, Edison, no more Sojourn for you. Gurio, only Sojourn for you. And they put Fearless in permanently, so Harbin doesn't have to flex over to the Reinhardt, and they look like a brand new team. Like, an unbelievable transformation for the Dallas Fuel coming into this week.
Being able to do this as a team, I think, is pretty important, right? To be able to, you know, have that depth that you can sort of make these rather, you know, large changes. I mean, that's what, 2/5 of your roster that you sort of mix up and change, 40% of it, right? And you can still make it work in a very different sort of metagame, even if we had throwbacks to the classic Dallas Fuel dive, which they've shown still works. Let's talk about our player of the match here, though. Someone, again, who we're talking up. Someone who stepped to enroll into a role that they had to here on this team, and they found success today, of course. It's going to be your boy, Gurio.
Yeah, I mean, his Sojourn looks brand new. It's like fresh out of the box. Gem Mint 10, you know? It's...
Get that graded.
It's... Yeah, increase the price a lot. And the thing is, what you need from your Sojourn player right now is just these opening picks. And that's exactly what he got. And we're looking at Route 66 footage right now. More often than not, it was him finding these right-click rails on Hydron over and over and over again. Hydron did have a couple of nice picks here and there. He didn't look like himself, like we've seen a little bit previously, but Gurio is just leveled up to a point where I don't think the Mayhem really expected him to. And he's been looking great. Like, another rookie that has come in from Korean contenders and is just wowed everybody. And I'm so glad he's stepped up a little bit too, because he came into the season playing Widowmaker, and his Widowmaker also looked very meh. Like, it didn't look good. He had a couple of cool clips, and I was like, wow, Gurio's pretty sick when he hits shots, but when he doesn't, it kind of sucks. Like, a lot of the time, they're playing him on Watchpoint Gibraltar to fill that role. But now, Sojourn specialist for the Dallas Fuel, he's looking great.
And again, I want to mention, I feel like seeing so many of our pros just be able to all be very, very good at this hero. The floor is high for Sojourn's impact, especially in the hands of all of these pro players, right? See, very unlucky there. I think Checkmate got caught in the very edge of that blizzard. But Dallas, it's so funny. We watched a very fascinating series just now between two teams who desperately wanted to be the ones that set the pace. And it's like a tug of war over who gets to start the fight first. And when we have Reinhardt compositions, that becomes even more interesting because the way the neutral plays out is different. All right, one team is looking actually just to try and go aggressive even without an opening, right? Normally in their neutral, you sort of try to set up and you sort of maneuver. No, we've got, Sojourn's getting high ground, trying to wrap around, just push into sort of Maywall. Really, it's supercharged this matchup in a lot of ways. I think this speaks pretty positively as well to what the Florida Mayhem are going to be able to show us going forward. For them, I mean, what are they now? 5-4. So they definitely need to try and come out at the tail end of these next few matches in a better position, Jack. We've got another game to come. plenty to discuss about that one, to be honest with you. We're going to let our friends over in the Watchpoint truck do it first, and then it's you and me once more. Stick around, everybody. A third match of the day up after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Fearless from Dallas Fuel. Fearless, good to see you and congratulations on the win. I mean, I feel like you guys, everyone, I think you guys, the team, also the fans as well, really wanted, Dallas fans especially, really wanted this win because, you know, you guys, last week, things really didn't go that well. You guys had 2 losses, so going in, I think a lot of people were a little bit worried about Dallas, but you guys got the win. So I want to hear from you, Fearless. How did you prepare for your match against the Mayhem, knowing that you guys already had 2 losses? Were there any like burdens, or were you guys worried about the match at all? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 일단 오늘 승리 너무 축하드리면서 솔직히 말해서 저도 좀 달라스 팬이기 때문에 좀 긴장을 많이 하고 봤던 것 같아요. 오늘 경기가 아무래도 이제 2연패에다가 좀 이제 우리 달라스 팀이 잘할까라는 좀 걱정을 좀 많이 사람들이 했던 것 같은데 그래도 다행히 오늘 승리를 거두시게 되셨습니다. 오늘 메이햄과의
감사합니다.
경기 좀 어떻게 준비를 하셨나요?
일단 저희가 꼭 메이엠을 생각해서 이렇게 준비를 막 한 건 아니고요. 그냥 저희가 제일 잘하는 걸로 하자. 그러니까 우리가 그냥 서로 제일 잘할 수 있는 거를 해보자 해서 일단 그렇게 준비해서 그냥 평소대로 연습한 대로 그냥 한 것 같아요.
Alright, I mean, you know, there's really nothing we specifically prepared for Florida Mayhem, but you know, we wanted to play how we used to play, how we always play during scrims and practices. So we went with something that we are comfortable, something that we are confident in. So I think that is, I guess, one of the things that we did prepare against the Mayhem. Let me follow this up real quick. So you said you guys, you know, it wasn't anything specific. You guys sort of went with compositions that you were comfortable with. Was that the reason why you guys sort of switch around comps a lot last week? 방금 그 말에 좀 더 제가 좀 질문 하나만 더 덧붙이자면은 좀 이제 좀 편한 걸로 이제 경기들을 하고 싶었다고 말씀하셨는데 그 이유 중에 그러면 이제 어떻게 보면 저번 주에 좀 굉장히 많은 조합을 굉장히 많은 수의 조합들을 좀 굉장히 빨리 이렇게 좀 많이 바꾸셨잖아요. 특히나 저번 주 경기들 같은 경우에 그런 이유가 이제 좀 어떻게 보면 좀 우리가 편한 조합을 찾기 위한 좀 그런 거였나요?
저번 주에는 그렇게 한 게 저희가 편한 조합을 찾기 위한 건 아니고 사실 저희가 성적 스크림 연습할 때 그 조합을 막 사용했을 때 성적이 나쁘지 않았는데 대회 때 다들 긴장하고 이래가지고 잘 안 됐던 것 같기도 해요. 사실 그냥 그렇습니다.
I mean, the reason for switching out a lot of our comps last week was because, you know, it wasn't really we're searching for a comfortable composition. It was more like we ran a lot of those compositions in our scrims, and we found a lot of great success in it. But it was just that on match days, we were a little bit more nervous, so we couldn't get the results that we wanted. All right, I am going to actually end the interview here. Fearless, thank you so much, and also congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 의석 Fearless 선수군 오늘도 너무 고생 많으셨고요. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Fearless. No waves. What is that? What has changed? So
It was some serious question.
okay, it's just not the vibe we're going for.
I don't want to. No, actually,
I was ready to be like,
I totally forgot about it too.
I'm sorry for calling it out then. Well, let's discuss this. We continue our stroll through Sweep City today as the Dallas Fuel end this one 3-0. So let's break it down. We're going to gloat over you in just a second, Costa. But first things first, Reinforce. Looking at what they came out of the gate with, Dallas Fuel that is, we did get to see Fearless on that Wrecking Ball, and that's a look you really enjoyed.
Yeah, I think it deserves mentioning. Fearless playing the Wrecking Ball. Obviously, they came out and just like looked all over the place. Like I think after the first fight, I was just like, oh my god, I wanted a stable composition, and now they're just like swapping around and doing all kinds of stuff. But yes, Fearless Wrecking Ball. Really good in this series, primarily on Route 66, of course. If we take a look at the stats, you can see 2.2 deaths per 10 minutes. Wow. That's the first one that really stands out to me, just the time he was able to stay alive. But also, like, 8.2 final blows per 10 minutes, 5,000 hero damage per 10 minutes. Like, he's also effective when it comes to this hero. And I think Fearless deserves a lot of credit in that regard, because thinking back to last year, what held Dallas Fuel back against the likes of Shanghai Dragons is they weren't able to compete playing these Wrecking Ball compositions. They were stuck playing the Winston or the Reinhardt, and that was what Fearless could do. But he was able to pick up this Wrecking Ball through tons of practice, literally dedicating like pretty much the entire last stage last year to becoming good at this hero. And now you're seeing him reap the rewards. It's not all about last season and only getting second or third actually in last season playoffs. This is now a hero that he can bring out reliably and something that Dallas Fuel can build around. And so they're reaping the rewards of all that time, all that practice, the dedication that Fearless poured into this hero. So I think Fearless deserves a lot of credit in that regard. He looked really good on the Wrecking Ball, and this is something that Dallas Fuel can use moving forward as well.
Yeah, I really want to give a special shout out as well to Gurio, someone who I was very critical of in the kickoff clash. And, you know, I said it last week, he's been stepping up, but he does it again, hits another level on that Sojin, going toe-to-toe with Hydron, and made it look easy, made it look good. And then obviously Fielder had some crazy pop-up moments, this one in particular.
That sleep darts onto someone.
How is he alive? How is he alive? I was like, oh, Fielder's dead, but then somehow he comes out best in that one. But Florida Mayhem, running into the same issues we always know from them. I always say I like playing the compositions they're playing, and I agree to that today. They played the rush, they had the dive when they wanted to, but it feels like when they get outmatched mechanically, they don't really have an answer. It feels like as soon as one team starts popping off individually, like the Dallas Fuel did in this match, they just did not have the answer. You know, Hydron wasn't able to get going. The team, you know, you had someone just switching heroes over and over and over again. So, unfortunately, Florida Mayhem doesn't get the win. I think it wasn't the best performance from them, and I want to see a different look because it feels like someone is playing a bit of mystery heroes right now, and there's no consistency. They're not playing their own game, they're playing to counter other people, and that's a dangerous slope to go down.
Absolutely. You want to gloat over him, or are we just letting him get away with it?
I've been just smirking at him the whole time.
Ah, okay.
It has. It's been awful.
It's a work in progress, I see. Fantastic. Wonderful. Good. We can check that one off our list as well. Now, we do have one more match for today to preview. This one is going to be the Atlanta Reign going up against the Vancouver Titans. And Vancouver Titans social media have been so kind as to fix your prediction for you, Jonathan.
That's nice.
Must have been something going missing in production. Like, it looked like you picked Atlanta. What happened?
Yeah, I did indeed pick the Atlanta Reign.
Are you sure?
I don't think that's right.
Yeah, I picked the Atlanta Reign. Yeah, but
Hex said that you changed your plan.
I did not change my pred.
Vancouver Titans said
I
that
am
you
not
changed
baiting
your
for this. Yeah, Vancouver Titans. I don't know what's going on. You know, if your social media manager is seeing things, but it's not Dubs, okay? So yeah, I'm sorry about all that confusion. This is a certified Atlanta Reign win, and don't believe anything else you see on the internet.
Certified.
Don't. Yeah.
I mean, I picked Atlanta Reign to win this one, but now I low-key hope that they don't, just so we can...
You want to flip? Yeah, you can flip.
No, we don't do that. No flip-flopping.
No flipping anymore.
No flip-flopping on this test.
We'll allow it.
No,
yeah.
we don't. Also, you have no say in this. If our producer says no, it's a no.
I'm antagonizing from a distance.
You just yelled at us.
Hex yelled
You made Hex yell at us. Are you happy now?
I'm sorry.
Are you happy? Ah, gee. No, I mean, we went Atlanta Reign across the board. We do not see how Vancouver Titans can get it done. But who knows? Maybe Uber and Jaws have the answer. Could Vancouver Titans get a W here?
That's a great question. First of all, I mean, if a lot of people are used to getting yelled at by Hex. In fact, if you're a Tracer player on the enemy team in any of the games, it's probably going to happen to you as well. Or Genji. Either of those two incredibly broken heroes. No, Vancouver probably aren't going to win this game, right? I think they have some weapons to rely on, Jack. I think that's where we kind of want to start because, you know, up against a team like the Atlanta Reign, you had better have some serious guns in your arsenal.
Yeah, Kai's one of the best Sojins in the world right now. No, he is the best Sojin in the world right now. His aim is insane on things like Widowmaker. Why wouldn't it be on railguns from Sojin? Like, his Sojin is ridiculous. Obviously backed up by the rest of the Reign, who are also extremely good. They're 5-3 for a reason. The Vancouver Titans, on the other hand, 0-8, so they still need to pick up that first elusive win. And this meta, I spoke to you in the break about it, but it is a meta, and I keep harping on about it, but it is a meta you can play more like solo-orientated, right? You can find those big picks on things like Tracer and Sojin. Shockwave and Aspire, who have both proven themselves to be exceptional DPS players, they need to step up super big here against Venom and Kai. It's going to be an upward tilt battle, but there's still a slight chance they can do it.
Right, yeah, let's dig a little bit deeper on the Atlanta Reign here and look at their starting roster for today, because I think, yeah, something to mention is that obviously we're seeing a lot more Venom right now. This meta has obviously created a great space for Tracer just to come on in and start to do some serious work. We've seen the Reign go for a couple of different looks, right? You know, we've got to see Hawk play the Sigma, for example. That's always been a sort of a fun throwback. But the Atlanta Reign here, obviously, look, fire in their bellies coming away from Texas, but I mean, they had a pretty good start to this mid-season Madness qualifiers, right? And you feel like they're pretty well positioned to have the same, if not a greater level of success in this meta now when it's predicated, frankly, just so heavily on what your Sojourn can do. And again, when we're dealing with the quote-unquote best Sojourn in the world, the Atlanta Reign are well positioned to succeed right now, Jack. They're looking scary.
Yeah, they do look very scary. And their run could potentially start here, going into the mid-season madness. But, I mean, the Vancouver Titans, they need to pull out a dubski, a singular dubski, which would be great to just lift them off that 0-8.
But we are seeing some new things from the Vancouver Titans, right? You know, someone like Deepay comes in to this team, says, right, we are going to start from the start. We're going to start at what we know we're genuinely good at, right? I think, you know, a lot of that has revolved around Mira playing Doomfist on this team, right? We've seen Aztec Zenyatta, a real bright spot for this lineup, and Sky Reaper's getting rotated in here as well, obviously for, you know, situations where you want to have those double sort of quote-unquote flex supports, and we have Aspire and Shockwave to look at here. So this team, you know, I don't think Deepay is wrong to say, hey, we've got some things that really work. We've got some things that can really give us success at the league level. Now, they're up against the kind of opponent that is extremely good at shutting down superstar players because, frankly, they just have an overwhelming, you know, lead in that regard if you just have a look at their roster. But this is another chance for our understanding of the Vancouver Titans as a new team under new management, we'll say, and how they'll go forward to try and find success.
Yeah, like a few teams in the league right now, I think. You can almost compare them, the Titans, that is, to teams like NYXL. They have good players on their roster. Do those players fit in a puzzle? No. But they can,
like Johnny says,
force them in.
God, that's getting boring to say at this point, right? What we want to see from this team,
I agree,
is for those pieces to actually fit together. Yeah, that's the assignment for the Titans.
I mean, I don't do puzzles often, but I know you need to put those pieces where they go, and then if they don't fit, then you just hammer them in, you know.
That's how you do puzzles? Yeah, that makes sense.
With an iron hammer, maybe. Not sure. The Vancouver Titans, their schedule, though, Midge, also not looking fantastic, but, you know, what they say, and you probably shouldn't do this, Mitch, you know this, of all people, you don't start with the heaviest weights and then move down, you know, just to get some reps in. Maybe that's what you do in anime, but realistically, you need to low reps, you know, low weights, and then you build up to higher and higher. Unfortunately, the Vancouver Titans are doing the opposite, and obviously not their fault. They're facing the rain, and then they're facing the fuel, then the shock. So it's a lot of that heavy lifting to start off with in mid-season madness.
Tell you what,
but finding some success here would be great.
Later on, Jack, I'll introduce you to my friend, the reverse pyramid paradigm. But for now, we'll be miring the Atlanta Reign's gains so far, because they definitely made them. They've taken, you know, leaps in strength so far this season here. So this is a must-win game. Again, I feel like, you know, Vancouver could be a trap team to a lot of teams that go up against them if they underestimate them, but that's not the Atlanta's style. They just want to beat you soundly and show you no mercy. So that should stand them in good stead here. We have a bit of a neutral here, of course, and a Doomfist mirror, as both of them are looking for a way in. And Aspire, he finds the keyhole.
Wow, that's really annoying if you're the Atlanta Reign. I was going to make a comment that I don't really like Sombra on these maps because they take a long time to actually find a position and set up and get a ult and stuff like that. But if you have a Spy who's an exceptional Tracer player and you also have a Discord Orb, that person you've hacked takes infinite damage and they will die very quickly. It's something that OG, sure, he can play around with the lamp, but it's not going to survive long. Like, you need some sort of peel. But good start for the Titans, taking care of Ultraviolet first. It's going to pressure out the range just somewhat.
Well, we picked up Shockwave at the start of this game, and you know, didn't give Aspire all that much airtime, but his Tracer is pretty insane. The hack on Venom,
ooh, good hack.
Love that from Shockwave. He was waiting for the Trace to try and make a play, and he just makes it so easy for Aspire to win in that mirror. This is a great start for the Vancouver Titans here. They're getting good value out of Sombra, and that's a stick that Kai would sooner forget.
Man, that was a really, like, big brain plays from Shockwave there. Like you said, just waiting for the Tracer to attempt to go back onto the backline after regaining all of your health. Like, Venom drops down, he gets instantly hacked, and oh, no recall. You're okay, well, Aztec's dead. But at the end of the day, the hack isn't really much of a hack anymore. It's more of an interrupt. So if you kill them in that brief window, yeah, it feels pretty bad. Shockwave already finds another kill in Ultraviolet. He's spawn capping him, Mitch.
Yeah, this is not good right now for the Atlanta Reign. A pretty poor start. Venom's able to find another one here, but he's the only member of his team that's really been able to have any impact. I mean,
Venom.
the rest of them are 0-0.
Trollface? Trollface? Pinching hand? I mean, like this is the most annoying thing about push, I think. If you have this Tracer player that's very annoying, like a wasp, like a mosquito flying around your head like Venom can be, you can push the bot back and troll the other team because that bot moves incredibly quickly back to your barrier. EMP available from Shockwave though, Ultraviolet's in his sights.
Remember that upfront % health damage, that'll be there from Shockwave. Look at his health bars just disappear. Shockwave eliminating Ultraviolet after the fact here, and the EMP is hurting. Atlanta, I mean, it's almost a catchphrase from them saying we hate getting cheese. This might qualify for them. And so far, the Sombra's just undone them every time they tried to set up. This is fantastic strategically from Vancouver.
Yeah, I'm expecting someone in the chat right now to just type cheese compliment or something like that. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, the Sombra is very frustrating to play against with that health change, like you said. Good shot by Kai, though. Best Sojin in the world, by the way.
Not too shabby at all. From for Kai, he can't see targets. I mean, we're able to see more plays. He'd be able to shoot more plays, but that's the issue. The Spire's already found his way into the back line. Venom gets rid of Shockwave with a pulse bomb, no less, which is no mean feat. Which means that the bot won't advance too much further than this checkpoint, but the fact that Vancouver get the checkpoint in the first place is critical. As tacked down to Kai, so Kai's found the other support now with that railgun, means the Vancouver Titans, well, they don't have the staying power anymore.
Man, that's again another unbelievable start from the Vancouver Titans. Aspire and Shockwave on the sideline with the help of the Discord Orb and the Harmony Orb, of course, taking out Ultraviolet, pressuring the backline. Those hacks, yeah, they're frustrating because they're more interrupty, but if you have a Sombra and a Tracer on top of you, you're not going to survive long, no matter how many heals get pumped into you. Vancouver Titans, they're not nearing another EMP for a little while, but they've gained so much space, Mitch, that Atlanta Reign had to win a couple of fights to make any headway of themselves.
Orc looks uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Tries to time that punt at the seismic slam and is just a second off the vulnerability frames. Yep. Finds Venom, gets rid of OG's immortality field. I mean, Venom's getting hard gaps right now. Aspire is popping off. 11 final blows, 0 deaths for Aspire. The miracle signing for the Toronto Defiant when he was on that team. And now he's just pumping the rain.
Thank you.
Yeah, Doomfist known for his, Mirror known for his Doomfist. I mean, you could switch those names around if you really want to. And this is one of the reasons why they're playing him. Doomfist, yeah, he's changed, but his like core mechanics, his Seismic Slam, his Punch and stuff like that, Mirror's still going to be pretty damn good with them. The Titans, off the back of Aspire, once again find initial picks. Ultraviolet and OG are having potentially the worst time a support duo can ever have. Aspire with a pulse bomb, like, watch your backs!
Yeah, talk about deadlifting. 12 on 20 right now for Aspire, make it 13 as Kai is down. It's the unlucky number, but for the Reign, Aspire to linger in the back line, breathing with confidence right now. But the rest of his team, unfortunately, get brought down. He's looking to try and find a little bit more here, but oh my God. And look, you know, Aspire, so many of these are solo killed, right? Shockwave has 7 eliminations, but Aspire's like 18 of them here. So the Tracer really generating just solo kill potential right now. And Venom, who's vaunted as being the next coming of the Tracer God, on this team is getting absolutely stomped by it.
EMP available from Shockwave. Like I said, solo carries right now is what the Vancouver Titans need. That's what they have on their roster, Aspire and Shockwave. He's not playing the Sojin, which I'm kind of annoyed about, but CMP could be big. Window can get deleted from this.
Oh, man. Yep, goodbye. And OG pops instantly. He was banking on staying inside that immortality field. That was ripped away, and so for his final moments, Kai, yep, dominated, and Mirror, I'd be calling an audible there as well, myself. Beautiful stuff from Vancouver.
Let's go, Titans. Oh my God, let's go. Okay,
it's always the game where we're so certain they're going to lose. It's always the game where we start, oh, they're done already. This is incredible.
I just can't believe we called it off.
Just get out the
1v1 versus
server,
Venom too. I mean, he's just outpacing Venom to such a state where like Venom cannot even touch the backline of the Vancouver Titans right now. And look at this swap up that Atlanta Reign have made, Mitch. They, off the Zen, they're actually going the Brick instead to try and help defend, but it ain't gonna help you.
Not when it's set up so beautifully there. Nice job by Aspire, works with Sky Reaper. Mirror also gonna start pressuring here. Nano Boost already deployed in this fight. Sky Reaper finds Hawk. This is starting to turn into an absolute drubbing. It's actually a start place 30, and 15 of them originate from Aspire.
I mean, this is just insane. I mean, the Atlanta's Reign logo is a phoenix, right? I mean, it's not even risen from the ashes, it's just a pile of ashes. There's nothing really left. There's 3 minutes to go and Aspire is already in the backline. And look at this two-pronged attack. Shockwave was instantly there to help Aspire. Did use that translocator to get back, but right now the Atlanta Reign needs Summit, but Aspire's got a stick, and he needs business! He gets both supports with one stick, and he finishes up Kai! Atlanta Reign, maybe set your alarm clock. Please wake up. This is not what we expected from this team.
This isn't even a mercy killing. This is a bloody extinction event. Unreal. Okay, Vancouver, it's a fairly simple approach, right? The composition isn't anything crazy. Shockwave setting up so many of these fights by shutting Hawk down, shutting Venom down, and Aspire can be relied on, Jack, to finish the job. 70 meters here and counting, 2 minutes 25 left in the round. It's going to be Aztec to hope.
Why is he in the back line?
Not sure. Yeah, mirror down. Ultraviolet able to remove him here. See what Aztec gets with this Transcendence now. The Titans are trying to reach further, go deeper here, and Aspire's gotten rid of Ultraviolet here, but it's still the Titans on the back foot.
So, interesting positioning, but still finding kills somehow.
So good.
Can Aspire? He's okay, and now he's nanoed. Like, the Vancouver Titans are throwing everything at their supports right now. Aztec's got a big old grin on his face in the player cam, and so he should have been dead long ago. Mitch, we have 2 minutes to go. Shockwave has the EMP coming up. Aspire's got another pulse bomb. He's charging them at ridiculous rates. The Atlanta Reign, they need to do something. OG dies at the hand of Hawk, who punched into him with the pulse bomb attached. At least they end up winning the fight, though. And with 1 minute and 30 to go, it's worth keeping in mind that there's still 50 meters to gain from the Atlanta Reign. And the Vancouver Titans, they can come back and EMP and then force a last fight with the robot on their side of the map, making it even harder for Reign to come back and actually touch the bot.
Atlanta haven't reached that first checkpoint yet either, so the bot will stop after reaching that for a time, which could hurt the Reign here. Every EMP from Shockwave has basically yielded him an instant kill on the Baptiste of Ultraviolet. Shockwave is calling it right now. Might be time to go. Looking at Ultraviolet, only eyes for the Baptiste again. He pops like a balloon. Mirror, gonna have to get out pretty quickly there. The EMP's effects have already long since worn off from the Reign, but the pick on the Baptiste, it's huge. Venom's just punching out Z's right now. Sky Ripper lays him low, and it's looking all too easy for this supercharged Vancouver Titans.
This is unbelievable pace setting from the Titans right now. I just can't believe what we're witnessing. The Reign came in to this series off of a very clean 3-0 against Dallas Fuel the other week. And now we're in 25 seconds to go, and the Reign need 50 meters to try and capitalize over the Titans. Pulse bomb available. There's a Transcendence from Aztec. Venom is getting just stopped at every section of this map. He cannot get to this backline.
Pulse bomb, no connection. Aztec slaps him down. Oh, the mana boost for Zen again. The Titans banking on the durability, that extra health pool that Zen has, the power, kick everything, allowed Aztec to be an absolute threat. In overtime, the Atlanta Reign are nothing but the ashes related to their namesake. Absolutely smoked.
I'm glad they're laughing, apart from Scarippa. Smile on your face, come on now. That was an unbelievable showing from the Vancouver Titans. I think a lot of people have criticized the Sombra in the past being a very, very slow hero to kind of set up, but it doesn't have to be slow when you have Aspire on the Tracer that's following up on your hacks almost instantly. The tag team duo of Aspire and Shockwave, and make that a tag 3 duo, like Aztec with the Discord orbs, there was nothing really OG and Ultraviolet could do. They came into the season, by the way, extremely hot and like ready to go. Like Ultraviolet and OG looked unreal. But now they're looking incredibly flat. Like, it's very hard for them to get anything done. They made a compositional swap over to the Baptiste and the Brigitte to try and find some semblance of survivability, but that didn't end up working out. The Vancouver Titans, Mitch, what an impressive start so far. Maybe this is the week they turn it around.
Let me leave you off with a number. Total healing done per team. Vancouver Titans, 20,000. Atlanta Reign, 12,000. These teams did about the same amount of damage. Ruminate on that one as we prepare ourselves for map number 2. Don't go far. Off to a quick break. All right, you lot settle down. Obviously, seeing the Titans come out here in the Midseason Madness qualifiers last week with, obviously new coach and Mira getting a lot more play, we're thinking, okay, yeah, this potential, this team gets a win, maybe even more this half of the season, this stage. But no one expected it to be against the Atlanta Reign, Jack. That's just a little too ridiculous of a story. And yet here we are, one map up against Atlanta.
Yeah, pretty nuts. Coming in today, I didn't expect it. I'm not sure anybody else did either. And the Vancouver Titans, it was just off the back of Aspire and Shockwave having easy access to the backline with the help of Aztec using the Discord orb, and Mira's Doomfist kind of mopping up and just disrupting. No matter what Atlanta Reign threw at them, a change of comp with the backline, didn't matter. They were still able to just dominate. Can they do the same thing with Pulse, though? That's the question. Let's Doomfist, so Mira's not in, so I can imagine a little bit more main tank, a little bit more monkey, maybe. We are going on to Dorado as our next map, but will we see Shockwave jump over to Sojourn? That's the question. Because in a 1v1 against Kai, don't think he wins it. So maybe just sticking to the Sombra, sticking to Aspire's Tracer, and doing what they did before, set their own tempo of the game, find these isolated supports, get hacks, get insta-kills, and then win maps. That's, I think, is probably going to be the aim of the game. If he does jump onto the Sojourn, he's going to have to put his big boy boots on, because against Kai, it's Fool's Gambit.
Now, you sort of mentioned at the start of New Queen Street, you're like, I don't really like Sombra, you know what I mean? And yeah, I don't blame you. Like, it's not crazy to say that because to this point, we haven't really seen her have a huge impact. But every time we're on board with Shockwave, he sat there, he just EMPs the Baptiste, and he needs an EMT, and he just blows him up pretty much straight after that. So a very straightforward Sombra play that was really instrumental for the Titans. So what do you make of this? Aspire on the Sojourn, Shockwave on the Echo.
Yeah, I don't know why I said monkey. I was like, oh yeah, Sigma's a thing. I forgot people are playing Sigma now. But yeah, it makes a whole lot more sense. A lot, man, I quite like the Echo, especially on these kind of maps. It's very easy to pressure down the shield and punish a lot of the aggression you can find with the Sojourns on the enemy teams. If they do go for some crazy like slide into a jump onto the high ground, you can punish that pretty easily with the Echo. You can follow up with your own shift, just flying at them or around them, and stop them from really doing much. Remember, the left click on Sojourn is not hit scan, it is projectile. The right click is a hit scan weapon, the railgun. So it's a lot more difficult to take Shockwave out of the skies if you're Kai just with the normal left click.
Yeah, it's
although you can gain charge off the shield and then go for the right click, but it's still tougher than someone like a Cassidy or an Ashe.
Yeah, it's like your mid to long range damage is not consistent at all, unless you're able to build rails with consistency. There are Sigmas in this game, right? So maybe that's a little bit easy to achieve here. We'll see if that's going to be an issue for Kai. Aspire's getting threatened by Venom here, who just has to kind of guess when he needs to recall because he doesn't know how much charge Aspire really has. And Aspire looks to try and wrap around onto Ultraviolet, who's diligently removed that immortality field away from the Titans now. A slow start to the fight, as often Sigma comps do give us, but getting rid of Sky Ripper here, surely the dam's about to break.
Damn, where was Shockwave in that fight? Because he just appeared from like the back line of the Reign. Was he just completely out of that? I'm not so sure. Because Aspire wasn't really getting much stuff done there at all. Like, he was trying to find some off angles, which is great, but he wasn't charging up his railgun to a point where he can one-shot a support or one-shot a DPS. So the damage was completely negligible. Like, Atlanta Reign could just walk forwards and they burn the lamp from the Vancouver Titans, then just roll over them. So yeah, curious to see where Shockwave was actually positioned in that fight. But now with the Atlanta Reign taking the high ground, Mitch, even more difficult for Shockwave to kind of interact. On first point, it's okay. You have a lot of columns to kind of hide around, but if Atlanta Reign have height, good luck.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
What an opener. Perfect pick for Aztec, who's emerging as like a top Zenyatta player in this meta. So much so getting the nano boost from Sky Reaper multiple times in that previous map. I mean, that's really what you want from this guy, I think, right now. Shockwave, again, sort of goes on a long flank and wants to pressure Hawk on the cart, but Kai's got rid of Aspire here. So you mentioned that Sojourn duel here, with whether it's Aspire or Shockwave, it's going to be tough to win.
Yeah, there you go. Kai did not manage to land a headshot. Beautiful copy onto a Sojourn, no less. You have two now. They're pretty strong on their own, but when you have two, they're even better. Shockwave, also a fantastic Sojourn player, mind you. You'd imagine he would copy the Sigma, but if you're doing stuff on Sojourn like you can do with, like, if you're Shockwave, then yeah, sure, why not? And that's a big problem if you lose your Tracer fairly early on, especially to a right-click. But Kai just needs to be able to survive. I like the idea of them just forcing the high ground away to stop Shockwave doing funny business. And that's what they just need to keep doing, is forcing this high ground. You have to take it fairly quick, though, because Aztec, he can get a lot of damage into the Zen.
The Reign are trying to do that. They're trying to be pretty expedient as they come out by the courthouse. Bit of an awkward spot for them to be right now. They want that high ground for themselves. They can't yet force the Titans off of it. And Venom, his job is to keep the cart going, but Shockwave just drops down and is starting to take a duel, forcing Venom away from the objective. So now the Reign are in an awkward position. All right, do we take the high ground? Do we fight that? Or do we go back to the objective, force a fight there? Disrupt the shot fight at the window there. It's annoying for the Reign. I'm a little worried for him.
I'd be worried if I was the Reign right now. If you pop that overclock, you can collat people, so sticking in a small corridor without your Sigma Shield feels pretty bad. Kai with the rail, though, instantly kills a Spire.
Oh, okay. Volt's going to catch him in midair, though. It's going to be the help of Aztec there. Gravitic Flux. Sky Reaper's going to take some Hypersphere damage, but the Immortality field saves his life. Aztec saw the accretion coming and immediately going to pop the Transcendence here. 3 players for the Reign getting corralled, and they're off to market, Jack.
Yeah, nice late flux from Hawk, and they had the payload pressure too, so the Vancouver Titans had to react. And Aztec was incredibly shellfish with his Transcendence there. He didn't use it really to save the people trapped in that flux. They were just, well, yeah, save yourself, and you're like, okay, well, that's fine. I mean, we had Lamp at one point. Just survive. I need to touch point, but it ended up working out because the spawn advantage is way better for the Vancouver Titans, especially on this point. But because the flux was used so late. What the hell? Okay.
Oh, not ideal. It's another early Echo
that sucks.
pick. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Echo picking somebody, Soja picking somebody, or Sky Ripper picking somebody. Yep, sure. Just find the initial picks is going to be good. And because the Reign used their flux quite late into that fight, Mitch, False was alive for a lot of that. He did get fluxed initially, but the Atlanta Reign were forced to low ground to try and complete the point. In that time, False is able to build up a lot more ult charge than Hawk. They can make this last fight if they play this slightly slower. The Vancouver Titans, that is. They have copy, they have window, a lot of tools to stave off the aggression of the Reign here.
And the Reign are constantly trying to find a very circuitous route of trying to get to grips with the Titans, and that just lets Shockwave take his time, flank around. They get Aztec here, so finally Venom gets a pick instead of getting picked. There's a duplicate of a Sigma potentially on the horizon. Yes, Shockwave going to make that copy. Forced to the low ground now, and he'll have to wait out this duplication on his own.
Yeah, I'm looking at his ult charge. He's not really near that flux at all. Maybe he gets a bit of extra damage here, but 5% away for False. Window activated, bitch. 0.6 meters? No, okay, it gets capped. That really sucks to be Shockwave there. You get whip-shotted off the side of the high ground, and then you do nothing because you can't fly. It was a bit of an aggressive one, and you don't get the full HP pool of the tank anymore that you do end up duplicating, so that's also worth keeping in mind. It sucks. It really does. So Shockwave was a non-factor in that fight.
Shockwave deciding that maybe this part of the map caters a little bit better to his Hanzo play. Spire's been pretty solid on the Sojourn so far, but when it comes to dueling Kai, has still been losing out almost every time. Okay, there's a Gravitic Flux that Kai is inside. Great Immortality field, that's really hard to blow up, especially with Hawk's shield in the way. The Reign can back away. Oh, here's a double overclock play coming. Kai looking dangerous here, but Aspire strikes first. Kai responds, it's a 1-for-1, but there's no Baptiste left for the Reign. Doesn't matter.
God, he is so good with these right clicks, man. I know the range has been increased. Yes, I get it. But dear Lord, is he accurate. False changed over to the Wrecking Ball. Shockwave over to the Genji, trying to touch this payload in time. They're going to be able to get there, but with almost no ultimates, the Transcendence is going to have to be absolutely massive, but the pulse on from Venom could end them pretty quickly.
Spire shut down. This time Kai going to strike, and Venom finally getting to stretch his legs a little bit more. Had to be an Immortality field there, which is worst case for Sky Ripper, who wanted to throw it on the cart. Won't have that option now. And the Reign finished with 1:05 in their back pocket. But what I'm more interested in discussing is what your grade is for the Titans so far, right? False gets put in a position I think that he's comfortable with playing that Sigma here. And they look good until, I don't know, that Echo copy on that second phase of the map didn't really work out for them. And then they just got
kind of blue.
Yeah, and then they just got sort of separated.
Yeah, it was a really sick pick from Aspire. The second to last fight there onto Ultraviolet with a right click using Overclock, but then Kai just goes, oh, 1 peek and 2 peek, and both DPS are dead. It's pretty easy. And at that point, it's game over. Like, the payload's so close. And one thing the Atlanta Reign have been doing very well, Mitch, I will say, and you picked up on it, Venom was just touching the payload almost permanently. And that's what the Tracer does in these compositions, is just pressure payload more often than not. You get picks with the Pulse Bomb. You are Tracer, incredibly mobile, can destroy supports, but pressure the payload constantly just puts a clock on the Vancouver Titans' wrist, and they keep having to check it where the payload is. Okay, is Venom still moving it? Yes, he is. We're going to have to react at some point, and that's what we saw Aztac using that Transcendence to touch point because of the space that Venom gained.
He was also about to get accreted into next Tuesday as well.
Yeah, also that, right?
Been,
he's going to die, but needs to touch.
Yeah, what are the kids? He would have been Giga dead had he not.
Giga dead, yeah,
for sure.
Giga and then something. So yeah, there it is.
Spire Widow. This is a famous one. Really blew our minds when upon his debut for the Defiant. Some Junkertown play, if I recall. Finding it fairly early on.
You switch, maybe? There's no way he sticks with Widow, surely. He just gets
we see Widow go here. Yeah, we see Widow go
by
that building sometimes to deny like the defensive high ground hold. Sometimes teams use Symmetra and like TP the team across with like some hit scan. Vancouver have a bit of a weirder approach to this though, to be sure. And well, that's not good.
Okay, Spy's still on this pick. Maybe they're just looking for that initial one and then like, okay, maybe we'll win now, but feels pretty bad. I mean, you're against Kai, you're like getting peppered, and then Venom's also on the flank permanently, and then Hawk can jump on you. I don't like it.
I don't like it in a Sigma comp. At least send it, like, the Sigma can't do anything if he goes up there with the Widow. I get it, right? But, yeah, and we had teams like go up there as Winston, throw Bubble down, let like their Soldier or Sojourn just like put damage onto the high ground, but it didn't look great. We have the switch now. Shockwave playing at extreme range. Hasn't moved
can get a lot of damage done, but that's about it. It's just waiting for his team to kind of collapse on in. But Venom controlling this high ground is like super important. You don't want Shockwave, you don't want Aspire anywhere near that high ground, just peppering your tank line in the front. But at least Shockwave and Aspire have managed to clamber up onto the height. But the problem is now for the Vancouver Titans, they're so split, getting support is impossible, basically.
Hawk eventually falls here, though, as the Reign do need to give a little bit of ground. I think Shockwave doesn't realize that Baptiste was right under him. So now Ultraviolet here just helping Venom dealing with Side Ripper. That's huge, being able to get up to the high ground. Now the Immortality field thrown down, allowing Venom to go wild. That's 3 kills for the Tracer. Finally, Venom gets his chance to show what he's made of.
Really nice positioning from Venom just over and over again. And I said, like, you're at such a split angle. The Baptiste healing is really only meant for the Sigma in this kind of comp. Like, good luck hitting Shockwave in the air. Aspire's also going to be trying to off-angle. Like, orbs are the main source of healing for both DPS right now. And while that is okay, you can't apply them to both targets. I wish you could, but you can't. And Venom is just chasing everybody down without a hope. And Vancouver Titans DPS don't have a hope or a prayer. Kai's got Overclock. This should be a fairly clean fight. Look at the ultimates from the Reign. It's almost unwinnable for the Titans. They need a big flux, something, to try and find anything. And yeah, and now you just get obliterated behind a Widow. Like, there's just no hope here.
I mean, what mechanisms does this Vancouver Titans composition have to put pressure on Kai?
Yeah, that's the big problem, right? Trying to get to that backline where both Ultraviolet and OG and Kai are sitting, and then killing him. The only tool you really have is Aspire charging off of somebody. And I say somebody because there's no Sigma on the Atlanta Reign. So you actually getting charged to get a headshot onto Kai is pretty annoying. Like, it's going to take you a fair while. Kai, no time at all. False is sitting there with the shield to try and gain space, so you gain 100 energy. The biggest tool that they have right now is, honestly, that Flux. And then they need Aspire and Shockwave to go for this big engagement. I like the rotation onto the high ground, but you may be in a little bit of trouble unless this Flux is used to create space.
I mean, Aztac would love to just find a random pick like he did on defense that second part of the map here, but it's a big ask. You can't rely on that at all. Shockwave's going to have a second here in a moment. That'll allow him to pressure the back line if he can copy a Doomfist for his... Oh, but he has to get out. Okay, nice powered up punch from Hawk there. Stuns 3 players and forces the Immortality field for the Titans, yeah? He can't do anything. Ultraviolet and Kai have enough pressure you know, at medium to long range to deal quite comfortably. And here it is. Yeah, this is a day at the shooting range for Kai.
Yeah. The Flux comes out. It's not bad. Kai in the 1v1 does end up going down to Aspire, but Aspire's team is just already dead. OT ticking through. He's got 100 energy, but 25 HP. Ain't gonna happen. The dupe onto from Shockwave onto a Tracer has already burned the Regal, so he is a little bit worse for wear. And with Aspire dying, the Atlanta Reign, it's just another day in the office right now. There's no real hope or prep.
Now to the sky. I mean, you cannot contest from there. So Shockwave has to drop down, but there's an immortality field in play. There's something here, I'm telling you. False comes back on the Diva. Venom looks to try and put this to bed if he possibly can, but Shockwave's going to take to the skies. Get away from the Tracer for the time being. Eventually has to touch down, though, and that's where Venom will be lying in wait. That will be that. And the Vancouver Titans, well, get a little exposed here on Dorado. Pretty solid defense, but the offense left much to be desired, Jaws.
Yeah, I felt like you were going to say Matt there. Close. Close.
Mate, only once. I managed to get through all of the first stage.
One.
Well, only saying Cassidy. You know what I mean? I can do this.
Oh, yeah.
It's gotta stay on top of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Reign are going to stay on top of this game. What is Kai but an immovable turret on the high ground with 100 energy? Every single second Vancouver Titans want to peak. Like, it seems pretty impossible. And the only tool that they had was that Flux. False gets it at the very ending of the fight, and they lose. Like, it was just impossible, it felt like, to get to the high ground. And Shockwave is just so far off on another angle that they were just unhealable. And unfortunately, didn't even use the dupe in the last fight. Just a little bit stagnant here for the Vancouver Titans. Maybe they sub False out again in mirror.
Mate, I saw the Shepherd's Crook come in from off camera and yank him out of his chair. We're going to see a substitution in a tank for sure. Stick around, everybody. Map number 3 in an even series is coming right up.
shots, dead in the ground. We ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah, bands up, trapped out. I bring the dogs, gang out. Look. Don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain, ain't seen a savage who you.
Well, the biggest question on the lips of every Vancouver Titans fans should be, does Lightning or can Lightning strike twice? We're going to have Mira back in the lineup here for the Vancouver Titans after an absolutely stellar first map, and you have to hope it wasn't just a flash in the pan, because Titans looked great there, but my God, they looked god-awful on the attacking side. On Dorado, Jack, against Atlanta, they could not get anything started.
Yeah, I mean, that was super hard. What are you going to do against Kai? Like, you know, Balloon's tower defense, he is one of the monkeys just sitting up there throwing the little darts at the balloons, and the Vancouver Titans, unfortunately, were the balloons, right? And they would just get popped every single time they put their little out. And it's frustrating. It really is. And the only tool that they really had was that Flux. And they used it, and they got nothing, and it's like, oh, okay, well, there it is. It wasn't great. It wasn't great. But with Mira being in, we know what Vancouver Titans are going to play. They had that good map, like you said, on to start off the day, and they played at a pace that I don't think we've ever seen Titans play at. They played very fast with Shockwave on Sombra, Aspire on Tracer, and they were just dominating OG and Ultraviolet. Like, it wasn't even fair. It was like a terrible day to be a support player against Aspire and Shockwave. They need to replicate that. Now, this map, a little bit different from New Queen Street, but the same can kind of still be executed. You can still set up Sombra in the backline, finding a flank, and then killing off the supports. But with the rain coming out on this defense, it's almost like they know what's going to happen with Mira on Doomfist, so they're instantly going to switch over to Brig and the BAP instead of the Zen, what they had before.
Do they know what's going to happen, though? That's the question. Vancouver Titans may have the opportunity to show us something completely different. Bear in mind that, like, between Mira and False, no one is really a self-professed sort of, you know, we use an old term, main tank player, right? We saw False play a bit of the Winston here, and, you know, I think it's pretty clear that he wasn't able always to sort of find his rhythm. Mira never been known for that either, so not a shock to see it switch over towards the Doomfist here.
Does that roof even work with that grapple? I don't think it does. You have to grapple on the side and the front there. Doesn't look like got an angle, but
it
is what it is. I mean, look, the amount of time I spend in Widow DM lobbies is, like, abnormal. I'm pretty sure I have more time in Widow DM lobbies than some people have on just in comp.
I mean, I'm glad, yeah, I'm the one that gets to vet your frag movies, mate. You send them out.
Yeah, you like those, huh?
All right, Aztec's appearing in one himself. Kai, just on the flank there. Nice little connection. Shockwave to do the same. So this is the Shockwave Sojourn, not the Aspire Sojourn here. And, well, it's going to take a lot to shut down Kai's impact as the rain stave off the Titans early.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Very, very good start. Again, you could have played the Sombra here, but they end up just switching it up. And I like that about the Titans. They have two Sojourn players. They have Shockwave, they have Aspire. I just think Aspire's Tracer obviously a little bit better. Something that he just... like, god game of performances on the Toronto Defiant last year, in fact. Something that he was known for, kind of picking them up by their bootstraps and carrying them to a few wins. So you can see why we continue wanting to play Tracer. But the problem is, with Venom in the backline like this, it's tough.
Yeah, he is going to be a thorn for sure. Aztec, though, able to get rid of Hawk there now as the rain, like the tip of that spear. OG, no idea where to look. Apparently, his Aspire's able to get in, snatch up the cookies, and get on out there. Nice job for the Vancouver Titans. They'll have this point. They'll be done.
Good. I thought that pulse bomb from Venom hit, and I think he thought it hit too. Just up against that wall, didn't end up connecting on the Doomfist. And this is a really good start. They have Nano, which is amazing, but more importantly, they have an extra engage tool with Mirror. And I think the Meteor Strike, a lot of the time, is used to kind of get out of jail free, getting out of certain situations, and then trying to crunch the backline. But with this Nano boost, Mirror lives for eternity, and it's going to grant Aspire a ton of space. They can also apply it to Aspire if they really want to, or Shockwave's Railgun, which will do a whole bunch, but he needs to actually get Overclock online. But more often than not, it's going to go on Mirror, and that's exactly what's happened, and instantly OG dies. And Ultraviolet too! Wow. Hey, he's a Doomfist player, by the way.
Mira just turning right up here. What a great start to the fight. And frankly, look, the Rain don't have a great excuse not to do well with this composition, right? A lot of their players are in, like, comfort roles. This is not panning out the way they would have liked it to at all. Mira just decimated them right at the start of that fight.
Yeah, Mira is a fantastically mechanically gifted player. And when he was picked up to come to the league, like, everyone's like, he's going to play Doomfist, and he plays Doomfist extremely well. How does Skyripper die there? Don't know. Venom killed him. Rest in peace, and now they can take payload. But never underestimate Mira's ability to play Doomfist, even this new version of him in Overwatch 2.
Yeah. Looks like he's right at home, regardless of game. Drops down from the bridge there, does Mira. Charges a power block as he sails overhead. That's rather slick, if I must say so. But it's going to be Aztec and Shockwave falling. Venom, again, really putting in work. A lot of the time we're on board with, Mira, who's looking for an opportunity of his own, but many times Venom has already found them and already made some key eliminations here. So once more, another key opportunity for Atlanta to stabilize. They have to do it here. 3 minutes 11 on the clock for the Titans. Plenty to work with. And Jack, looking up at that scoreboard here, we're heading into, Shockwave's, I guess, power play.
Yeah, overclock's available, so ideally you take height. A little bit more difficult against OG and Ultraviolet on the BAP and the Brig, but it's still very doable. Spy can open up this up with the Pulse, lobs it, goes wide. Now Vancouver Titans have to back all the way up. Rain know this though. They know if they give up the high ground, Shockwave's just going to run rings around them. And so now Spy's probably just going to be sitting touching payloads, waiting for an opportunity to for people to drop on top of him.
It's another missed stick there from Venom. Kai though.
Okay, well.
Ant Matrix tends to help with that. Just body shot the Tracer. It is it is disgustingly easy to get those kills.
It really is. Like, it's just getting one shot. Same with Widowmaker, to be fair, through the window, does one shot people, but when you have the mobility of Sojourn and then a right click, yeah, it's a lot of damage. A lot of damage.
Right. Well, again, that will allow Atlanta to control the tempo just a little bit more. Hawk's definitely got his hands full trying to match Mira's impact across the map here, and he has to worry about the Zenyatta, for example. Skyripper would be a great pick-off, but the punch misses, and Shockwave is just laying waste. I've told you about a power play right now. This guy's got so much of it, he can keep a city going for days.
Nice little triple kill with the overclock. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. Now they get the high ground, or at least did. And just forcing them off height was perfect. And I guess this is the replay. Yeah, he's on the sidelines, he's on height, and Ultraviolet dies with the help of the orb and an amazing shot on Kai. You look towards him, and he was already dead. Good. It could be an easy push here for the Vancouver Titans. They do have Nano, and the Immortality Field already gone.
Mira now, great position to mess with the backline. Venom gets blown up pretty much instantly. It was a railgun connection from Shockwave again. And the Discord orb as well from Aztec makes it such an easy kill. Vancouver now, 2 minutes 45 on the clock. They get that second checkpoint. They're looking confident, and the momentum hasn't stopped. Since Shockwave managed to find the quick double kill, the next fight looked just as comfortable. And the Titans want to take it up another gear here.
Yeah, they're switching over to the Zarya instead. So stopping those railgun shots hitting is nice. You can bubble people, get free energy from it. But against the Doomfist can be quite punishing. You can just get beaten around. You don't have as much health or armor as like a Reinhardt, for example. So you're a little bit more squishy. A good engagement, though, from Mira. And Kai's already dead.
Can't save Kai from Aztec. Apparently another key pick off from the Zenyatta. Venom finally finds that pulse bomb connection he's been looking for much of this round. But is it going to be enough here to slow the Titans down? Ultraviolet's Immortality Field is down, and Aspire's taking damage from off screen. He can't quite tell where it's coming from. Aztec finds two, but the real Deadeye Kai is on the scene.
Yeah, okay. As soon as that overclock gets popped, that was super nice. An amazing double right click there from Aztec, by the way, to not only start off the fight, but almost secure it too. Problem is, overclock and Kai exist, and then they kill everybody. So, yeah, unfortunate there. Nice sleep. Probably won't result in much. I say that. Nice anti-nade, but yeah, shift straight out. That seismic slam, way easier to use now. It used to be like, I wouldn't say it was a hard ability, you know which one. It's just a lot more forgiving now in terms of like your punch angle.
Yeah, you can gain altitude with the bloody thing.
Yeah,
just look up, smile. Shockwave.
Trans.
Yeah, he's forced off his sight line there by the Ant Matrix. Still quite brazen to make the peak there as Orc comes charging forward once more. So Ultraviolet's ultimate is now down. It buys some key seconds for the Ray, but have they used that time to formulate a real defensive plan here, or are they still going to fly by the seat of their pants? Hawk hit with the Discord orb, blown up pretty much instantly there by Shockwave, who comes on in. That's going to be two. Another one from the Disruptor shot to get rid of that Immortality Field, and Shockwave has this on lock. Kai obliterated. OG running back to Spore with his tail between his legs here in the Vancouver Titans with 44 seconds left. They've got to get this one home. There's no way they can be stopped. Immortality Field and Venom, not a bad combination here, but eventually the poison is expunged. Bionade defensively used on Miri here to keep him down. And a big double pulse in the backline from Venom. That might actually be what they need. Look at the respawns coming back in. Kai goes down, has to commit pretty heavily, but Hawk is here with the big help pull. Shockwave has to clean off OG as quickly as possible, otherwise this could get out of hand. Here comes the Moira. Ultraviolet out of spawn, and Venom finds the kill, and the Rain are going to stabilize.
Actual PP overheat moment. Like, how did that even work? Like, Venom gets a double kill with a pulse bomb, and now Vancouver Titans have literally
That's
nothing
literally how it works.
tanks to go. Yeah, well, okay. 2 seconds to go. Aspire's back. Spawn advantage, by the way, and Moira just existing. They needed to kill OG in that situation. Like, he survived for so long, got so much healing. Lucio, good lord. What a defense from the Rain. Like, the brain's just kind of overheating. And you're in that moment too when you're the Titans. I'm sure everybody's been in that moment themselves where you're like, wow, we killed everybody. That's pretty sick. Our DPS popped off, or you popped off as DPS. You're like, easy win, boys. And then their Tracer comes out with a big pulse bomb, and then it's kind of like panic mode. And that's really what you want from someone like Venom, who's, again, been another incredibly good DPS for the Rain and a good piece for the team overall. And Kai's been popping off, but I think sometimes he kind of overshadows Venom, especially in this meta where the Sojourn is just so prevalent and just so good. Yep. Venom's an incredibly solid player. Like, his Tracer is extremely clean. Definitely a specialist for the team. The Rain looked unstoppable at the very ending of the map, but you got to give credit to Titans here too.
Yes!
You are against the Atlanta Rain, who 3-0 the Dallas Fuel the other week, and are also a top team in the league right now. You were 0-8. Like, an unbelievable showing so far, and oh my god, that's so unlucky. Spire was so close, man.
Mate, I mean, Shockwave is 15 of 32 final blows on that Sojourn. Kai is getting overshadowed by him so far. And that's something we see, even if Shockwave was on the Sojourn, it maybe wouldn't happen. And now they're on defense, right? So, like, you know, the sightline's better. Or rather, the attacking side. So we had to overcome maybe some tougher sightlines coming from that low ground here. I'm just going to say, Atlanta need Kai to fire, or someone needs to shut down Shockwave.
It feels tough, and that's one of the big benefits of the Vancouver Titans DPS roster, Mitch. 2 people can play Sojourn, Aspire and Shockwave. Do they need a Tracer? Okay, Shockwave, you play Sojourn now. Like, what an amazing amount of flexibility your DPS lineup has if you're the Titans. Unlucky Mirror. Yeah, that's just unfortunate. Almost dies though, but yeah, Ultraviolet cleaning up apparently. It's on his own.
Immortality Field came at the perfect moment. It's unclear if Ultraviolet couldn't deploy it or chose not to, just to keep Hawk alive. But either way, his timing meant that the Rain could shrug off like a really nasty biotic grenade that just got hit by their Jack. That's beautiful stuff.
Ooh. Man, Immortality feels so strong.
Pretty good ability.
Crazy stuff, yeah.
Well, anyway, yeah, the Vancouver Titans, they just need height. That's all they need. If Rain take the height here, Kai is just going to dominate. You need to stop that. I was going to find a word to kind of slot in there, but I can't.
You can, but you choose not to. You know what I mean? Just like that Immortality Field deployment.
Yes, yeah.
Excellent. Love that self-control. Hallmark, true professional. Skyripper
Please save him. Please save him.
No,
He's dead.
done.
He's dead. Okay. Well,
was that a solo kill? Was there any?
Almost, yeah. I would say so. That's unfortunate. You need high ground. Like, just sit on high ground and then you win. If you let Kai at any point take height, you are pretty much dead. Did you see that? Like, Shockwave had his like pinky toe out over the little ledge, and that was the connection from the Doomfist punch. All right, okay.
Not sure how that works.
Yeah, I don't know. Pixels, I assume. Nice Transcendence Force though from Hawk.
Power block there from Hawk, but he's got nowhere to go with that. Charge, despite getting rid of the Immortality Field here. Pulse Bomb for no one in particular, as it appears. Venom is sent packing. Mirror chose to re-gift that one.
God, you see that tracking that Spy just did to Venom? Like, and he was just jumping around the corner. That's why he's such a good Tracer player, man. His aim is just freakish. It's so clean. And look at Mirror now. I like Mirror's positioning, actually. It's going to force Atlanta Rain to pick one of 2 options. And now he's just going to get nanoed. He has the ultimate too, if needed.
Oh, that's... Oh, Kai almost got out. Close. But no cigar. Someone kind of woke him up. I think that might have been Aztec. Doesn't matter, because he got taken down either way. Still, Mirror's forced out of the fight, and Shockwave and Aztec are forced to kneel. OG whipping it inside the castle, and the Atlanta Rain. Look, cast your minds back to Dorado as well. Not so far ago. I know we got short attention spans, us gamers, but the Vancouver Titans had a really staunch defense until the very end of the round, where it fell apart, and that's what really cost them here. There's a big time bank for Atlanta. Vancouver need consecutive fight wins, not just competitive, close engagements.
Man, Aztec is taking a hell of an angle, but OG's off the map!
Oh, tragic.
Oh, Shockwave! Oh my god, look like an Olaf boost almost. Nice little kill on the lamp too. That should be it. Man, the Atlanta Rain losing OG at the start of that fight. It looked like he jumped off the map, but maybe he used Bash or something, so no one got credit. Not sure how that happened. I'm assuming this is the replay.
Here it is.
Oh, he just bashed off the map. Okay, well, I mean, you can't excuse that, I suppose. He expected someone to be there. And there was
was hoping to connect.
Or a wall.
With the Doom Fist. Instead connected with absolutely nothing, which is great. Spire said, alright, get out. That's filthy. That's absolutely disgusting. Spire knows exactly how to space against the brick here, and Venom is, I mean, he's pissed. Spire, though, just dashes through there, really blowing raspberries at Atlanta right now.
Yeah, you see what I mean? We talked about it at the beginning of the series, Mitch. Like, a lot of these DPS players can act solo, and that's what Vancouver Titans are going to be able to do best, is both Aspire and Shockwave are insane. Speaking of insane, it's Kai with aim.
I mean, his micro corrections, Jack, are just unreal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The flicks that he can sort of pull off in those moments are really unmatched. There are very, very few players in the league that can do that, especially at such ranges. Well, the Titans can't do too much but just submit there in that fight. They come back here, I guess they can work with support ultimates if they can build them, but Atlanta Rain look to try and clean them off the map. And remember, Vancouver don't have any drones. No mortality field available here, and that window is going to put the pressure on. Ultraviolet says, beam me up, Scotty. Comes straight back down and punishes Mirror with the help of his teammates. And I think Aztec is going to have to be the fixer here as the Transcendence comes in. Ultraviolet gets taken down. He can't pick himself up. That's huge. Set up Shockwave for the elimination. A big sleep from Sky Reaper here, and now a Discord Orb thrown onto Venom. But Hawk comes back in. There's going to be a Spy trying to break line of sight if he possibly can. And Mirror stepping up. Power Block will prevent some of that damage, with the Pulse Bomb doesn't hit, and it really had to.
Oh man, that rally at the very end, the overhealth is just too much to deal with. That was a sick sleep, by the way, on Ultraviolet there. Stops him from doing anything, healing the team, and then Aztec was able to clean him up. Like, those small sleeps in fights are just so crucial. Like, if there's one thing you can take away from other players, especially in these kind of metas, if you're slinging sleeps to the backline, you catch a pick, like, call that out. Like, that is a massive source of healing down, and if you can capitalize on it with a Zen, it just goes huge. 2 minutes to go, though, Mitch, and they don't even need a completion. They just need it to reach the very end of the track, basically.
A lot of time to work with, and the Titans burnt through both of their support ultimates in their previous fight. Oh, so yeah, an early pick like this is a must-have. Can Aspire get out of jail free here as he plunges into the backline? Mirror also low pulse. Venom not connecting that one.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. You're in the last stretch of the map, and you throw Pulse Bomb out when there's a couple of your teammates down. You just ideally save it. You don't want to throw it willy-nilly.
Sure.
Aztec is someone else that's also kind of showing up today, Mitch. Like, his initial picks on Zens also pretty high. They're definitely no way near like Sojourn level stuff, but finding right clicks as Zens early on in the fight, killing Kai, that's what more can you ask for from a Zen? Plus you're gaining ult charge. Yeah, well there you go. It's insane. Zen's doing a lot of damage.
Okay, here comes the Doom. Oh, okay, they woke him up. Immortality Field now going to have to be used for the Atlanta Rain. This could get ugly. Mirror going to get rid of that Immortality Field, but here comes Kai, finding 2. Hawk slip, and Kai's found 3 in this fight. He's looking for more. Sky Reaper disintegrates under his scrutiny. The guy doesn't bat an eyelid. Not even a bead of sweat on his forehead. Vancouver Titans deconstructed to their base atoms, and Kai, the one splitting him. Unreal.
All he does is aim. Like, this guy was built to aim, and you can see exactly why they need him on Sojourn right now. He's going to have Overclock friendly soon, but it's going to be Shockwave versus him for this last fight, Mitch.
Ultraviolet takes a big hit there. Gonna get Bionade on Hawk and OG, but that overshield is gonna be crucial from the rally. Kai looking to work from this window. If he could just catch a Spy there, would be golden, but he has to get away from that Meteor Strike. Double stun came out from Mirror there, but he's forced back. It's gonna be Aztec taken down by the headshot. Venom's able to find his way into the back line. He might have himself 3 here. It is the DPS of the Atlanta Rain stepping up where it counts. Has to be a recall there, but it's a moment too late for Aspire in getting back to the card, and the Atlanta Rain secure their second map but it was anything but easy.
Man, yeah, still an incredibly close game at the very end. If you're the Titans right now, keep Mirror in. Keep Mirror in. Keep playing this Doomfist. Like, Shockwave is having a hell of a game. Aspire is having a hell of a game too. Aztec is also finding really clutch picks. It's been a very, very close game in what I think everybody would assume would be a quick and clean 3-0.
Anything but.
Still, Kai and Venom are still doing what they do best, though. Like, every single highlight play is Kai and Venom right now, on the Tracer or on the Sojourn. Like, Venom stopped that cap at the very end of Vancouver's push. With a double pulse bomb, like, that is what's sealing the deal. It's the nail in the coffin. These small plays that just make a whole big difference.
Incredible stuff from Venom, overshadowing his opposition. Stick around, everybody. A chance for the Titans to force a map 5 or the Rain to dodge what could be a trap game for them. Don't go far. Well, it's your last chance to get yourself the Luchador Reaper skin. Get the Kickoff Clash Legendary look before June 26th. That's 2 days away for just 200 League tokens. Don't miss your chance to own a piece of Overwatch League history. They look pretty clean in-game, if I do say so myself. Tell you who's looking clean so far? Actually, neither team, to be honest, because it's been a messy game so far. Yeah, I guess we're kind of clean. I don't know. I'm wearing literal status skin look. Maybe you, Jack. But listen, this roster here, this Vancouver Titans team with the mirror, look on Doomfist it's been excellent, right? It's been definitely much better than we expected. The kind of roster that can take maps and series from many teams. We didn't expect it though to be the Atlanta Reign, but that possibility is still on the table.
Yeah, Master's coming in for Sky Ripper. So, Lucio, and more Lucio for the Vancouver Titans, I can imagine. But glad they keep a mirror in, because False switching to the Sigma, it wasn't great. It wasn't great. They obviously lost both of these maps, but the Icon Valor was at least close with the Atlanta Reign. And having Aspire and Shockwave just do what they do is the best course of action for them right now. And Mira also, again, being this kind of lone survivor, this lone hero on the Doomfist, getting permanently nanoed, which is excellent if you're Doom. You are almost unkillable. You used to be, and now you definitely are because you have that power block. And we're going to a control map as well, Mitch, so a lot more room to kind of maneuver and isolate the backline, so it makes sense why Master's coming in to play Lucio. If he plays anything else, I will be surprised. And with Aztec playing the Zen, are they going Zen Lucio? We've seen a little bit of that recently, but it's a big question what Titans are going to run. They could also run, of course, the Ana and the Lucio, which would make a lot of sense. Just continue that nano boost onto Mirror, make sure he gives space to Aspire and Shockwave, and they go to town.
Well, we know he can.
Yeah, that's it, right?
Before, but looks like Sky Reaper's their preferred, or at least he comes in when it's like double flex support. Looks here. Master can also play the Brig. I don't know if we get the Zen Brig here, right? I feel like that would be little off the wall, but
well,
this team's already surprised us today.
Bad.
Right, City Center especially,
Yeah, exactly. Taking the high ground with the Brig and the Zen, not shabby at all. With the Brigitte being able to boot people off the high ground with the whip shot, and even your ability to get the central column, I'm not sure that's too crucial, but it's kind of a little bit of cool tech. That would also make sense. I know Master, obviously, his best hero, Lucio, by far. He's been a player who used to play for the Reign, funnily enough, who's been in the league for a long time. A very veteran Lucio player who's come up with the likes of people like Funny Astro, mind you, and the European or English Lucio player, from the EU region. It's crazy how many we have Lucio players, that is, which is really cool to see. But I'm happy we're seeing a lot more of Marsa, and it's something that actually Connor, Avast, talked about a little while ago. Is that? Or no, maybe it was Custer. It might have been Custer, actually. He was saying, Marsa is a really good player. This guy he is really good. And Titans have really good pieces. Aspire, Shockwave, etc. Why aren't they doing better? But, today, we're actually seeing signs of them performing to a level that people kind of expected them to, especially with Aspire signing, especially with Shockwave. And I think today, even if they do end up losing this map, Midge, they can definitely walk away with their heads held high, because this is the best they've looked all season.
No doubt about it. Here they come. They'd better hope that this look is the most efficacious for them so far, because this is where they try and hang on in the series. So Aztec Ana, Ultraviolet on the Ana as well, that really turned some heads earlier on in the season. Venom here able to snatch away that health pack from that high ground, and Aspire's looking to do some work at the backline there as well, but he's called something out there. So a little bit unhappy about how that went down, getting picked up by Hawk, but Mira's able to pluck Venom out of the mix as well.
Man, that sucks. Aspire, you saw what Aspire was doing there. It was a little bit greedy with the recall. Thought he could get the last couple of shots onto Venom to kill him, to get that first blood. Didn't end up happening. They do trade, but all that meanwhile, Kai is charging up, the right click, and then it hits a big one. And it basically ends up. And I will say Sojourn is quite good on this map in terms of the geography of the amount of space that you need to take is pretty small, the choke point. So using the shift, the right click. Oh my god, using the disruptor shot is pretty insane. That got away from me completely there.
How did Mira get away, speaking of which?
I don't know.
I mean, you can see that, Kai was questing for him. Not able to get him. The Doomfist sneaks out, and that's those mechanics, right? They really want Mira to be bringing in here.
Thanks.
Trade.
Rude.
Good trade. Yeah, that was really nice. Again, Aspire's just kind of cleaned up, does what he does best. Look at his ult charge compared to Venom. Like, you can see how much impact he's having over Venom right now just on that stat. Big pulse onto the back line. Ultraviolet's going to have to be careful.
Yeah, throws it maladroitly. It's not going to find its target yet. Kai cleans up Masa. Absolutely rolls him there. And Hawk, yeah, that'll be a grimace from him, but he's got what he wanted. Nice little setup there. Ultraviolet looking good.
Yeah, that pulse bomb wasn't nearly as effective as recent ones in this series, and you have to hit those. You can't let that get away from you, because more often than not, when you are blinking in to hit that pulse, you are hitting the recall at the same time because you're afraid. You're in a position normally where you're not supposed to be, so your ability to re-engage in a fight is not great because you don't have that recall. Nice emote, huge.
Okay.
Very epic. Well,
really sending quite the message. Thanks, Mira. Yeah, Shockwave just snapped him off. Hawk, though, gets on towards Atstack, and Shockwave, yeah, just not in a great spot there, unfortunately. A little bit hemmed in.
Bye.
Venom, yeah. Venom's going to hold on to this point now, and that disruptor shot makes it even harder for the Titans, and the pressure is starting to mount, Jack. 78-23.
Come on, Titans. You got Nana, you got Beat, but you are matching Atlanta Rain. Problem is, Atlanta Rain have Kai, and he has ult. So, yeah, that's a bit of an issue. And ideally, if you're a Spire here, you just want to be able to harass Kai as soon as he pops that ultimate or send Mirror in like this, but a good beat to start them off.
Kai just power slides between the legs of Mirror, apparently. Both Doomfist is sleeping right now, but that's a 3-player Bionic Grenade from Aztac, and he's rewarded with his death. OG's able to get in there and find him. At least there was some follow-up, but it's just not even remotely in the same postcode is enough. And the Atlanta Rain take the first round. Hundo plays 23.
Yeah. Yeah. Rough stuff. Rough stuff. Rough stuff. Next round, boys. Don't worry. You can go again. Again, there were a couple of bright spots there, of course. Aspire doing fairly well, but again, the pulse bombs just aren't hitting. If they're not hitting, then you haven't got an opening because Kai is finding them a lot quicker without an ultimate. So it's really just a race for that first initial pick. Shockwave's just not been matching up to Kai in this map so far. I can't imagine we're going to see anything different. Rain, maybe with Ultraviolet playing the Zen. Okay, again, holding the high ground is quite important. And who needs a whip shot when you have legs? You can kick people off high ground now as Zenyatta, worth keeping in mind.
Yep.
A lot of displacement now with Zen.
We're looking out for that one. Zen, frankly, frightening.
What?
Well, Ultraviolet didn't need to get into close quarters combat. No need to show off the new wheels. Play from point here.
Yeah, okay. High ground for the Zen. You dive, I kick. No real stopping that one, unfortunately. Should be a fairly easy point take. But the best thing is about these comps, Mitch, I will say, is that they are extremely quick. So you can go for these really quick engagements, but not if Kai's got anything to say about it, who just kills off Shockwave. So it should be a fairly easy first point cap. And that's what's really kind of funny about these comps that do travel really fast. It was the same kind of in GOATs where it was just go, 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 just like run into the enemy team over and over again. You get a lot of fights in Control. Nice kill onto Venom. I think that was a sleep, in fact.
That's going to declaw the Atlanta Rain somewhat here. Also, I think Kai dropped off the high ground and wanted to play more aggressively, so the Rain aren't really positioned all that well for like a fair fight. Shockwave going to take down that Immortality field, and I mean, yeah, that one pick, look at what it turns into. Kai at least stands up for himself by getting his opposite number down, but that's really that. The Atlanta Rain were not expecting to lose Venom there.
No, like... that's
wow! Look at the look on his face. Even he thinks it's disgusting. Guy's cringing in his own filth. Oh, good lord, that was pusillanimous.
Sit down, son. I think maybe wanting to shrug that one off. As soon as you see the enemy traces standing still, you're like, yeah, okay, I messed up.
No, if someone does that to you, Gab, you're lurching. Now, later you get up from your chair, bro. You're balanced. You're on from side to side. Tough to come back from that one.
Positioning.
Okay, aggressive, ends up being his undoing. Shockwave cleans him up here, and the Atlanta Rain might just need to take 5.
All good, yeah. Touch the spawn challenge, pretty easy. That was nice. Again, super high tempo aggression. It's exactly what the Vancouver Titans did on New Queen Street, was just very, very quick engagements, just pushing right up almost to the spawn doors, and it's working out for them thus far. The Titans, they are nearing this overclock. It's going to be overclock versus overclock in this next fight. The beat, they can use it to rush down Atlanta Reign, but the problem is they have so many mitigation factors that it's just worth holding off until Shockwave has the ult, but in fact, they go early.
Right, you lead with the beat here, and the Transcendence gets kind of shut down by Aztec, connecting a nice biotic grenade on OG. Samira's pretty easily able to neutralize him. Oh dear, okay, Kai not able to find anything there. Yeah, you talked about overclock versus overclock. Well, I mean, we didn't even get that. Shockwave didn't even need it. He's built that one up now after eliminating Ultraviolet, but Venom's going to be a key part of this fight. He's still up, and so is Hawk. Recall forced there by Aspire, and they had a good idea about where he'd be.
Double kill.
Just perfect from... I mean, where was Aspire there? In that same corner?
He was in the corner, on the health pack.
Oh, good heavens.
Yeah, he was huddling the health pack, bro. Yeah, that's
double
rough.
pulse bombs in 5v5 don't happen often.
Yeah. Especially on double DPS, like that's stupid. Like you rarely get those in Overwatch 1. Like what was important there, Mitch, actually, was the Titans actually held that point for that entire time. Like that engagement was going down, so they get 85% coming in. Shockwave's gonna have ult, Aspire too. Both DPS can look at to pop off. OG's gonna have to be careful, or he take a lot of damage. Look at the pressure already.
Yeah, straight to the high ground though. Limber as you like. Those Exo boots get him to safety for a time, but only long enough for Shockwave to line him up. I mean, you've got to have some level of hubris from Ultraviolet. Picking that is just insane. And Venom comes over the wall at Shockwave. Shockwave couldn't believe that. Kai commands the high ground.
You're like, I'm going to hit shot. I will hit this shot. I'm dead. Okay, well, easy cleaned up by Venom. 75% now for the Rain, and Kai is still killing people. All he needs to do is survive, to be fair. The rest of the team will end up joining him, and they do just that. A pulse bomb and a meteor strike to deny the damage.
Yeah, fancy footwork there from Mirror. Twinkle toes his way out of that situation, drops straight back in and eliminates OG. Of course, by exploding, I guess, onto that immortality field. But again, the Rain have held the point for too long. The Titans did that earlier on here, but the Rain have eaten up that entire deficit.
Touch.
97 and counting. There has to be a touch at some point here. Shockwave needs to make his way on, but he has to slide forward. Okay, he's able to get out at the very least here. He just walked up instead. Got a touch, but it's going to be no more than that. And the Atlanta Reign managed to stifle the resurgent Vancouver Titans. They get away with the win here, but whew, they got a little fortunate there not to have to deal with what they suffered in that first map again.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm seeing the Titans boys smiling and laughing just a little bit there. What a showing from the Titans today. We'll definitely talk about the Rain, obviously, finding that dub, but a big come up, big turnaround. A very, very nice new Queen Street, almost going for that full cap, and then bringing Eichenwalder also pretty close. The Rain do end up winning. Venom and Kai just popping off. Venom getting multiple double pulse bombs. Kai obviously doing what he does best, just kill people with the railgun. Ultraviolet and OG had a rougher time today. They really did, and them exploding into the Overwatch League. I hope that that coal hasn't worn out just yet. I hope they can kind of keep rolling on to the rest of the season, because today they didn't look so hot, but I think that was maybe because the Vancouver Titans DPS line was just so good today, quite literally on fire. But the Rain, they do walk away with a dub, Mitch, and not the worst. Also, your schedule is a bit up in the air right now, so claiming this W is pretty important. They got the Shock to face, they got Houston and Paris later on in the next couple of weeks. So good dub here. If they can keep this rolling, easy guarantee for Midseason Madness.
Let's talk about our player of the match here, Jack, while we have a moment, because there's a couple candidates definitely for on the side of the Atlanta Reign. We thought Venom was great, and look, those 2 double pulse boom kills were huge, but consistency pays off here. Kai, well, I mean, it's disgusting. Probably should have played the match last week. That's pretty safe to say, but I mean,
no,
here,
he got scammed last week.
Yeah.
Like he had cool. 60 final blows or something, but I'm glad we're giving it to him here.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Sojourn performance was incredible. It's what Atlanta Reign are counting on right now, especially up against either Shockwave or Aspire, both who definitely gave him some trouble. Kai started Eichenwalder a little bit slow, but was really able to ramp it up towards the end there. But I mean, on basically every other map in this series, it was really all about him. Incredible play from someone who continues to defend the title of the best Sojourn player in the world. I don't think that's really hard to say.
Yeah, for sure. This guy just loves to aim. That's all he does, is just aim. And I think Sojourn's the perfect hero for him. It's not like Widowmaker where you kind of have to sit back and then shoot. Yeah. Okay, we get it. Headshots from a million miles away. But Kai, his ability to use almost not Tracer-like mobility, but the power slide is very strong and still finding unreal value. I mean, just great.
It's so powerful because you can ignore collision. with enemy sort of heroes. So you just slide at a Doomfist, right? And then all of a sudden you're behind him. So Kai, the kind of player who's not afraid to get up close and personal in scenarios like that and, you know, evade Miro, who over the course of these series has been really impressive. I think there's like a ton of positives on either side to talk about here. I don't think either team comes out this series looking bad, right? We actually got a genuinely very good game of Overwatch where we honestly didn't expect one. So very impressed to see what is developing in the Titans camps. Crazy what happens when you make a coaching staff change. This team looks completely revitalized. Love to hear though what the desk has to say about this, especially Johnny, who was definitely one of us who wrote this game off. So we can head over to our crew in the Watchpoint truck. Thanks for joining us so far. We'll be back, of course, a little bit later on, but let's head over to our friends in the truck now and see what their thoughts are on the day that was.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the post show, everybody. I'm here joined now by Venom from Atlanta Reign. Venom, congratulations on the win. Now, I want to ask you about this match. Although you guys did get the win, I feel like Vancouver Titans really played it close and they had some really great moments. Were you surprised at all by their performance against you guys today? 자, 일단 오늘 베놈 선수 승리 너무나 축하드리면서 오늘 경기에서 어떻게 보면 제가 봤을 때는 밴쿠버가 상당히 좀 좋은 모습을 많이 보여줬던 것 같아요. 이제 경기를 하면서 베놈 선수도 좀 그렇게 느끼셨나요? 좀 이제 좀 놀라거나 좀 그런 게 있었나요? 밴쿠버의 좀 경기력을 보면서?
네, 아무래도 일단 첫 번째 라운드에서 첫 번째 세트에서 선보라한테 살짝 당황했는데 아무래도 말이 엇갈린 게 있어가지고 저희 팀에서 다른 부분에 대해서는 저희가 평소보다 못했다고 생각하고 있어요. 밴쿠버도 잘했긴 잘했지만
그 첫 번째 라운드에서 뭐라고 하셨죠? 뭐 때문에 놀라셨다고 그랬죠?
아, 선보라 픽 때문에 선보라 픽을 하는 팀이 거의 없어서 쟁탈 빼고는 네, 쟁탈 빼고는 선보라는 팀이 거의 없어서.
Yeah. All right. So, Venom says that yes, they were actually really surprised, especially for the first round when Vancouver Titans came out with the Sombra. They were really shocked because they didn't see a lot of teams playing that. But after that, Venom says that it might be Vancouver Titans playing it really close, but also they made a lot of mistakes. There were a lot of miscommunications on their end as well. So that is why he feels like it might have seemed like Vancouver played it really close against them. And I also want to ask about your match this week. I mean, this is today. Your match is over for you guys today, but tomorrow you guys have a very interesting match as well because you guys are facing off against the San Francisco Shock, who is arguably one of the best teams in the West right now. What are your predictions about tomorrow's match against San Francisco Shock? Are you nervous at all, or are you like really excited to just show that you guys are better than them? 자, 두 번째 질문은 내일 경기에 대해서 살짝 여쭤보고 싶습니다. 베놈 선수, 이제 오늘 경기 끝이 났고 내일은 이제 센쇼과의 경기가 있는데요. 아무래도 지금 우리 서부 쪽에서 굉장히 좀 잘하는 팀 중에 하나인데 어떠신가요? 좀 내일 경기에 대해서 좀 긴장이 되시나요? 아니면 좀 이길 수 있다는 자신감에 좀 빨리 하고 싶으신가요?
아무래도 네, 쇼크랑 스크림 안 해봤는데 거기가 이제 젠야타 바티를 엄청 잘한다고 하더라고요. 그래서 그거에 대해서 이제 좀 걱정하고 있긴 한데 저희 팀도 잘하면 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각하고 있어요.
네, 알겠습니다. Alright. So, yes, we're playing the San Francisco Shock tomorrow. We actually never scrimmed against San Francisco Shock, but word on the street is that they're really good at the Zen Batiste composition. So I'm a little bit worried about that, but I'm not too worried because if we play better than them, then we're gonna win. So that's the end of the story. Alright, Venom, thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠고요. 오늘 승리 너무나도 축하드립니다, 베놈 선수. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
There's the wave, the old classic. Well,
It's
yeah.
good to end it with a wave.
It really does. It really does. And I'm sure for Venom and the crew, it feels good to end the day on a W. Very self-aware there, of course, pointing out that, yeah, sure, Vancouver played it or seemed to have played it close, but that may or may not have been just to us making more mistakes. How did you guys feel watching that match?
Yes, the Atlanta Raid made mistakes, and you can't credit the Vancouver Titans for that, but I would say the Vancouver Titans were forcing those mistakes. I think they were doing a great job of playing aggressively and playing a style in which they're comfortable in. Mira on that Doomfist is getting a lot done, being able to push and pushed Hawk to do better and was really contesting him everywhere, but the person on your screen, I think, is really the big difference maker, Aspire on that Tracer. Something that we saw from him last year on the Toronto Defiant when he signed for that 30-day contract that became a 60-day contract, became a 90-day contract, and now he's here for the Vancouver Titans doing what he does best. And his Tracer just put in so much work. It was so filthy, the face he made in that Oasis when he got that crazy one clip on Venom. That was me watching a lot of his play today. Massive props, and you can see the improvements from this Titans roster match after match. Yes, they are 0-9. It's not looking great for them, especially for this upcoming mid-season tournament, which they probably can't qualify at this point for. But positive signs. New head coach DP coming in, and they look like they're making steps to improve.
But also, just like the atmosphere. Like you can tell that this is a team that actually wants to win. And we saw that there was these like leaked messages or whatever from Masa's Discord conversation. Maybe it was like his public Discord or whatever, where he was actually like, you know, actually we're going to be quite good. You know, we're going to get a win one of these days. And that change in attitude means so much for a team looking for this first win ever since DP joined as a new head coach for this team. So this is a team that is actively looking for that first win, and they know they are capable of doing it because they have players capable of making huge impact plays, whether it's a Spy on the Tracer, Shockwave on the Sojourn, or even like Mirror on the Doomfist today was honestly like amazing on New Queen Street. He just like straight outplayed the Atlanta Arena times. So the Vancouver Titans, it's just a matter of time before they get their first win. And I know like they're out of the running when it comes to the mid-season Madness tournament. But like towards the end of the season, this could be like a wild card team that really messes things up as we get closer to final playoffs.
Are they the only winless team we have in the league at the moment? They are, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, Guangzhou beat Valiant and Valiant could have won.
Valiant, even Valiant could have.
Yeah.
Well, they got two now. They
got two. Yeah, woof. Rough, but then even more so impressive that they keep the attitude light and like positive. And even if you just watch their player cams as they were like, yeah, they lost, but they're still smiling, and that's good. That's the kind of spirit you have to have because it's a marathon, right? It's not a sprint. So all eyes on the main prize at the very end of it. But for now, Atlanta Reign are walking away with that W for this match today. Now, of course, we had two very quick ones earlier today, and then this one also, like, that wasn't the longest game in the world, yet we still managed to find some absolute highlight worthy moments which we wanted to share with everyone out there who asked for it, and everyone who didn't ask for it, well, you gotta watch as well. I'm gonna start it off with our best of the days with a duel between Fielder and Checkmate, and Fielder should not have won that one. But yeah, definitely an opportunity for a good chest choke here. If you have one, hit us up on Twitter. Like,
he should not be alive.
No, that should not happen.
I saw that Maywall and I'm like, he's dead.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Sparkle came to save him though. Sparkle to the rescue. Did give him some support.
Yeah.
But still,
the hive mind in action.
He should not have won that one. He should be dead. But yeah, that's why it's my best of today, because he is not dead. Jonathan, what tickled your fancy?
Oh man, this one was amazing. This play goes out to all my homies on ES Reality, okay? We got Flora here from the New York Excelsior sliding into DMs. And I'm not talking about DM6, all right? Look at these railguns hits. I mean, this is incredible stuff. From Flora here on the Sojourn, and this is what we've been waiting to see from these Sojourn players. One of the best heroes we've released in years in Overwatch. Very exciting stuff. I haven't been this excited about railgun shots since Cypher beat Rafa at DreamHack Winner 2011. Truly an amazing performance by Flora, and this is what New York Excelsior needs if they want to get more wins this season. It's been lackluster for them so far, but if Flora keeps popping off like this, they're also another team that is just a matter of time before they get some more wins against these lower level teams. So New York Excelsior and Flora, keep an eye on them. They're on the rise. Well, not really. They're, you know, kind of sitting still. But they can punch. They're punching upwards. Okay?
Okay, Johnny.
Uppercuts.
It was good, very reminiscent of Quake. I do agree with that, and I definitely heard the quad damage voice in my head as I read that lower third. Costa, what's your best of the day today?
Yeah, we needed Johnny in the middle between me and you because we both went for a field of play. So I'm going for another one. This one is him saving his own life again. We actually have a terrifying moment if you're a support. Someone's coming in. He's got the shatter, he's looking at it, and you know, this has happened many a times, especially with the damage increase close by. Boom! Oh, Fielder was dead. His life flashed before his eyes, but he's a great support player. Somehow predicts this. I don't know how he sees this coming. Just hits the sleep. Quick reaction times.
Fantastic.
Lives to tell the tale. They almost held because of this, but they didn't. So I wish I could say they did, but they didn't.
That was brutal.
Fielder,
All right.
guy.
That hurt.
I'm last.
You are, but
I'm
you
last.
saved the best for last.
All right, my best of the day. I just like it when players make me laugh. And guys, It's back. Eichenwald, the black hole of Eichenwald is back. This time it came for OG. OG on that break. I think he bashes and then falls and loses to the pit. The pit once again. Eichenfall once again wins. Who is ever going to beat the pit? I have no idea. But I remember going in today, I was like, dude, I hope at least one player falls in that pit.
You actually said that.
Yeah, but I actually said it. And it happened. So I was like, yes.
That guy.
Just rooting for the pit.
I mean, that's a horrible thing to say, but I'd find it so interesting if they would leave the bodies down there. Count at the end.
So like quartz.
I know.
Quartz
but like, do you think at the end of the season it will be filled up to the bridge?
Maybe halfway. I don't know.
Halfway?
Maybe halfway.
At this rate, it will be filled.
I think we're.
I already know my best of the season already. I just want a compilation of everyone. Montage of everyone's involved.
It's been a lot already, and the season has not been going on for that long. So yeah, Pitt wins once again, and we're all for it. Now, we are going to take a quick look at what awaits us tomorrow. Of course, once more, we're going to start things off in that camera with the East. That's right. Let's take a look at the games. We have the Guangzhou Charge going up against the Spark afterwards. The Shanghai Dragons will take on the Seoul Dynasty. And last but certainly not least, the Philadelphia Fusion are on a redemption arc, and they go up against the Hunters.
Can Philly go 0-2 here? I don't want to put this energy into the universe, but Chengdu did just have a pretty good match against Seoul Dynasty where they almost won. Philly did just use the Valiant.
Yeah, they just got boomed. But are they a team which gets mentally boomed like that?
Franchise, yes. As a team, I don't know. As a franchise, yes.
The franchise is cursed.
It might be. I don't know. Like it's like when Houston does Houston on kind of stuff. You know, it's Houstonable. It's definitely fillable.
Hey, Costa, your favorite team.
Right on. Well, we're gonna start things off with a trust exercise of some sort between the Washington Justice and the Toronto Defiant. That's a hard one to pick. I'm not looking forward to that one. Afterwards, Atlanta Reign will go up against the San Francisco Shock. We're going to round out the day with the Vancouver Titans and the Dallas Fuel. Man, that first game though.
Wow.
I hope
I'm going to be late to work tomorrow.
I just noticed that there's traffic. That's
I'll
so
be there
weird.
at 1:30. I'll see you guys then.
I hope Toronto wakes up. And you know, it's like, oh yeah, it's a new meta. Oh yeah, now I remember. Oh, it's not stage 1. All right.
That was a missing piece.
Yeah.
It can't be the toilet bowl, but we're taking suggestions. What kind of bowl? What bowl is it? Feel free to tell us.
So many different bowls, toilet bowls, bread bowls, like just the world's a bowl, literally. So we're gonna figure out what this one is going to be. That's a weird thing.
We're all just thinking about it now.
Well, and on that note, we're gonna say goodbye for now. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you guys so much for joining once again in our little Watchpoint truck. We'll be back with more action tomorrow. So make sure to tune in, same time, same place, and we see you there.
The Disappointment Bowl.
Bye-bye.